itself is a big challenge because majority of it, if we look at, I'm super excited at the same time, very thrilled and nervous as well while I was talking to some of my friends. I would run around and we would enable this, and we would require your full participation and make this entire session very useful. From a corporate perspective, right? These are 4 things which we currently face as a challenge. The competency gap. How do we address that? The inclusion and diversity is one of the biggest challenge, right? How do we address this issue, right? In terms of the supply as well as having the bias in terms of the recruiting itself. The third one is the time and resource constraints. With the limitations of resource and time, how do we kind of still navigate and address this challenge? Then the communication is a soft challenge, means soft skill aspect of it. This is something which is out there, and again this is a very light one which can be addressed. Now from an academic university standpoint, right, the relevance of the syllabus with that limitation, how an organization can strive and try to incorporate the right technologies which is required from an industry standpoint. The proficiency necessity, how do you stay embraced with all the technologies which is out there? How do we get the insights of all of this? How do we make it that happen is one of the biggest challenge which have to be addressed. We would request you to, we would give about 10-15 minutes each team to ideate and arrive at a very specific thing what we could address, and we would ask one representative from each team to share their insights. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, gives me immense pleasure and honor to have our first keynote speaker join us on this dais. He has so many feathers in his cap that it would take me a long time to even read them out to you. He's contributed immensely towards the growth of our country's IT sector. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been the head of several Indian and global industry forums such as FICCI, AMCAM, TIE, HISA, and IEEE, the chairman of STPI Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore. He's been the co-founder of Portal Player, which went on to be acquired by NVIDIA, a company that designed the core chips and software that powered the Apple iPods. Ladies and gentlemen, he's also the co-founder of Talent Sprint, a leading edtech company in India. He's always there to help people with questions and queries. He's an angel investor, a mentor to entrepreneurs and students. And ladies and gentlemen, he's been the Special Chief Secretary, rank of a cabinet minister to the Andhra Pradesh government in the Chief Minister's office during the years 2014 to 19, and has advised and assisted the government in bringing in investments, generating employment, and encouraging innovation and startup activities in Andhra Pradesh. He's also associated with the governments of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is here to address us for our inaugural keynote. I would like a big thunderous round of applause for he's taken time out to be here with us, Dr. J.A. Chaudhary.
Thank you, Abhishek, for your gracious introduction. Good morning, captains of the industry, ladies and gentlemen. Before I give my Bangalore to Bangalore story, actually I was not in a mood to come for this event, though I agreed a long time ago to Chennai, because recently my mom passed away and I was in my village conducting all the rituals. But in spite of me being in the village, not able to take a decision to come here, Chinmay from Bangalore, he drove all the way to my village in his own car and came and requested me to come and participate, at least spend some few hours with this event. And while driving back, I saw Chinmay, how he was able to give instructions to his team, what to do, how to do, where to do. I was really amazed to see the leadership qualities in Chinmay. Though he is one of my ardent disciples, but I never saw that kind of a leadership qualities in practice. He was driving on the highway and he was giving instructions every 5 minutes. People were calling him and he was telling what to do. And I was amazed to see his leadership qualities. And I want all of you to give a standing ovation to such people at a young age. He's able to do all these things, demonstrating the. Thank you, Chinmay. Since I came to Bangalore, I was not prepared to talk what should I speak. In fact, I was not in a mood to come to the Indian Space Research Organization. I was in the telemetry division where Rohini, Bhaskara satellites, I was developing the telemetry subsystems for the Indian Space Research Organization. That's where I started my journey, tech journey from Bangalore. Then I left that and I went to Department of Electronics, New Delhi, in the policy making body with the Ministry of Information Technology. Those days there was no ministry called Information Technology. It was a part of the Science and Technology Ministry. So there I saw, when I was working in Bangalore, ISRO, it was a different environment. When I went to Delhi, Department of Electronics, it's totally the opposite environment. During the peak license Raj, I was witnessing people like Narayan Murthy, Ajay Premji, all these people, including FC Kohli, they used to come and wait in our corridors of the government, hours together. Sometimes they used to come first day, second day, third day, still they were not able to get the proper appointment with the concerned joint directors for getting their import license or whatever they want to do. That was the peak license Raj. Unfortunately, I was the import license and we used to write note sheets, green sheets in the government. Every government they used a lot of green sheets. So we used to write why this cannot be approved, some dozens of papers we used to fill all the data. Suppose if I give approval, then immediately they will say, no, you got a vested interest, you got some arrangement with that company or individual, so why to take risk? Keep on writing, then justification, this cannot be approved, then my job is done. That's not the mindset of the license Raj officials during that time. And many entrepreneurs from United States, United Kingdom, they used to come, they want to do something in information technology, but they saw that getting the computer import license itself used to take 6 months to 1 year. By the time they get the import license, the technology is changed and all those things are, and in addition to that, there is to be 350% customs duty. So all kind of restrictions, why we should not do anything in the government or in the industry, that is the mindset. But fortunately, again, Bangalore played an important role. Texas Instruments, those days they wanted to come to India, they had 2-3 other options. Israel was one option, Ireland was an option, then India was also one of the options. They came to Government of India, we want to set up the development center for Texas Instruments operations because you have great manpower from IITs and NITs and all that, we want to set up the development center here. Provided they gave list of the things. We want a single window government clearance mechanism where all the approvals are given across the table or within 24 hours time. There was no internet during that time in India. There used to be only through the satellite technology, through Intelsat, we have to connect to the other world. They said we need a dedicated satellite station on top of our building so that we can get connected to Texas Instruments headquarters. Then how much time I have? Because storytelling takes a lot of time. Already you are late. Thank you. No. So whenever you get bored, you just lift your hand and stop that time. Because this is a story, because we are in the tech capital of India, Bangalore. You should know the story how we made India as the tech capital of the world. So Texas Instruments, they gave the list of the things, internet facilities through satellite technology, satellite earth station, and single window ground mechanism, all those things they gave the list. If you don't provide this, we will go to either Israel or Ireland to set up the development center. That time, fortunately, I think during that time, Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, and somehow he said we have to get Texas Instruments to be set up their operations somehow in India. So these powers were vested with different ministries. There is no information technology ministry. The DOE, some powers were there. Commerce ministry, some powers were there. Then revenue ministry, some powers. Like that, several departments and ministries were involved. They said, no, how can I give my powers to one officer? So we cannot. So with the power of the Prime Minister's office, we were able to create an entity. It was a pilot. It was called Software Technology Parks of India. So that entity was created, and they said it has to be a pilot because we are giving a lot of powers to this one single officer. He may misuse these powers. So we will do it only for Texas Instruments and also observe being used or misused. Then that concept came out of Government of India. Then Texas Instruments, they selected Bangalore. Bangalore being, those days, Bangalore used to be the pensioners' paradise. Because when I was staying in Malleshwaram, 18th class, 8th man, when I was working for ISRO, in our flats, there used to be a building called Mukta building. I don't know if still that is there or not. No provision even for fans. Leave about air conditioners. Even fans, there used to be no provision. That's how Bangalore city was during that time. And because of that, Texas Instruments thought that it's a good city with a lot of greenery and a lot of public sectors are there. Tech talent is there. Indian Institute of Science is there. So all these things, made a decision for them to select a place in Bangalore. Then they selected a place on Miller Road. It's called, I think, some towers. I don't remember. I'm now 69 years old. So in Miller Road, they selected that building, and on the top of the building, they wanted us to set up a satellite earth station. During that time, to bring the satellite earth station equipment from the airport, it was not the present airport, the old airport, there was no provision to bring it in other vehicles. We had to take a bullock cart and put the satellite earth station equipment, bring it to the Miller Road in Bangalore, and set it up on the top of the building, Sona Towers. Their building name is Sona Towers. So there was a satellite earth station, and there is a mechanism called Software Technology Parks of India, and in the Department of Electronics, they circulated a questionnaire that whoever is interested in going to Bangalore to head the Software Technology Parks of India, so they can send their request. So all my colleagues in Department of Electronics during the license Raj, because everybody used to go to their office, right? People used to wait in the corridors of power, whether big industries or anybody for that matter. They don't want to lose that power. So none of them applied, only my application was there, because why I applied, my native place is very close to Bangalore. It's from Bangalore airport, present airport, it's about 1.5 hours drive or 1 hour 45 minutes. I thought nearer to my village is good for me so that I can help my brothers and sisters and all that. That was my interest, not knowing that this is going to bring transformation for India itself and creating so many millions of jobs. Even I was not knowing about that. I never imagined that this can make that kind of a big impact. So I opted. Obviously, they selected me as the founding director of the Software Technology Parks of India. And there was no office here. And there is no entity for STPA here. They attached me to one of the Department of Electronics offices located in Pinya Industrial Estate. It is to be called ETDC, Electronics Testing and Development Center. It is located in Pinya Industrial Estate. And in Miller Road, Texas Instruments, they gave one office for me to sit in that building. So all the powers were given, and from the Prime Minister's office, one IAS officer used to come every month They used to monitor what I am doing, how all the powers are being used and all that. All those things were there. In addition to that, there used to be an IPS officer, senior IPS officer from Intelligence Bureau in our board of STPI. Why? Because there is a satellite station and multinational company, American company is there in Bangalore. They may send any information to the outside world. So it has to be monitored 24/7. We used to monitor what emails are going, what attachments are coming, what attachments are going, and this big room was allocated in the middle in that sonar towers for keeping the printouts of those information. Whatever comes, whatever email goes from TI Bangalore to TI US or vice versa, those things have to be taken a printout. And I had some 3 officers around the clock. They have to go and monitor what is happening through the monitoring system. So one day what happened, there used to be some general elections in India. And employees of the Texas Instruments started commenting on some political parties, some politicians who were contesting for elections and all that. In middle of the night, I got a call from one of my officers. Sir, not the technology information going on the satellite, but a lot of political information is going. So this kind of a report he reported. Then I asked him to send an email formal report. When I got the email, I sent it to the Department of what is that? It used to be called. It's headed by IPS officer. What is that name there? Intelligence Bureau. Intelligence Bureau was the department. So I sent it to the Government of India, Intelligence Bureau, and one IPS officer along with several junior IPS officers, about 5 of them. They came all the way from Delhi, and there used to be one Mike Watson, who was the managing director of Texas Instruments in India, in Bangalore. And they grilled him for nearly 1 week. They went through all the papers, they were asking all kind of questions and all that. Finally, they found that no sensitive information was sent through the satellite station, and they went out. That time, my boss was N. Vittal, recently passed away, Nagaraj N. Vittal. He was the Secretary, Department of Electronics. I told him, sir, what is this nonsense? Anybody can send information through fax or through modem. Why this restriction? Just because they are using the satellite station on top of their building. He also realized, yes, there is a flaw in the system. Then he went to the Cabinet Secretary and got his approval, and they removed that restriction. Like that, there are several restrictions were there during that time, during license laws, and in spite of all that, this thing, because they given all the powers to STPI director, I used to give within 24 hours all the import licenses, whatever licenses they want, I was authorized to give all those licenses. So one day, one Mr. Yugandhar, he was with the Prime Minister's office in Delhi. He came as a part of the inspection or monitoring what STPI is doing. Then everything was going good, all the multinational companies. After seeing the success of the Texas Instruments in the Cunningham Road, Hewlett-Packard came, Digital came, all these MNC companies, they landed in Bangalore because TI got all the benefits, and they don't want to experiment in other cities because all the approval system was there, satellite station was there, so that they can draw the fiber link from the sonar towers to their respective places. That's how Bangalore became the tech capital of India. So when B.N. Yugandhar, who is the actually father of Satya Nadella, who is the current Microsoft CEO, he was the Prime Minister's office, one of the secretaries. He said, you are a Telugu person and you are not doing anything to your state. Why don't you go to Hyderabad and develop the IT industry? Then I said, told him, sir, there's not even one single IT company in Hyderabad, and there is no STP office in Hyderabad. So how can I go to Hyderabad and develop this IT industry? He said, no, I will talk to your boss in Vittal. I got the approval for setting up the STP office in Hyderabad. Then I went to Hyderabad. Hyderabad, all the locks and borders used to be there, not even one IT company, so no internet and all that this thing. And it was so difficult to convince any company. All these companies were established in Bangalore, they were not coming because there is no internet, there is no critical mass and all that. So, thanks to Chandrababu Naidu when he became the Chief Minister of combined Andhra Pradesh. I used to meet him every day, 1 hour, whatever was required, I used to tell him, and he used to get all those things done. So those rocks and boulders of Hyderabad converted into the IT destination. Today, if you go and see Hyderabad, it looks like Manhattan or looks like any other modern city. And all the economy comes from IT industry, not from other industries. So today, entire state of Telangana, the main revenue comes from Hyderabad. Again, because of the IT industry. So this story got expanded to Pune, Gurgaon, wherever there are IT people, wherever there are IT fraternity. That's how India became the knowledge capital of the world. In fact, information technology industry today, it is not the information technology, India technology industry, because all the technologies, you name it, any technology for that matter, there are people available in all the levels. So when Chinmay approached me that this is the kind of conferences he is making in various cities, I said yes, this is required because we are going through the transformation today. Whatever was there earlier, when I was studying in IIT Madras, there were no opportunities for students to work in any industry. Either they had to become a bank clerk or a teacher or maybe two organizations like ISRO and BRC. Other than that, there are no job opportunities. And number of colleges were also very less. IITs were itself, I think 4 or 5, and there were no private universities and all that. In spite of that, no jobs. Because of the IT industry, today there are so many private universities, so many private engineering colleges, and millions of people are coming out every month and every year out of these colleges. Still, IT industry is able to absorb them, and all of them are getting benefited. The whole economy got benefited because of the IT industry. But unfortunately, or fortunately, again, we come to the next phase of transformation. Thanks to, or we don't want to thank the generative AI. When I met a lot of CEOs in America recently, they said the generative AI is coming, we are already using, 90% of the workforce can be removed, only 10% can do the core job. Then what will happen to the Indian IT services industry? Unless they transform, they will not be able to retain their job, they will not be able to get a new job. And that's worried me a lot, because I have been through this industry for the last 30 years. I have seen how this industry grown. Suddenly the same industry, because of the AI tools and all that, the people are going to be laid out. What is India is going to do? India with 1.5 billion people, with the concentration of the population, if you don't have this job creation engine running properly, the unemployed youth, they will kill the prospects of this nation. We don't require other countries like China, Pakistan to stabilize India. So how do we create new jobs? That was my thought process. Then again, the Bangalore to Bangalore story, though I went to Delhi, then I thought that we should do something to arrest this process. How do we create new jobs? I thought through the startup companies, because startup companies always works in the new technologies, new problems they are going to solve. So why not we create more successful startup companies from India so that they will be able to create new jobs? That was the idea. Then I again came back to the tech capital of India and the startup capital of India, the Bangalore, and we started creating a platform called India Startup Foundation. Through India Startup Foundation, we ran 2 conferences, one in 22 and the last one was in August conference. We had more than 11,000 startups. They applied for the startup pitch competition. Out of that, we selected 20. Unlike many conferences, all the selected companies, every week, there are 250 mentors, global mentors are there. They talk to them, they mentor them, they provide funding to them. For example, last 5-6 weeks, we have been giving opportunities to all the selected companies. All the companies got the funding. In fact, the last company, it is a Singapore-based company promoted by one of the retired IAS officers called Ranjit Sudan. After taking the retirement from the government, he went to World Bank, and he was the head of the IT for developing countries and third world countries. He took voluntary retirement and started a company in Singapore. He was not able to get funding, though he was in Singapore. Then he approached me, then one of the startup mentoring sessions he presented. On the same day, within 1 hour, he got $1 million funding assured, and also some people wanted to give business opportunities to them. So I thought, whatever the Silicon Valley model of the funding, where only 1 out of 10 startup companies are succeeding. So why not we reverse that model? Why can't we make 9 out of 10 companies to succeed? So for that we need ecosystem. That's what we are now building, and we are very, very thankful to all the mentors, HNIs. A lot of HNIs who came from Hyderabad, they are all from the real estate industry, pharma industry. They never used to invest in startups. I told them, you are going to Tirupati and putting money in Hundi. You are thinking that you will get some punyam. I don't know whether you are getting that good karma points. Whereas the same money, you give it to a startup company who are in the early stage. And not only you get 100 times more punyam, 100 times more karma points, plus this money is going to return 10 times with good valuation, he will return the money. So I don't know how they got convinced with that idea. A lot of them, they came. On the first day of the conference itself, 150 term sheets, they all signed for the startup companies who are in the early stage. So why I am telling this story, though it is not possible in countries like America and other places, India, we have a lot of wealth. People have got a lot of money. They don't know where to invest. Once we provide an opportunity for them to invest in good startups, not only the startups are going to survive and succeed and create the jobs. So that's what the new job creation engine through the startup companies, through India Startup Foundation, we have started this journey, and I am sure that all of you have to participate in this. It's like a Yagnam. That's where I met people like Chinmay, Dinanath, and so many people. Because this is like a fire ritual. This is for the country. If you don't do this, country will go to dogs. This unemployed youth will kill the prospects of the country. So it's everybody's responsibility to create good talent, to help the startup who are in the early stage. Particularly, I want to mention Chitkara University, when they gave me the honorary doctorate recently. When I went there, even a second year student has started a company and they are doing very well. Out of 173 startups which they incubated, 73 startups got good exits. And their model of giving the education, not through regular education. The kind of learning and education what Chitkara University is following is through the startup journey. Once you give the students, okay, this is your startup company, this is your idea, this is your mentor, and you have to come with a successful startup journey. He is learning what to do in the finance side, he is learning the new technologies, he knows what is the business development, how to market, how to branding. The entire thing through Ekalavi education, they are able to learn. Not that professors are teaching everything for them. So this is the kind of model I am suggesting to all the educational institutions, all the private universities, public universities. Unless you create that kind of a talent, otherwise the Thomas Friedman has written a long time ago a book called World is Flat. Today world is flat. Suppose there is an opportunity in US or Europe, anybody can compete. Indians can compete, Stanford students can compete. Similarly, there is an opportunity in Bangalore. Anybody can compete for the opportunity. So, unless you prepare our talent of that nature, our talent should be on par with Stanford students or MIT students or whatever is possible. So, only thing is we have to apply our mind and see that how do we take care of our India's prospects, because this is a journey. We got a very good journey. And thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, the way he is making India to really become the superpower of the world. And that's possible provided we take care of creating good talent and also help the startup companies so they will create new jobs. So in this journey, I request all of you to participate in this Mahayagnam, fire ritual. It is not JHO, this Yagnam. It is all of you have to think, how do I help a startup company? How do I help an engineering college or a university where they can be told how they can increase the productivity of this thing, how they can learn better. Otherwise, what is happening? They go through AICT, UGC, and all that this thing. Though they came with some reforms, there are tinkering reforms. We need disruptive reforms, because we are going through the disruptive world today. This era is called disruptive era. In this disruptive era, we need disruptive reforms in every sector, education sector, healthcare sector, every sector we need to have that kind of a disruptions in the policies and everywhere. So with this, I want to thank Chinmay for giving me this opportunity to come and speak to all of you. And I once again request, it's a moment where all of us have to think today, what is that I am doing something good for the country. Am I mentoring somebody as a student or a startup company? That kind of a thing, initiative that you should have. Then I think nobody can stop India, and India is going to do very well. Thank you so much for listening.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Today, we are going through the big transformation in terms of the technology, in terms of the business model. The whole world is changing. In this changing dynamics, unless we also bring those disruptive reforms at every level, then we will be able to catch up to a new wave, which is going to be helpful to the country. The only thing is, we have to bring such reforms. Otherwise, normally, the government parallel, you take some decision once in 5 years, that's not going to work. Every 6 months, we have to come with what is relevant today and update our this thing, bring new policy directions and help the student community to come up to that kind of expectations. Then we can compete with anybody in the world and take advantage of this transformation happening. Because of the digital transformation, which is cutting across all sectors. You take agriculture, you take healthcare, you take defense, aerospace, everywhere. Technology is a constant parameter, and the technology is changing so fast. So that we have to take to our advantage. Our children are ready to absorb and learn these new technologies and become productive. The only thing is, we have to bring that reforms, education reforms, so that these talented kids who are spending their quality time in the engineering colleges and all that, they should be given all the weapons so that they can fight whomever this thing, the new Kurukshetra war, and become successful. So talent becomes a very, very important aspect. I think whatever Chinmay is doing, bringing the Indian talent conferences like today happening in Bangalore, is very relevant. What is relevant for today and what is relevant for tomorrow, we have to catch up those things, and nobody can compete with India because we have that talent pool, and we have to only upgrade our skills and bring those disruptive changes so that we will be able to catch up with the new world.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
This Startup India, Government of India's team has a lot of inspiration and motivation for the youths in India. So many people have started that starting is easy and starting to surviving and scaling up. This is the biggest challenge currently we are seeing. And Startup India seed fund also Department of Science and Technology is providing, and people are taking benefit out of that. And it has brought a lot of ecosystem to create many startups in the country. And the Startup India movement is by and large in the urban part of the India. But if you see the rural part of India, people go for startup because of adversity and because of necessity. And those startups never die. They take more time. They are organic startups. They take more time and they grow bigger and they make a mark. And probably you see all India's great companies. They have started small beginning, they have done a small place. Kirloskar is the best example from Kirloskar. I am Nagpur, we have Section 8 company called INFED. I am Nagpur Foundation for Entrepreneurship Development, and we have received the highest funding of Niti Aayog Atal Innovation Center. We also received the Startup India Seed Fund, and again Entrepreneur in Residence is another scheme of Department of Science and Technology. We are one of the high performer among the Atal Innovation Centers. Being the new campus and in the country, we are the best campus out of all 21 IIMs. And we have focused on women entrepreneurship last few years, and 42 women already moved from startup to scale. And large number of groups are participating in Startup India movement through IIM Nagpur, and we have a large number of mentors, those who are the serial entrepreneurs. They mentor our new incubatees, and they also provide all kind of support, hand holding, and that is need of an hour for startup to survive and not to give up is one of the important mantra. And if the focus is not, give up, then probably they will not continue for long. So therefore, not to give up and providing the kind of ecosystem and mentoring. We also conduct the boot camps and trainings, and also some kind of discussion. It is all about build the positivity among the entrepreneurs, how to overcome the adversities and difficulties. So this is how we provide, and that has given a good result.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a panel discussion, the CXO perspectives, disruption to innovation, and that's what we had to start off. The conversation is going to be centered around how AI and automation are reshaping talent. So to take this panel discussion further, I'd like to call upon the moderator. He is the chief mentor at My Anatomy, a wonderful person. I got to interact with him in Hyderabad, and every minute spent with him was worth its weight in gold. Very energetic and is full of knowledge, from handling oneself to running companies, marketing. You ask him and he's there. So, and he's also been awarded quite a number of awards, and the biggest one was in 2017, coming in from the Times of India Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ganesh Shenoy on stage, the chief mentor at My Anatomy. Welcome, sir. I'll let you take the dais. Pleasure to have you here. I'll let you do this. So this so you can be here. Okay. DJ's got extra money for the fanfare, huh? Okay. The Vice President, Seed Chitkara University, Mr. Piyush Garg. And a round of applause should keep going as I will be calling on our next panelist, the ex-managing director and country head at SVB India and GCC leader, Mr. Propels Jennison. Welcome, sir. Welcome, a pleasure and honor to have you. Let's quickly get the managing director and CEO at Expelio Group, Mr. Balaji Vishwanathan. He's already joined us. The Chief Community Officer and founding member, Divya Ravindranathan at Equity for Women. Thank you. Give her a round of applause. Director Chief Architect at Kendall is Mr. Pradeep Rao. Can I have a round of applause for him? Gentlemen, ladies, the lady and the gentleman, thank you for being here with us. And I'll let Mr. Shenoy take over. Just to throw some insight from my side, there was a time when you finished engineering and then companies would spend 6 months putting you on a bench and training you, right? And now how AI is going to change, not only this, but what about the talent that's already within the system? So it's going to be an interesting conversation. I look forward to it. And I think Mr. Shenoy would be the perfect gentleman to take things forward. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. How AI and automation are reshaping talent.
Thank you, Abhishek, and it's wonderful to be hosting a panel discussion really on this topic of AI and whatever we talk about in terms of disruption. So thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. Thank you, Nathan sir, for joining us. And so the topic for panel discussion today is about disruption to innovation and how AI and automation are reshaping talent management, and it's driving innovation and creating new opportunities for employers as well as employees to stay ahead of the curve and gain competitive advantage. So I want to commence the panel discussion with a strong quote. Change is inevitable. The disruption it comes often brings inconvenience and opportunity. So I would urge the panel to focus on the opportunity that it brings in terms of whatever disruption and change that we are going through today. And I would start with Bremil. My first question to you is, what is the impact of disruption and the challenges of transformational change from traditional to AI and automation? So there are a lot of organizations which have made a transition already. So I would urge you to talk about what is the impact and the kind of challenges.
Thanks, Ganesh. Thank you all for having us. It's a very interesting conversation to start with. We saw the dais, Dr. Chowdhury talk about the impact of disruption to all of us. If you think about it, let's maybe distill this down into three parts, right? Business, processes, and people. Okay, if you think about business, right now every C-suite agenda has AI included in it. We cannot get away from it. Even universities or even in organizations, startups, everywhere AI is taking center stage. So that's number one. While the solutions for AI are coming up and they're coming up at a very fast pace, the leaders need to know how and where to invest, the amount of money you need to invest, the resources you need to redirect to stay ahead of the game. So I think that's one very critical aspect of how the disruption is taking from moving a traditional business model to an AI supported system. Then on the back end, you have your customer experience, which is basically how your customers will behave and how your customers set will understand why you are introducing AI in the first place, whether they're going to be comfortable with that. That's another part to it. Now let's move on to the process side. So traditional models have a very strong bedrock of foundational processes, a very huge tech stack, either legacy or modernized. Then you also have your governance and risk and compliance process sitting on top of them. All of that have to be rebuilt now if you introduce AI, because you cannot just layer something on top of AI and then call it, saying, hey, now I am an AI-enabled organization. So now you have that as a very key consideration, which again means it goes back to the business saying that can I invest in this as a whole, and how much of this disruption can an organization take. The last and the most important piece is people. Like we talked about, there is job displacement, there is things about upskilling, but think about the opportunity of this. One amazing thing about the India talent base is its ability to quickly redirect our focus to get to the next generation of skill sets. So those three I think are key areas where I think the disruption from very traditional models to AI, and now we see organizations like academia moving towards AI generated content, post-content, which I think is a huge opportunity for us. And combining all these three, I think the disruption, the innovation, I think we can lead on from here.
Yeah. So my question, the next question is to Mr. Balaji. At Explio, you work with a lot of Fortune companies, right? And specifically in the BFSI sector. And if you have to quantify the AI adoption, if you have to rate the AI adoption globally and locally on a scale of 5, what would be your quantification?
See, it's very difficult to quantify because it will depend on what the benefits that has actually driven to each one of the organizations. But if I were to look at it's not a question of quantifying, it's the question of how it has been adopted and what value it has driven to end customers. If I were to look at that as the scale, I would say we are anywhere between 3.5 to 4.5 in terms of what value it has actually driven to the end customers. Because that's what the objective is. And like what Premal said and what we heard today, like the 30-year-old and the 40-year-old, if I were to look at it, it's the question of understanding your customers. And for that, the underlying data is going to be the most critical element. So whatever we talk about in terms of AI, whatever we talk about in terms of disruption, it's the question of what is the underlying data, what is the kind of quality of that particular data, and that's one of the areas that we work very closely with our customers on, because there's no point in just putting in all the AI models on top of the already biased information or what we think is the right information. It's a question of making sure that we analyze the data, cleanse that particular information, make sure that there are limited biases. The conversation I had with Pradeep when we were walking in, I've been a customer of one of the banks for the last 30 years, since I started my career. And if I were to go back and see as to whether they understand me, I would say no. But there are other bankers whom I've started engagement the last 4 or 5 years, but they have probably been able to understand me better. The reason is, how do you classify your information? How do you make your AI models on top of that information rather than going with your own biases of bucketing everybody in one particular?
Thanks. So my next question is to you, Divya. Has AI and automation technologies influenced organizations to rethink and reshape talent management?
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh, and good morning, everyone. I think after a wonderful context setting and an inspiring keynote address by Sir Chowdhury and a very disruptive message that went out from the 13-year-old Shagun, I think we are in the path, an inevitable path of innovation and disruption that AI is put forth to us, and talent management is in no way set apart from this whole journey. So today, when you look at talent management as a whole, you could see that a lot of AI and automation in place, which has enabled organizations to have data-driven decision-making process in this whole talent management journey, and then having trend analysis and predictive analysis in place when it comes to hiring, onboarding. And of course, not to forget about the seamless onboarding process that we have today with a lot of automation, and the pandemic era saw a lot of collaborative tools in place too, which enable a lot of these virtual onboarding, virtual hand-holding towards not only getting the employees on board, but also paving a path for a continuous engagement. So with AI and automation plays, what I see forth, when I don't just restrict talent management with recruiting, but an overall engagement or a journey that the individual has with the organization, whether it be in terms of L&D, the learning and development that happens, whether it be with respect to any AI-driven coaching that can happen, and even to have a wellness program, perception or engagement surveys in place. So definitely, we have been leveraging, and there's a lot of potential that we have in future to make this whole talent management a totally seamless and a very thoroughly engaging process compared to a little bit of boring process that it has been over a period of time. Thank you.
So, Premil, I would like to ask you this question because you've been a strategist and you also work in building a lot of global capability centers and advise them as a consultant. So tell me, in terms of what are some of the insights on the strategies and initiatives that corporates or organizations that are implementing to address employee concerns on job displacement because of AI and automation?
I think change management has taken a whole new facet. It is traditional change management methods don't longer work. That's I think one key thing. Organizations are trying to address the key aspect of the longevity of this disruption. Because right now we are talking about automation or generative AI, but as this speeds up, you're going to have a lot of job displacement disruption in that area. So if you look at like companies, even like TCS and Infosys, they're all investing very heavily into AI academy. Like basically, even if you're doing a regular, let's say, a very low-level job, they are helping everybody to have a good understanding of what AI is. What are the frameworks in place? What are the ethical, moral considerations that are happening around that job? How does data, like Balaji mentioned, how does the data come in? How we process the data? So all of this is one part to it. The second part is the learning and development function of organizations have taken a whole new meaning. It's no longer coming in, taking a class or showing a PPT. It's more about experiential learning, tagging with academics and institutions, co-building solutions, and so on. So I think now is the time which organizations are seeing there's a significant opportunity for them, which will then help them to stay ahead of competition. So that's what I see quite a bit.
Yeah. So Divya, back to you. Do you see specific initiatives by the industry and institutions to improve gender diversity and women in tech? Because that's the organization that you have represented here as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ganesh, for that question. Yes, I'm part of the startup called Equity for Women in Technology, and we are essentially, working on a path for empowering women technology, specifically women in tech, towards this whole innovation journey that our country is poised at this particular moment. And of course, I must say that working with multiple organizations, there is a strong intent that we see within organizations to bring women to the forefront in this whole scheme of things, to bring women, also taste these disruptive technologies, to contribute to these technologies, and in one way or the other, be front runners out here also. Having said that, there is definitely more potential out there in terms of even women themselves coming forward to be part of these kind of initiatives. And I must say that today there are a lot of organizations like ours, plus corporates, which are doing multiple initiatives by a lot of skilling process, coaching process, mentoring process, and being even through sponsorship process to bring women to the forefront and to be equal contributors, to the disrupting technologies and bringing, and I would say bridging the gap of gender diversity in this space. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to share, as per the NASSCOM's State of Data Science and AI Skills India report, which got published earlier this year, about 25% of women in terms of overall deployed talent in data science and AI is something which is women, so which is a significantly high number as well. And if you look at around 48% of women, which is primarily the STEM talent who passed out in 2022, which is around big in terms of gender diversity ratio. So there is a lot of things which are working for us and working in the favor of both institutions and the industry as well. So my next question is to you, Mr. Balaji. Do you think organizations should be very intentional about the needs and create time, space, and place for disruptive innovation and sustainable innovation?
I guess you have the answer to the question itself. If we are not intentional, then we can actually write our own obituary, because that's the way it is. Because if I were to look at it over the last 4 or 5 years, the way what we used to call it as machine learning and then went into AI and generative AI is part of every organization's agenda, every organization's plan, how to adapt, how to make sure that we add value to our customers as a service provider, and also make sure that we add value for ourselves as a company and to our teams as well. So the intention is certainly there, but it's the question of scale of intention and how do you execute to that intention. That's going to be the key for success. We can all have our intentions written in our mottos and vision documents and other stuff, but if that doesn't translate into what you actually do and how do you, like what Divya was mentioning, how do you enable your teams, how do you make sure that you see what your customers are doing, you engage in what the market is getting shaped at, and contribute towards that. The intention is of no value. So the intention has to be backed with the right level of execution.
So my next question is to you, Pradeep. In the disruption era, what do you think are the typical budgets allocated by organizations as a percentage of the revenues? You can just give a ballpark. You represent Kindle here, so you can possibly give a ballpark.
Yeah, so it's dependent upon organization to organization. However, I can say that somewhere around 20% each. Okay. That's what on an average we can say. However, again, it's dependent upon the organization. If it is startup, they may be investing more, maybe like 40% or 50% in the beginning, and then they, then they reduce the budget. But established organization, 15 to 20% is what expected. It's not only for IT, but all the I can say disruptive forces, for enable all these disruptive forces within the organization.
So traditionally it used to be around 4-5%. So now you're saying it's almost about 20%.
Yeah, it traditionally around 10% is for the IT, maybe development.
Okay. So my next question is to Mr. Balaji. How CEOs and CXOs can inspire organizations to sustain and succeed in the AI and automation era? You've been a CEO yourself.
No, actually it's the other way around, rather than people like us with so much of grey hair inspiring the team. It's the other way around. At least for me, even today what we heard from Shagun and the kind of talent that we actually see coming into our organization, because in our organization currently the average age of the employees is around 26. It's only people like me who was skewing it towards 26 rather than the other way around. And if I were to look at it, the inspiration is actually coming from them. And as a practice, for people like me and to the other leadership team within our company, we primarily have more an open door policy rather than sitting inside our cabins, because we have taken off some of the glass doors and try and be there as part of the setup. And that's something which I got as an inspiration from the company which I used to work with earlier, where somebody who probably owns billions was actually sitting in the next cubicle next to us, because the learning actually happens through that, and the inspiration actually comes from there. It's not that I inspire the team or my leadership team inspires them, but it's the other way around. And the kind of ideas, the kind of knowledge and the passion, people have got to problem solving, trying and making a difference, whether it is on solving customers' problems or to automate our own internal processes, cutting down the red tapeism like what Mr. Chaudhary was talking about. Whether we like it or not, as a legacy, when you are actually a 3-decade-old company, you have built your own processes, which is actually impairing some of your ambitions and growth. And questioning that, those are the inspirations that we get from our teams, and that is what is actually driving us rather than the other way around.
Good. So my next question is to Mr. Pradeep. Do you have the right infrastructure, or do we rather have the right infrastructure from technology landscape to data privacy to data security to leverage the benefits of AI and automation?
Yeah, certainly the answer is yes or no, actually. So let me address this question one by one. So do we have right infrastructure? Yes, we have right infrastructure to start with. We have a lot of Tier 3 and Tier 4 data centers across the country. And there are a lot of real estate players and industries like Reliance and Adani and Hiranandani and Brigade, all are coming up with large data centers. Similarly, all the hyperscalers, all the 5 hyperscalers are in India. They got multiple data centers. And we have high-speed connectivity and we have 5G network. So yes, we have the infrastructure to start. However, is that enough? It's not enough. So I think when there are more and more data centers and people are logging in, then we require higher connectivity, higher storage capacity, higher compute capacity. But down the line, it may happen. When it comes to the skill, that's the second point. So we have the skill available. We are the skill hub of the world. However, down the line, like next 10 years, we require more and more people in this domain. And as per a recent Gartner report, I can see that the half-life of the skill, half-life of the technology is 18 months. So we need to reiterate, we need to relearn, unlearn and relearn, then only we will be able to achieve that. And the last point you were asking is privacy and security, right? So privacy and security is a big concern at this moment, not only in India, everywhere. So there is a law passed by government this year, personal data privacy law in August, I believe. So that address certain areas. However, we need a all-inclusive law or inclusive vision from government. So in fact, there are several white papers published. Like in 2019, there was AI strategy, national AI strategy, and I think 2011 cyber security white paper. But it's all in the red tape. So somebody like Chaudhary sir, should come and push this and should get implemented. So the answer is yes, we have things to start. However, we require a proper regulation, proper policy, and we need support from the industries and startups to make it or take it to the next level.
Sure. So whenever we talk, see, in this particular conference, right now, all the industry leaders and the policymakers are sitting. When we talk about policies or the initiatives of the government, may I humbly ask, what is the full form of DPDP Act? Or how many sections do we have in that? Digital Personal and Data Protection Act. How many sections does it have? How many of us have actually gone through the entire act? We are talking about the revolution. We are talking about the change. We are talking about data privacy. Sir specifically highlighted that. How many of us have actually gone through that? The point is that if we are not aware about what are the initiatives being taken or what are the policies which are already being framed, then the 13-year-old is bound to replace the 50 or 60-year-old. We are ourselves setting the context. We always talk about industry-academia divide. But point is that we are at the stage, we are at the phase where the innovation and disruption is bound to happen. Pradeep sir, I would just like to add, aapne specifically kaha. So point is that, are we industry ready? Are we AI ready? Are we automation ready? We are. The only thing is that, are we all ready for that? Infrastructure is ready. We have the best of the cloud support available. We have the best of connectivity, which is always going to get better and better. Sir, with due respect, we have to move faster than the reports from our consulting companies because that change is happening. The next report, which is going to come in 24, a lot of disruption, a lot of changes would automatically happen, which would not be the part of that. They are preliminary recommendation reports. So are we faster than that? So that is, when we talk about academia is not now just limited to academia. Now that is becoming a next innovation for the industry. And if they are not adopting, the industry is bound to be replaced. We have classic examples of that.
Yeah, so you pretty much answered the next question which I was supposed to ask you. Yeah, so my next question is to Pradeep. How ready are we as a country to create legal, moral, ethical compass in making AI and automation more inclusive?
Yeah, so part of the answer is already there. I think it's already explained. So there are countries like last week there was a news from US that they are bringing a AI development regulation. Similarly, as we speak today, there is a conference happening in UK that discussing about the AI regulation. So similarly, in India, we need to bring something. So right now it is not in place. However, we need to move fast, in the lightning speed, because when we take a step, the technology move ahead, like 10 steps. So we need to move fast, we need to reiterate fast, and we need to do it right.
So you were saying agility is the norm.
That's right. That's right.
So
If I tell in Indian context, so our population is 140, crore, right? And 67% of the, or 65% of the population is under 35 years, and around 50% of the population is under 25 years, and around 25% of the population is under 14 years. Like Shadow, there are people coming in. So we need to educate them. So as per the National Education Policy, 2020, as per that, vocational education is recommended from 6th standard onwards. So there are policies, there are white papers, everything is available, but this need to be implemented, and we require willpower from all the governments, state and central, to implement this. So we may need to unlearn, we may need to take out things from the curriculum or the syllabus, and we need to put these things in.
So my next question is to you, Piyush. You work with MHRD, you also work in an STPI director yourself, so you know how government functions as well, right? And do you think, and you've also been a consultant on policy for the government as well, right? So do you think what we are doing right now, because there are some Embark committees, there are close to about 7 committees which are created by the government, there's a lot of work that is happening in the background, but not maybe in the public domain right now. So do you think we are well equipped, maybe like to announce a regulation like the US did on regulating AI in India? Do you think, how close are we? Are we ready for it as yet?
So I think that's a brilliant opportunity for me to share my perspective on this particular query which you have just raised. And I would humbly, sir, Pradeep sir, I would just like to follow up on that as well. Okay. When we talk about these initiatives, both by the government sector and the private sector, we are completely ready. I can vouch for that. We have the infrastructure in terms of hardware and the software. That is already there. And we are actually now moving towards the global connectivity. So the infrastructure, when we talk about AI, just for the benefit of the audience, we need very high graphic intensive hardware, high GPU usage, which is already in existence in the global scenarios. When we talk about India is already in 5G and moving towards the 6G. Mr. Vaishnav recently actually inaugurated with Nokia the 6G lab, okay? And we are keenly progressing forward to implementing the 6G as well. So why not take the advantage of this 24-hour divide when the world on the other part is using this, the cluster network, and when the sun shines on this part of the world, we can use that. Till the time we are actually setting up our own clusters. Moving to the second part, when we talk about the readiness, readiness is not just in terms of the policies. Are we all ready to adopt AI and automation? The change within the organization, the change within the leadership thought, the change within the talent management. Now the talent management word, till a couple of years back, was restricted only till when the employee has entered the organization. Now the talent management happens within the academic frameworks. So entrepreneurs are now learning how to manage the teams at the young age of 19, 20, 21, so that when they get their first check of $1 million, they all stay together. The next important initiative is that how do we bridge the gap? Bridge the gap between I see 4 different initiatives. academia, industry, research and innovation. All of these 4 things have to work in tandem and work collectively. That is very important. So are we able to bridge the gaps between all these 4 pillars? Upskilling is the answer. So companies like MyAnatomy or companies, other various skill providing companies have to provide those bridging skills at different phases so that we can work together and we can beat the pace. Last but most important, the policies which you specifically mentioned, sir. Our government is very progressive and they are also being challenged and moved by the disruption which this AI and automation is bringing. They have understood they cannot ignore it, and that is why when we talk about different verticals of government, they are already adopting AI. The most difficult was the law. I am myself a lawyer with the Supreme Court. I have seen that the Supreme Courts and the High Courts have started adopting AI. So we are all set. The world is going to see India rising in AI and automation.
Thank you. So that brings me to the last question to all my panelists. What should be the incisive and inclusive agenda for government, industry, institutions, startups and the skilling companies to keep pace with the race against AI and automation? So I will start with you, please.
So I would just like to summarize what I said. The key is the disruption and all the stakeholders have to work in tandem. They should not be working in silos. So that is the key. So disruption and collaborative approach.
Thanks, Vish. Well said. I think 2 things from my side. One is, while governments can set policies and regulatory frameworks and all of that, in our business, each of our businesses, we have to be very thoughtful about how we use AI and where the use case is. That's number 1. And secondly, if you have seen the NASSCOM's guidelines for AI, I really like the last part of it, which is support the growth of humanity as a whole. Right? Because if you're trying to use AI against humanity, so the word against is not possibly the right one. I think we should use it for the support of growth of humanity as a whole. I think that's a consideration, whether it is industry, academia, research, innovation, whatever that may be. I think we have to consider that perspective and then be very thoughtful and cautious when we use it, because it's new to all of us. That would be my agenda that I would request everyone to take.
Probably, I'm not going to talk much about laws and policies because it's already been covered extensively. But it's a question of, how do you make sure, you create frameworks within your organization and also, within the companies as such, in terms of how do you implement, how do you, enhance the value which is going to come from AI. Because at this particular point of time, if you were to look at just the financial services industry, most of the use cases are around, anti-money laundering, KYC. If you were to actually extend that to make sure that you know what your customers are doing, how your customers are reacting, and ethically as well, in terms of making sure that you protect their information and get the value out of it. Because those ethics don't come from any of the rules or policies. How do you get to use it is something which is going to be defined at each organization. And the other element, what Divya mentioned, and what we were talking about from a talent perspective, like what Piyush mentioned, talent management is not any longer just an onboarding exercise, but it's an ongoing. It's a continuous process, and 18 months. Actually, 18 months is looks like actually it's quite long, because nowadays the technologies keep changing so much. Because what I learned a few months back in Udemy is not relevant anymore, because I keep getting updates from my own course instructor in terms of what I need to get updated with every 3 months. If I were to look at, we can certainly find out what courses to take, but which team member or which particular part of your organization should learn what is something which we as organizations will have to actually come up with. Just by throwing open all the 300 courses that are available is not going to be relevant for everybody. It's a question of finding out what is relevant for your team members and making sure that you play a part in that particular progression is going to be equally important as well.
Yeah, Divya?
So I think pretty much all the points are covered, but I would like to stress on creating awareness, because today there are a number of articles out there in print as well as on the internet about AI, the disruption it is bringing, the innovation it is bringing and poised to bring. But then creating awareness, like my panelist has already touched upon, about the ethical usage of AI and where it can be used to create more innovation and where it can be really very destructive. And having said that, involve, like I think Mr. Piyush also told about, bringing up all the key pillars together, starting with academia, creating awareness in young minds, and today that is very much aware, and so that they also come to the forefront in this whole scheme of innovation, and they are trained young and they stay relevant. So that's very crucial today in the industry, that we are in this path of continuous learning, where we need to continuously assess self on where our skills are, where we need to reskill, where we need to upskill. So getting all the young minds already ingrained with these thoughts right from their college would definitely help. And as any Indians today, I'm eagerly awaiting, and I'm equally proud to see India leading the way. It's already a leader in thought leadership and leading the way in this AI, not only AI, in all the future technology disruptions that the world is going to witness. Thank you.
Let me address this question again, one by one. So there are, several aspects I think we need to consider, and I think it's all covered, but it's just a summarization. From what we expect from government, so we need to have regulation and policies, like I was mentioning before, and the second is the assurance from the government or education from the government. So they need to collaborate with the private players, so that the awareness can be there, because it's gonna affect around 67% of the population who are between age 65 to 15, I can say. So a huge large population need to be educated on AI. So that's a second expectation from government. From institutions and startups, I encourage them to do responsible innovation. So that's because, as per the NASSCOM report, there will be a disruption amounting approximately $500 billion in next 2 to 3 years. So these players need to do responsible innovation, so that it's taken care well by the citizens. And the last one is the education sector, or the skill perspective. So I would say government should, or the players, the educational institutions, they should bring newer courses, and they should encourage continuous learning, so that inclusive learning, I can say, inclusive learning, so that all can, at whatever age, can learn things. Thank you.
So thanks to our thought leaders in the panel for sharing their perspectives, insights, and experiences, making this discussion a thought-provoking one for all of us. And India is already number one in AI skill penetration, number one in AI talent concentration, number two in AI talent deployment, and number 5 in scientific and publications and patents, and number 2 in terms of STEM talent market as well globally. And for us to grow and sustain and become AI capital of the world, it is pertinent that government, industry, institutions, startups, and skilling ecosystem have to collaborate and strive for success as well. So with that, we conclude the panel discussion.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, back again. We have our panel discussion. First of all, I'd like to thank all our panel discussion members, patrons for being here with us and for being a lot patient with us today. The discussion is, चिन्मय सर ऐसे चल के आते हैं, मेरे को घबराहट हो जाती है कभी-कभी. And the discussion is the future of education and employability in the AI and automation era. It is going to be moderated by Mr. Nagana Gowda SJ, the Chief People Officer at Tally Solutions Private Limited. Can I have a round of applause as he joins us? Anna really loved you a lot, sir. We are going to be having our panel members. The Global Head of Talent Acquisition at Biocon Biologics, Mr. Karthik SM. Is there? You want to take your seat, sir? The Associate Director of HR at Flipkart, Mr. Sumit Premi. I performed at the Flipkart. Just balance the the Global Talent Acquisition Head at Affin, Mr. Naveen Patel. So, that's a wonderful name actually. Cute? Fine. पैसा नहीं काटने का? No fine, A fine नहीं है. All right, the co-founder and CEO at Atypical Advantage, Ms. Geetika Mehta. She's been waiting for some time. Thank you for keeping the energy levels up with us. The Talent Acquisition Leader at Flutter International, Mr. Arun Prasad. And the Senior Director at LTI Mindtree, Mr. Ashish Chadda. He's there. ये मतलब पूरा गैंग वहाँ खड़े होकर डिस्कस कर रहा था कि क्वेश्चन आंसर जरा मांडवली कर लेते थे मुंबई स्टाइल. I took 1 hour. For the whole day also I didn't get more than 20 minutes of stage presence. All right, I'll leave it in the hands.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my dear friend. It's been a great job since morning.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. We have the slides ready. After the great performance, I have the star-studded panel, and my job is very simple. We have discussed several things about AI since morning, and I'm sure we will take back AI home when we go back today, and then we'll keep it for some time as we progress in our journey in our respective organizations. So this question is about future of education and employability in the era of AI and disruption. For all of you, maybe you just turn around, have a look at some data. Just want to show you about the digital India landscape. The digital India landscape is, India is really rocking in every sense. We have 700 million internet users, 470 million social media users, 570 million online streamers, and so on and so forth. So India is truly, truly digital today. From a well-established organization to a street vendor, everybody is digital. So now, this is some problem with the projector, that's fine, no issues. We discussed about academic landscape, 50,000 plus colleges, more than 4.5 crore admissions every year, close to about 14 lakh people take admissions, 12 lakh people graduate from engineering colleges, plus employability ratio is just about 90%.
90% of them don't get employed. Only 10% get employable skills in the academia. Plus, we live in an era of abundance. Everything is in abundance. We are the largest human population country in the world with 1.4 billion population. And only we have the human capital to solve the world's complex problems. This being the scenario, we have some problems on hand. The problems are academia. When I joined industry in 1995, we have been discussing about industry-academia collaboration, where in 2023 we are still discussing industry-academia collaboration. And that's a great sign, I must tell you, sign of progress, sign of prosperity if you call it, sign of efforts, lot of efforts are happening. The second thing is, we are dealing with 21st century children. We are teaching 19th century curriculum, applying 20th century pedagogy, and teaching to the 21st century students. There is some gap somewhere. The gap between what we were teaching and what we are teaching is the same, and the industry and the world has moved significantly far away from all of us, and then transformation is happening at the speed of light and not at the speed of thought. So disruption is all over the place. So what do we do as a community? Now industry cannot slow down. There are tons of opportunities available. We are actually such a dichotomy in the world today as a country. We have more than 12 lakh engineering graduates every year, and there are more than 200,000 jobs available, and several of them are looking for jobs, but they're not getting the jobs. That's the story of automation and all of that stuff. But again, here the issue is, look at the data. I was thinking when I was preparing these few slides, based on the data that I got from Ganesh and several others actually in this room, I was looking at who is leading this AI revolution in the world. I thought it is India. I thought it is America. I thought it is Europe. Actually, it's none of us. There is one country in the Asian world which is really adopting AI in a big way. But India as a country, the number of projects on GitHub is about 24.2% of the global AI projects are delivered by India. That's a great news. Automation, the world, we are living in a Hubo world. Like we saw Anna, we also seeing bots in action in our respective offices today. We have Alexa, Sophia, Siri, and whatnot actually, Watson and everybody else, and more coming. So next time when you go back to your office, look next chair, who is sitting? That could be a bot sitting and then working 200 times faster than your and mine capability together. So it's going to be a Hubo world. So I was doing some research, and we were trying to find out what are the kind of future of jobs that we will see. And I was shocked, and I needed some water to be back into my real sense. What we looked at was 80% of the jobs that exist in 2030, we do not have a job description for them. 80% of the jobs that will exist in 2030, we do not know the capability skills required for us to execute those jobs. That is an opportunity, and that is a challenge as well for all of us. So in this environment, now earlier we were working for, there were companies in Japan, there's some companies in some other world where people take one employment, retire. I think now we are in an era that we can't think of retirement. Job, skill, reskill, upskill, keep continuing to learn. That is the era we are living in. So if this is an era, this is the opportunity that we have, this is a landscape that we are living with, so what is that we can do? What is the opportunity for all of us? So what do we do? So I request all the panel members to please settle down. And we have very little time. Each one of you will get only one question. I think we have done a lot of preparation as a team. It's great to have some experts here. The first question for Karthik is, all of you got mics?
Check.
Everybody has a mic, right? So, what is the impact of disruption in education from AI and automation technologies? Karthik, can you please help us?
Sure. Javed, before leaving, touched my forehead and said something. I forgot everything now. All right, so let me kind of give a story for that answer. So I work for Biocon Biologics, and then we have a company driver who comes to me, and this guy does a lot of charity work. So he comes to my cabin one day and says that, sir, I'm actually doing some initiatives for rural children. So could you kind of contribute? Then immediately my response was, Murugan, see, I do some stuff, and then there are villages, I said, near Hosur side, which is where our plant is. I said I kind of contribute some books to them. So Murugan looked at me and smiled, and he challenged me saying that, sir, don't do that. Okay, I was like taken aback. I said, it's for a good cause, it's for the education, it's for the academics. Poor children, they'll not be able to afford, so I'm just doing a bit what I can do. So he said, sir, no, can you next time not give them books, and can you buy them a TV? I said, TV? Then he said, okay, this is a real story which happened 2 months back. So there's this place, I don't know how many of you know, so if you further go after Hosur towards Denganikote, there's this small village called, before Rayakote, called Palakod, right? So he said, he gave me a live example of what's happening in that school. He says, teachers don't come and teach the kids, right? So we have a projector, we have a TV, we have a screen, so we play the curriculum to them, okay? And I said, wow. And he also said, all age group of kids come in, and this is a government school, and this is an initiative taken by Murugan and few other friends. Said we play the curriculum and children kind of sit for the classes. If they are interested in the subject, they come for the same classes, next classes, adaptive learning, right? So I think morning we heard a lot of generative AI and stuff. So I think gone are the days. Hello. Gone are the days where one size fits all kind of a curriculum was kind of taught in the schools. So he mentioned that this is how he actually invited me, which I said I will come and do that. So he said, come and see how education is taught in these remote schools and villages. I think that kind of answers your question on where education is going. It's completely changed. We still send our kids to normal schools, and we still sometimes we do conventional, traditional ways of education, but in remote places, initiatives like this kind of disrupts and changes the way education is being taught, right? So this to me is, in this sector, automation, AI, whatever we speak, but the kind of knowledge these kids are going to get are totally going to be different, very advanced than what some of us actually thought education should be. Sure. So that's probably one, and I know we have time constraint, I can go on and on. If you actually see ChatGPT touched 1 million in any guesses, like in 5 days, right? And wherein Instagram took 3.5 months, Facebook 10 months, and Netflix 3.5 years. But I think that's the power of AI in this space. So everybody is like, all of us went and tried, can you write this email, right? Many of my team members started writing better emails, after using ChatGPT. And when I see the tone of the email, I know that you didn't write this email because you're working with me for 4 or 5 years. I think that kind of sums up the answer. So I'll kind of keep my rest of the points for a little later. So thanks, Nanjan.
Thank you, Karthik. You reminded me of my village. I come from a small village in northern Karnataka. I studied in a school where there was no roof. But today when I go back to school, people are using computers. They're using mobiles to learn online content. And they are getting extremely good grades in the respective districts and so on and so forth. So AI is really entrenched in every segment of the academics. Now let me go back to my dear friend, and we share a common company, Ashish. What is the impact of AI and automation on employability in the industry today? Do you think job market is going to shrink? Do you think job market is going to expand? What are your thoughts, and then what would be your suggestions to all of us in this room?
Thanks. So AI as a discipline existed for 20, 30 years, and those who studied computer science, there's a black box, some input comes, some processing happens, nobody knows what's happening inside. But there were products like the NeuroFuzzy, NeuroLogic, high-end products were there. It did not affect all of us. Since last 1 year, we have seen versions over versions. Now what we can do today, we can summarize the text, we can rephrase the text, we can create some content, we can get executive summary out of somebody else's speech. So a lot of things people are doing and we can do. And 1 or 2 years probably we get 5 version of ChatGPT before we get 5G phone, 6G phone, the other technology which is emerging. So a lot of things are about to happen. Now, as in the morning we were saying disruption, earlier seniors used to tell and assign the task, do this. Now, probably Abhishek will need a Shagun, let's do this together. You guide me, we move together, not I assign you work and then we move forward. So what will change? Say for example, earlier somebody used to write a code. I will write a code, a pair person will check the code, tester will formally see it's working. Now when you go to ChatGPT or AI, it will give you ready-made working code. So it looks like very easy thing to do assignments as a student. But in industry, I can't expose my code base to external entity and say, write the code because customer can do on their own. They will never come to us if it is that easy. So though these tools will help us, we will need certain level of diligence, what can be exposed, what can be done in the outside environment and what has to be done in-house. It's not that easy because code is available, tested code and running code is available. Anybody will do it and a lot of jobs will go. So what will happen is jobs will change, job will get enriched. We need a high level of judgment, a senior person to decide what can be exposed, what can be leveraged. So it will take a kind of a 3 or 4 tier of people to understand how do we leverage this technology, how this benefits outweigh the risk which comes from data privacy, which comes from hacking, which comes from breaches. So we need to balance both the views.
Sure. Great. Thank you so much. Just further few more inputs. The biggest challenge for the industry today is there are more than 50% of our existing workforce which needs urgent, critical reskilling or upskilling. Otherwise, they'll become obsolete in the system. That's the biggest challenge that we are seeing from an employability standpoint of view. And regular large organizations like LTI, Infosys, Cognizant, the Big Four, everybody is trying to reinvent their existing talent. One way is to hire new talent, but not let go of the existing talent. So the point is, the existing talent needs to be upskilled, reskilled on a continuous basis. That's a big, big challenge. Second is, if you don't change your job, jobs can be there, but the role and nature of the jobs are changing dramatically. For you to remain relevant in the industry, for the jobs that you are in, you must adapt to the new changing environment. Thank you, Ashish, for those inputs. Now, I have a question for Sumit. What do you think our current education system, are we lagging in adopting the disruptive technology, or what do you think we are very much on par with everything that's happening in the world, and what we should be doing? Could you please throw some light on that?
Thanks for the question. So for me, disruptive technology is step 2. Step 1 is hygiene. For me, that is your curriculum and infrastructure. I'll tell you why. So like we said, right, there are 50,000 colleges in India. Relevant to our audience, there are 6,000 plus engineering AICT approved campuses in India, right? With a country of our population, it is good to have these many institutions. But is the quality directly proportional to the number? So we have 6,000, right? I have my campus recruiter peer friends, right? If I ask them, how many names of campuses out of 6,000 would you know? You would say, let's say 100. If you add IITs plus NITs plus some campuses, why not others? Because we feel that, okay, the quality, they are still not at the catch-up game. I always give example of BITS and IITs, right? I go back in 2017-18, COVID was not there, but AI ML was knocking our doors. We were, after the campuses changed the curriculum, you should be teaching this, there was a lot of resistance. BITS was up in the game. IIT started the elective program. Then suddenly what happened? COVID came in. Now what we were forcing, now it was by force, not by choice. The colleges had to adopt all these technology interventions. That is where a lot of edtech startups starting come into picture. Now when I say that, I will give you an example related to that. Now YouTube started emerging as the biggest university. EdTech program started saying, I will teach you AI, I'll teach you ML. Just enroll for this 1-month program and all of that. So students were getting skilled. Again, it was by force. This is, I would always say COVID is one of the best things that could have happened for education. It is a blessing in disguise. Now, what it meant was, still not everybody was up to the game. I'll give you an example of one of our flagship competitions, Grid. We launched this, so what we started using was, now the recruitment process is democratized. We stopped using the word tiering of campuses, because right now, we know that somebody sitting in a Haringatta in West Bengal could be learning AI and ML and could be my next employee. So that is when we did, and we ran that program. We had a whopping around more than 2 lakh registrations from 2,000 campuses, but still 4,000 campuses were not part of it. Right. What is the reason? What was stopping them to register over there? And trust me, when one of our robotics winner came in, to everybody's surprise, the student from a college in Tiruvul in Tamil Nadu, Pratisha College of Engineering, none of the Flipkart employees had heard the name. That is the beauty of technology and the disruption that came into picture. Now, when I say this, now adoption was still not there. How do you do that? To answer your second part of it, right? Now, an ecosystem has been created. You have an institution, you have these edtech startups, and you have the companies over there. There is no competition between them. An education institute should not be feared of an edtech company. This ecosystem should come together and solve for future. Banks, like we always thought it has to be always aligned. Now banks are partnering with MasterCard, Visa, PhonePe, XPay, YPay, and all of that. Same thing for ecosystem has to be created. To the last point, right, in order to enable that, that is where recruiters have also to come into picture. Now this ecosystem has to go hand in hand and ensure even somebody sitting in a West Bengal has access to technology, because now the playing field has been leveled. So that for me, the disruption has happened, but I would say still long way to go before we sleep peacefully.
Thank you. Very, very bang on actually. The academia should not look at AI as a threat. I think the era or the time has come for all of us to converge HI and AI together. What I mean is artificial intelligence and human intelligence. All the time ChatGPT is not right. Similarly, students or the academia can take help of ChatGPT but apply your human intelligence. What I call it as a hybrid intelligence. So create environment in academia, even in the industry for that matter, to build this hybrid intelligence and then spread your tentacles across to your respective stakeholders to be able to create a level playing field. Thank you. Thank you so much. The next question I come to my good friend Naveen. You know, the country, India, led by an extremely popular, able government leader, several transformational policies have taken place. What do you think is the role of government in transforming the academic landscape and the policy framework of the policymakers in creating an evolving era in the area of AI and disruption? Can you just throw some light on that?
Sure. So government definitely plays a very big role, because they can influence, they can create, they can enforce, right? For example, if we had to talk about some of the examples of UPI, right, which is one of the big success for India. We have DigiLocker, we have examples of Arogya Setu app, right, during the vaccination time. Yeah. So the kind of outreach that they have to the entire public, and like you rightly said, the current government is emphasizing on the digital world. They understand the importance. They also have a lot of programs that they are currently driving. But this will again not be complete till the time there is a support from the corporate sector and the academia. Right? So everyone have to work together. While the government can lay the intent, but end of the day, academia and the corporate industry have to support that particular intent. So I think that is something that government has to do, and they are very actively doing it right now. There's also the national artificial intelligence, right? That's a national program for artificial intelligence. So this particular program is again basically to create a research and development team which will basically work on exploring AI's possibilities, training people on that, and ensuring that these people are training other people in the coming years. So that way the steps have already been taken by the government. It's all about how does it penetrate to the entire public, and government has to also, they can cut out a budget for AI investment, ensuring that there are online tools that are available to facilitate people to learn AI. They can have a lot of different schools, where they can teach people. And I think this is very, very important, and because India has got a very large young population, to ensure that they are becoming employable and are self-sustaining.
Sure.
They have to ensure that they are investing at this moment.
Sure.
Because if they miss the bus by a couple of years, then it's going to be a very difficult time, and there will be a lot of unemployment in India. So I think that is one of the things that government has to focus on, and also academia. And the other point that is also is, a lot of people who are maturing in the industry, like who are like 10-year experience, 15-year experience. So it's not about focusing only on the young generation or people who are studying in colleges and schools, but it's also about reskilling, upskilling the people who are carrying 10 years experience, 15 years experience, to ensure that they are also remaining in employment. Because if AI can replace anyone's job, it can even replace anyone who's senior.
Right.
So now we have to even explore that part, in that after 5-10 years, how do we ensure that everyone is employable in the industry?
Sure.
And the other thing is, we have to also focus on the right intent. Because what I've seen in the last 10-15 years is, a lot of education industry, academia, they are trying to monetize.
Sure.
That's why I'll pick up line from, what Nathan had said with respect to learn to earn, from learn to earn to learn and earn. So similarly, my request would be from the, academia would be in terms of teach, not to earn, but teach and learn, teach and earn.
Sure.
So that way people are, doing the right intent, investing. And this is basically used to be a noble profession, right? Quite some time back. So we have to stick to that particular noble profession, ensure that we are doing the right intent, right drive, and we are looking at the future of our country and not just looking at immediate need of, monetizing something.
Sure. Thank you so much. Few data points on what government is doing on adopting the technology disruption. I'm sure all of you are aware, 1.4 billion people data is on Aadhaar. Every day, there are 85 million transactions happening on other platform. Seamless, without any hassle. That's huge step forward from the government of India on a technology side. Second is, the government has created a huge skill mission. Several institutions, several organizations, several leaders are working on building the skill capability of the country. And the third one is, I think Rajiv Chandrasekhar and team are working on and already rolled out the data protection policy where India's data will remain in India. So there is a lot of work happening on the government side. What is required is for us to be aware of what government is doing. Well, there is one thing that we need from the government is to bring in some sort of a governance in applying and using AI, because AI can be very disruptive. It can be very pervasive and invasive as well. So we need to bring in some governance. So great point. Thank you so much, Naveen. And next is, I think I'll come to my dear friend Geeta. I think she's the very special person in this panel, and she's dealing with extremely very different kind of a challenge that she's solving. Geeta, please help us to understand how we can ensure an equitable access to quality education and equal opportunities for all elements of society in the organization, and how AI and digital disruptions can help us in enabling all of these things.
Sure. My name is Geetika. Just to give some background, because Sir was calling out, like I am working in a space which is very different. So I'm the co-founder of an organization called as Atypical Advantage, which is helping people with disabilities get job opportunities. Just to answer your question in terms of how we can make it equitable, right? I think we first want to understand why is it that we are not equal in terms of opportunities and education. It is primarily because of various factors. It could be socioeconomic factors, gender disparity, rural-urban disparity. Technology is not reaching beyond tier 2 cities even today. So, and then the space that I am working in, like accessibility is a big issue. So there are various factors, but as my co-panelist was calling out, COVID was a blessing in disguise, which helped reach technology into like remotest of the places. Having said that, what I feel, there are multiple institutes that have to play a role over here. The government bodies, the educational institutions, the corporates, the individuals. But since we are sitting in a corporate conference, I'll just focus on where the private players can play a significant role. I think it has to start right from the early education, where as we are all talking about technology, the technology penetration needs to happen at the earliest of the education levels. And I'll just quote one example. I was in Ahmedabad doing a field trip, and I visited a school which is run by blind teachers for the visually impaired candidates. And to my surprise, I saw that they are learning courses in Braille, which is obviously through which they learn. But what they have not realized is that the world globally has moved to more technology-based courses, and most of the work is happening on mobile and laptops, but kids over there are still learning in Braille. And it's a very beautiful school, but I was very surprised and shocked. Which brings me to my second point, that it is also important for us to train the teachers. And what is not happening today is that we have to train, upskill these teachers so that they know what are the technologies that are coming up, so that they can in turn impart this technological knowledge to their students. The third point I want to make, which a lot of people have not been talking about, if you look at where the world is shifting towards, right, the education is not just limited to schools and colleges. These digital learning platforms have picked up all of a sudden. So the Coursera's and the Udemy's of the world are also teaching a lot of skills to us today. And again, something where we have to create more, we have to do a lot of more work and create a dent is in a lot of areas where these skilling platforms are also not focusing. Again, I'll quote an example from the work that I am doing in the space of helping people with disabilities. A lot of these people, we are helping get them placed into factory units now. And to my surprise, there isn't even one single platform that is focusing on teaching them ITI courses, which are the need of the hour for manufacturing plants. Similarly, there is not even one single platform that teaches courses in sign language. And then how do you make sure that hearing impaired candidates can learn a course? Most of these platforms are not even accessible for people with visual impairment. So I think these digital learning platforms also have a role to play in today's time. And the challenges are enough, but technologies are solving for a lot of problems. I'm looking towards a future in AI where a hearing impaired candidate, when they are making sign language, the tool will be able to pick up the sign language and convert it into human speech, so that it will not be an inhibition for a corporate to hire a person with hearing impairment. And similarly, when there will be a time that a person with a locomotor disability who probably cannot enter an office premise will be able to sit in the comfort of their home and have meetings with their team by wearing some glasses or using the AR technology. So that is a future I am looking forward to through the AI and the automation space, and I'm very hopeful that will happen.
Lovely, lovely.
I would like to add something. When you said that there is no such technology or no such learning tool which can convert a sign language to a text, or can someone read but cannot hear. So Chilkara University has a startup which has been awarded recently.
Yeah.
They have recently developed, the students developed, that's what Pius Garg was talking about, where they have developed where a sign language can convert all your into a text and a script which they can read it out. So
that's wonderful. Yeah.
Lovely, lovely.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we had a demo of that actually when we were there last time. Yeah, correct. See, there are two categories of people. One is people with able body and a disabled mind. And the second is there are people with disability but a very, very powerful and able mind. I think what is required is, the need of the hour is to open your doors and your hearts and minds to what I call as PWD. My ex-colleague is here. I think we were talking about doing coffee session about persons with disability in the organizations. You should create an opportunity for people to come and work and then contribute to the overall progress and success. So there are very, very bright and young minds. I was talking to Geetika. There is an organization called Samarthanam for the blind. And if next time if Chinmay calls these people, 100% blind people, they will perform like a super rock stars. And you will have no idea that they don't have a vision. So there are people with extraordinary capabilities, and disability is only in the mind, in the hearts. We must have to open our minds and hearts to be more able to embrace them and then accommodate in the organization. So thank you so much. With the paucity of time, we can go on and on this subject. This is very close to my heart. If each one of you can give one advice or one suggestion to all of us in this room, what are those practical, workable strategies and solutions for us to, both academia as well as industry, to be able to implement in our respective organization and then take it forward? Starting with Karthik.
Sure. I think my request to the corporates and the institutions here, like first to the corporates, right? Adopt institutions, right? I think today a lot of us are changing the way we are recruiting from colleges, right? Last 2 years, we've kind of moved away from tiering colleges and going to colleges where we get talent. I think that's the state today. When I say adopt, tie up with colleges, right? So most of us are recruiters here. We know that finding talent, the right talent is always a challenge, right? So every time you go to a recruiter, and we saw some stats on how many people India produces and what's the employability rate. We need to change the way we recruit people. Stop looking for experienced resources from outside, right? So tie up with institutions, bring them on board. Geetika mentioned about send those lecturers, professors to the corporate offices, let them see, how things are done, and probably, we need to start the change from there. And same thing for institutions as well, right? Rather than approaching colleges to recruit people, so sign up MOU, sign up some kind of arrangement where you have a long-term collaboration, right? So I just give a small example and then pass it on to my colleagues here. So in Biocon, we run Biocon Academy, which is probably known to too many people. So Kiran herself oversees this, and we're running this for the last 15 years. So it's a world-class training setup. Last week I got a chance to go to the new facility. So we have simulators. Somebody who's entering, a fresher comes in, you send the person to a production flow, shop flow. The person is clueless, right? So what you study is not what you kind of end up doing there in the shop floor. So we kind of, put all the simulators there. There are courses from 6 months to 1 year, 18 months courses where people come, learn, interact with different business leaders, and we even give an option for them to kind of pick up what they want to do, right? Rather than force-fitting people. So many of the times we go to colleges, we recruit people. I've told my recruiters to stop doing that last 3 years, right? So you have a standard job description. I think you mentioned that job descriptions are outdated. Nobody does what's mentioned in the job description. We need to give them options and not force fit them into, okay, you're recruited for this, you move into quality, production, R&D. 3-4 years, till 3-4 years back, this was the state. And I started meeting campus recruits, and these are from good institutions. After 1 year, 2 years, they come back and say that I want to leave, right? Why? Because this is not my passion. Rather, create that passion, right? Create the passion from day one. So another program, what we do is, I think many of you would have heard it. This is again supported by the government. The apprentice, LSSDC, partners with many institutions does this. You can recruit 5% of your organization's strength as part of apprentice. Many of us don't use this. So what that means is they come, join you, we pay them a internship fee, and they kind of learn the work for 6 months. And we give an option to them. You have the right to choose if you want to continue or not. And we went one step ahead and solved another problem. In the manufacturing setup, it's always a myth that women can't work in shop floors and they don't prefer this job. We broke that myth. We were 16%. Today we are 35% on the shop floor. In the last 2 years, this is last 2 years data. What we did was just giving some stats, right? So let's say 100 people we recruit part of the apprentice program. We recruited 90 women in that batch. And we said, you learn 6 months, you can go to the shop floor, read SOPs and do the job. At the end of it, we give you an option to attend the interview and then move forward if you want to. 75% of them said yes, and they said we want to work in the shop floor. I think otherwise it's deep-rooted, right? So we all say that, and we broke those barriers and we changed it. I think we need to revamp, we need to relook at the way we recruit people, especially the early talent. That's probably many organizations are trying to solve. And that's probably my 2 bits of advice on what we can do different.
Thank you so much. Please keep your suggestions brief because in the paucity of time. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think while we are talking about employability, right, everyone focuses on skills. But where people are really missing out is on the software aspect. with a lot of technology being embraced or integrated with everything, your work is getting more and more automated, right? The differential factor that is left is on your soft skill. So request everyone to also focus on the soft skill aspect. And there are times that we also interview candidates, right? Technically they are really good, but where they are not able to perform is on the communication part or the mindset part or the approach part. I think that's something that people should focus on along with the technology, also on the software aspect. And for the software aspect, what corporate should do is spend more and more time, helping the academia in terms of improving the students, right? And again, for academia, one of the advices that I had is I've seen a lot of them calling corporate people to the campuses, right? It is more like a check in the box. There's hardly any interaction between the students and the panel. They just come, attend the panel and they go out, right? But I think there should be more interaction with the corporate panel so that they really understand, they get inspired, they get motivated, they get a flavor of the corporate industry and not just limited to a particular seminar for half an hour, 1 hour, and then it is done, right? Because I've seen a lot of students not being interested or students who are interested but not getting enough time to interact with the corporate people.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just building on this, right? I have a small analogy which I use, right? These days, neither the companies nor the students like an arranged marriage. When companies go to campus, interview each other for 1 hour and then jhat mangni patwaya, right? Now everybody needs a courtship period. Now how do we enable that courtship period? What institutions can do, right? First is create a right profile of the students. If you don't have infrastructure, tie up, invest in the right companies who will teach your students the right technologies and assess them and give a detailed report to the employer. At the same time, what employers should do is open up the internship window for them. Now that is a two-way street. Institutes have to be flexible. It gives me pain when I hear all these campuses, they follow a 2-month internship model. Why not a 6-month or a 1 year or a 2-year internship where students can go anytime? I hear Chitkara does it, right? I'm bit starting doing it ages back. Chitkara is following it, right? What stops institutions from having a flexible internship model? Because that internship will give them the courtship period. You interact with each other and then you decide whether this is the right company or this is the right student. So that is where it is a two-way street, and that would be my 2 cents, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sumit, just one line there. I represent Chitkara. I also connect with more than 3,000 colleges to the platform. It's not under the control of the institutions until they're a state university or a private university to take such
autonomy.
Policies or autonomy. It's basically the technical universities who like AST or they are under some BPUT or some other universities. So it's not under the control of the universities or the institutions until they are a state or a private institution, they have problems.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the major problem.
So that is where all colleges should come together, right? Because right now, if you ask me, my biggest target is to hire 6-month interns from January to June in the last semester. Because I want to train them just like the apprentice model and then give them an offer. But I see there are only 15 campuses in the India who would give me that student pool. That is where this system has to change, right? Why can BITS do it and others cannot? Right? So.
Sure. Yes, Geetika.
Yeah. I would recommend that at least the individuals and communities at their own level of where they're operating should take actions. I'll again quickly quote an example. We conducted a chat GPT and prompt engineering workshop for our community of people with disabilities. It is unheard of that someone conducted a course for them, because we want to make sure that these people are up to date with technology. So that is on the individuals and community level. In the corporate side, I would say that it is not the time to sit and assume that your employees are going to skill themselves up. That is a myth that a lot of corporates believe, that the employee should reskill or upskill. Instead, you should create boot camps, reskilling programs for your own employees, and latest technology should be adopted so that people in your organization are upskilled and then you can absorb them into various new technological roles. So that is a recommendation I would make to the organizations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chhota Saab.
Mine is for personal use, so it's about risk planning. All of us are using devices with data. Probably if you go to your home, you will find almost 10, 12 devices with your own data. And composite information stored in those data is sufficient enough to do a lot of things. So it's a saying, God is seeing everything, but hundreds of cyber criminals are waiting for you to make mistakes. So your name is there, your date of birth, you're in custody of date of birth of your friends, bank account details of your family members, So be mindful of what you're dealing with and how you can keep it safe. Once you give it, you can't get it back. It's always there forever for them to use. So be mindful what you're keeping it, how you're storing it. Information which gets combined, your PIN code, your phone number, you are away, somebody calls you, there's a parcel, you say give it to security, you say give me the OTP, your bank account is gone.
Yeah.
So be mindful in the era of AI, cyber criminals are using hybrid intelligence.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much, lovely star-studded panel. If I were to summarize what they said, for industry, please upskill, reskill, make people continuously learn. For academia, open your arms, embrace technology that's coming in your way, and don't feel threatened by that. Open up internship programs. Now, I think I would say one more step further. Allow this faculty to have an internship in industry so that they get a blend of what they teach and then what their students do in the industry, so that will help. Don't teach students, make them learn. That will be the best way of making everybody skilled and employable. Thank you, dear panel members, all the audience. You've been very patient since morning. Thank you, the host, organizers, for this great event. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about incorporating, don't get scared about AI, start, interfaces, get faculty to actually start working with the industry and then take that learning back to the educational institutes. So this conversation is going to continue because my next panel and the final panel for the day is also going to be talking or having a conversation with developing the in-demand skills for the future of work. And the moderator is the head talent acquisition operations at ANSR, Mr. Vishwanath Raju. Can I have a round of applause as he joins me on stage. Wow, now you made me feel like I'm in like a Filmfare award, huh? And then you added Superman to it. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the dais. And just give me a moment, I'll call in all the panelists. Campus hiring an early career at... I'm so sorry. Campus hiring an early career at Brilio. Can I have Miss Ritu Sharma? She is not here with us. Talent acquisition head at Robosoft Technologies, Mr. Nadeem Pasha. Oh, ma'am, you're here with us? Information came from back. I'm going to behave like a typical 12th standard student. Not me, ma'am, it was him. Detention. No, detention to him, not me. And Mr. Pasha has joined us. Thank you so much. The General Manager, Head Campus Recruitments at Hexaware Technologies, Mr. Sugata Sen. Thank you, Mr. Sen. Ki khubor bhalo? Sab bhalo. I had a few friends in college who were from Assam and Bengal. The Principal Scientist at CSIR, Mr. Venu Ganapuram. Head of Global Product Tech at HRBP at Reltio, Mr. Anupam Srivastava. Oh, so all the gang sat up there only together, huh? This is the only gang left. The National Head, Campus Hiring at Wipro, which I have very fond memories of. Lavanyam Ambala. Wipro, one of the best places to work at, I can vouch for that. By the way, you see these guys in black t-shirts? Just raise your hand, sir. Yeah, turn around. They are a channel dedicated to only covering up startups. So a wonderful job from their side, covering up all the booming startups in our country. And they've crossed 1 lakh views. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. 2 cities, we've already crossed over 1 lakh views on their channel. So good job, and it's run by ex-army, I believe, Major Saab, Mr. Shetty. All right, and I'll just call in the next, we're done? Yes, sir, we're done with our panel. Thank you so much, my esteemed panelists, for being here with us, and I'll let Mr. Raju take over. Yes, sir. All yours.
So before I could start, I was told that you have to close this in 10 minutes, right? So, but then don't worry, we'll take minimum 25 minutes, right? So what I will do is just to ensure that our energies are spread across and then we are still talking and lot of people participating. We were talking about some topic. I'm going to give you exactly opposite of the topic so that you start thinking about it, right? So I think Anupam knows me very well. So what I generally tell them as a topic is what I actually talk about it, right? So Anupam, we'll start with you. 21st generation has actually unfolded us with new skills and all that stuff, right? So and then learning opportunities are different, thought process different, ways are different. Maybe if you can throw some light on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa, for picking me first so that I don't have an opportunity to say +1. All right. See, the 21st century and how we are looking into it, how it's unfolding a lot of opportunities for the people here is very different, right? Definitely moving to 21st century in industry, we cannot ignore technology. I think that is the thing which is going to play a very key role in that. The second thing I can think about is a gig economy, like the way people are working, like a freelancer culture, and how do we are putting it there, right? The third part is the demographics that I could see, and like the generational gaps in the company and how the things are moving, learning from each other, and definitely the diversity at the workplace. That's pretty much the key agenda for everyone and the priority for everyone. And some of these things are together along with that environmental sensitivity and like how we can go for the social part of it and how we upskilling the talents and different, your favorite topic like metaverse. How can we do it right in AI and metaverse space and how we can use technology effectively? I think the 21st century is all about that and we are already there. And if we do not realize it now, we'll be late. So that's what my take would be.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping it very short. So we'll go to shift gears to Neil. I think Nadeem, you've been an avid speaker on AI, automation and all that. So with this automation happening across the back of the mind, do you also feel that jobs will change? How does it change? And you just have 2 minutes time. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa. Jobs, what we talk about right now is just a word, right? So most of the time I see candidates are picking jobs because they have to work. They don't have a choice. Right? So at an early stage, it is seen as a career jump, but over a period of time, candidates are also becoming extremely sensitive because they are more or less, they are career oriented. Right? So jobs are transforming to career. So gone are those days where people used to be extremely specialized in a skill and they just want to work upon it and develop a better skill of it. Now the candidates are more or less what I see a job aspirant, they lack patience. Right? They want to do everything very, very fast. They want to grow very fast. They want to retire very fast.
We have a media here. He's made
they
a
want
statement.
to retire very fast. So we have been hiring candidates. I'm giving a practical example. We are not looking at candidates at a very different skill set altogether. Somebody who is sharp, somebody who has been able to deliver, we are just picking it up. Because there is an uncertainty in the market. We are also not sure whether the hire what we are doing, whether we have the longevity to keep it up. So we are employing the candidates, matching the skills exactly to the need of the organization, and we are paying them $1 per hour. Gone are those days where we used to tackle on the CTC, do the bargaining, do negotiation. Now we are just talking about $1 per hour. So we are paying that money 8 hours per day, 21 days a month. then translate to 160 hours a month. So candidates are getting a good amount of salary. We are not giving them laptop. We are not giving them PF, gratuity, superannuation, nothing. Right? So they just get the money wherever they want. We just want them to deliver. Right? So they are the future ready workforce who believes in adopting technology as the time moving on. And thanks to the rapid change in technology, the skill what is needed yesterday is not the need today or not even tomorrow. So they are sensing it, what is the exact need, and they are quickly grappling it, and they are performing. So that's what the current trend right now, and we are just on it.
Thank you. I think shifting a gear a little bit, Ritu, now we see a lot of education institutions here. We wanted you to tell us how educational institutions should play their role in this part in terms of skilling and upskilling and all that stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Vishwa. So just adding to what Nadeem said, education institutions play a big role in making the future talent ready. The need of the hour now is certainly to do the need assessment analysis every year. Gone are those days that you keep teaching the same stuff and you just continue with that, and the focus should shift from placements, because like Nadeem said, it's just opportunity which a candidate picks up, and that's what we see. And at least 50% of them are not clear why they are picking that role, what is the need, and what are they going to do. So a couple of things. One, every year they need to do a bit of need assessment on what industry needs and then prepare students. Tie up, collaborate closely with corporates, industry, with respect to hiring needs, with respect to the demand, the skills requirement. Other panels already spoke about internship opportunities. So yeah, why not make the last semester as industry experience exposure, and they start working, which is a good platform. And yes, upgrade the course and curriculum. Need to revisit, revise it continuously. One factor which I see which students miss, and this is an experience on each and every campus I go, they're very good technically, but they are not able to express so how they can be vocal about it, how they can express what they have learned, application of what they're learning. They're very good with theory, concepts, but do they think back that where am I going to apply, how I'm going to apply, how this is going to help me in. So providing those live opportunities, experiences, projects, and we keep hearing this, that industry should provide. So I have a message which I keep telling in all my conversations with this, with fresh talent, that look around, look within your own college, look within your own community. There are immense number of problems that you can solve using the knowledge that you have. So that's my advice.
Thank you, thank you. I think you said that it's important to reinvent. So I'll shift gears to maybe Sogata. You've been in campus, and one of the figures campus always looks at, right? So you've visited tier 1, tier 2 and all that stuff, but then there's also an element of training institutes here, right? We're not talking about the upgrades and all that, but then talking about it, right? So do you see a role that they should be playing, and how do you think that will transform the landscape of talent? Thank you.
Definitely, thank you. And just a brief thanks to all the audience. They have been very patient and, still bearing with us. So thank you for staying with us. At least we make us feel important, that we actually matter. Thank you.
Yeah. He did not even answer it, actually.
Okay. Coming back to your question, Vish. Yeah, definitely the training institutes do matter. But one thing I would like to suggest is most of the training institutes, they have trainers. And these trainers are all theoretical trainers. They are trainers by profession. What it can help is if the training institutes get some industry professionals to come and take the classes. And maybe in a part-time job and all. Because what I have seen is when an industry professional is talking to the students are more attentive, because they know that isko practical aata hai. He has done it actually. What he is preaching, he has done it. So there is much more attentiveness. There is much more related question which they ask, and I've seen that the students are very bright.
Yeah.
But the thing is that sometimes the training institutes force feed them so many things that they stop thinking from their own mind. They stop using it. So I've seen that during the interview session, 90% of the students are asking me, for example, when I ask, do you have any question? They all ask me the same question. So it means they have been fed that this is the question you should ask. So sometimes, so the training institute should also encourage the students to think on their feet, think logically and bring some actual professionals from the industry. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Sogata. So let's go to Venu. By all means, I think you should be knowing he's a Padma Shri awardee nominee, and he's also done a great work in healthcare and society. So Venu, you come from National Aerospace Laboratories, lot of people you hire day in, day out. Do you think industry has a role in playing, in ensuring that the upskilling is happening from the industry standpoint? Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. But before I proceed with the answering, first let me congratulate Vishwanath for his copyright in generative AI. Being a HR guy, he is doing research, and he did the copyright of generative AI for his job profile. So this itself is an example. So whether the industry is helping the people for their upskilling, and I can say that this upskilling is in connection with your routine job. It's nothing to do with that, something extraordinary or out of the box or out of the line of your profession. So definitely it is doing that. And one more thing that I would like to add one more question to this subset. The need of such things. So let me take the example of morning session. Mr. Nathan has quoted his experience of recommending underqualified person for some job profile, isn't it? So in that, he made a statement that he was the boss and he recommended the profile. Now, just give me a thought. If the guy who is taking the decision of recommending some underqualified person to some job profile, and the person is not the boss who is taking the decision, will the company accept his recommendation? No. So in such cases, what that guy who is recommending to do? He should have sufficient skills and the statistics or analysis to justify his decision. So in such cases, what that person or HR guy, let me take as HR guy, he should have sufficient data or skill set to justify his decision that this underqualified graduate can perform better than anybody. So that kind of skill set is required in that particular case.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you spoke about some framework, so let's go to Lavnam. So Wipro, we know it's more than a company, it's an institution, by the way, right? So we want to understand, are there any industry frameworks that you would want to talk to the audience that can help in the skilling point of view? Thank you.
So the audience here are 2 types of audience, one academicians and second from industry. So with regards to upskilling, which is one of the key aspects today to generate the next gen workforce that can leverage the AI and ML and the emerging technologies. So upskilling is something that which you already know something and which you need to start building on and topping up with your talent and with some certifications and all, which is more relevant for the education in institutions. But with regards to reskilling, which is a great concern among industry, right? The workforce which is already adopted to the regular style of working, and suddenly when we are asking them to reskill, learn something entirely different. So one thing that I wanted to quote recently, example that, I have attended one training, right? It is called something called andragogy. So there is 2 things are there, pedagogy and andragogy. So teaching elders is very difficult than teaching, the new age, the people who have born in digital era, right? We are learning about digital era, but this. So in this quest, I have attended one training, and for 4 days I was able to cope up with my trainer, and after that, when it comes to programming, and I was completely lost. I was not able to learn anything. But I have to complete the certifications, and I have sat with my colleague who is much younger than me in terms of experience and all.
Reverse mentoring.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say is, while we all should think that, in the reskilling, instead of approaching it at one kind of an approach, we need to ensure we understand the learning patterns of the individuals and then frame the models is what very important. And the other panels have spoken about establishing center of excellence, teaching people with internship definitely helps, project-based learning and all.
Talking in the last, you can still say that all my points have been taken up. Thank you. Okay, you want to add something? I think we can take 1 or 2 questions from audience before we wrap up. All tough questions to Anupam and then easy questions to all of us.
So just one thing I'd like to quote here. So everyone I heard, like, they're giving some real life example. I thought of, you're talking about 21st industry transformation. So I'm basically from a place called Prayagraj in UP that used to be called Allahabad earlier. So I was visiting my native last week during Dashera, and just to go through my memory lane, what I've done during my childhood. And that time there was a tea stall called Gupta Tea Stall near Ganga Ghat. And I used to go then during my school time. Good tea and good fun with the friends and all. After 6, 7 years, I visited the same tea stall that becomes a new age Gupta Tea Stall. So I was a little curious to understand, what is this new age? Then he said, we have done, because there's a more crowd and less staff available, so he has created some WhatsApp group where order can be placed with a table number and the order will be delivered. I said, fantastic. This time I visited, the tea stall name was completely changed. I saw some picture somewhere. He put that name as Chai GPT. Gupta become GPT and tea become Chai. Then I said, okay, fine, what is that? Because sir, आजकल वो एक नया वो ऐप आया है ना जो सब कुछ बताता है. हमने कहा, yes, you are right. But it simply, like, if you ask in the right question, they will give the right answer. But why this name you chose? Can you see, I have hired 3 people in my shop. And like Allahabad kind of city, like they're famous for political discussion over tea, or some legal opinion over tea, or maybe some medical thing. So he makes sure one pharmacy guy, one person who is practicing law and one political knowledge guy, they are every time to engage people. People are questioning, they're giving answers, they're giving opinion about it. So it becomes a Chai GPT. So this is the evolution. If you do not upgrade at any point of time, you think you are good. And if he would have thought, I am from a city where the most active Bhagwan of Hindu mythology, like Hanumanji, you will see him everywhere, either he is fighting or flying or he is doing something. That is the place he is sleeping. If he had thought that way, then he could have never put the revolution in his shop and the way he is approaching his industry and his shop stall.
Nice. Nice example. Thank you very much. So I don't see any hands raising.
This Chai GPT, and it was written powered by AI, Adrak and Elaichi.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, team. I think it was wonderful. Any passing comments that you want to make about anything that you would want to talk about? We still have 1 more minute.
So one thing that I wanted to emphasize on being, a lot of HR leaders are here. We interact with our workforce management teams day in, day out. A lot of confusion around that, when you don't have enough projects and reskilling, upskilling and all. So we need to give them a confidence, and we need to take them into the confidence that human beings, we can do a lot of wonders, and we can learn better. We can create that difference when it comes to, even though AI influence is more, we need to ask our project managers to trust in the team members so that they can learn and they can do better, and they can do any kind of things with a great enablement that we need to give them. This is one point that we need to advocate to our team members.
So what I feel is don't get scared about what is going to happen tomorrow. right? So let's live for today. There is nothing going to change tomorrow. So stay relevant, stay focused, just keep your eyes and ears open and think what is something which is going to take it. Right, so don't get feared or don't get scared about anything. Somebody in earlier session they said high tech, high touch, right? So I will tell, instead of high touch, it is human touch. Okay, high tech, human touch is needed. Finally, we are dealing with people who comes with lot of emotions and feelings, and we need to respect their feelings and emotions. And nobody else can do that better than us, our human beings. So let's stay relevant about it.
Thank you. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce my next speaker. Many of us in our lives, oh, I got stuck in traffic, life is so challenging, life is so bad. Oh, the weather was bad today, something like that happened. And then, this is life, it's not so good. How many of us do that? We crib, right? So many times, right? Easy, we are all humans, right? But, and we think life, life is challenging, it's an adversary to move around in traffic or to achieve things, financial things, or sometimes finances don't work and things like this. How many of us accept that? We crib about it, correct? So ladies and gentlemen, we thought of having a speaker from a field that sees adversary at the highest level. And that is the Indian Defense Forces. For me to introduce a speaker is also personally a matter of honor. Reason being, Fauj ka khana maine bhi bahut baar khaya. I've been to the rejection center Allahabad. And I don't know how many of you have ever applied, or your brothers or sisters, anybody has applied. They give the same speech every time. Shah Rukh Khan came here, Ganguly came here, but they'll never tell you where were you lagging. And then they'll send you home. And trust me, that's the most depressing thing, to remove that badge, hand it over and walk out of that academy. You're like, okay, one more year. So for me to get this gentleman here on stage is immense pleasure. He's going to be talking about the threshold of leadership. And trust me, being in the Forge, you learn leadership by, as we say, cutting your teeth out. It's by sheer grit that you learn leadership there. Ladies and gentlemen, I want a thunderous round of applause because he is the Vishisht Seva Medal honored by he's the holder of the Vishisht Seva Medal honored by the President of India. Keep the applause going on, ladies and gentlemen. He was involved of a corps which is also called the King. If you know the Fauji terms and parlance, let me just tell you this. Infantry is like, people don't love infantry. Anybody who wants to join will say no infantry, but they always want to go for artillery because it's called the King. And the biggest example, we never saw wars because I think most of us were not there after 62 and 71. We are just newborns, so or millennials mostly. But we saw artillery really hammering the lives out of intruders at Kargil. And he was the head. Ladies and gentlemen, the former Additional Director General for Artillery for the Indian Armed Forces, please welcome Major General SVB Singh on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, and the galaxy of industry leaders, I am really humbled by your Master of Ceremonies because he has raised me to a level. A short person is making me feel very tall. So my gratitude to the organizers here at the first, Mr. Chinmay, who spoke to me a few times, or we spoke to each other, and he was another motivator to me to take on this talk. So my subject allocated is threshold of leadership and leadership in adversity. That's what Mr. Chinmay invoked upon me to speak on. But as I heard Dr. Chaudhary, you know, I felt more Indian than ever before. How was that? Because he spoke about the license Raj. And my mind was casting that India to the world, particularly the Western world, was known as a nation of snake charmers. And today, India, the Bharat, is charming the nation. We are sitting in the fulcrum of the two ends of the world's continuum and being the balancer. And when we say, and it's been said, we are looking to be a superpower, I think it is you who is going to take us forward in that as leaders of industry. And when I say industry, I also imply the military-industrial complex. Now, you see, leadership in adversity, we got to strategize it. And how that strategy comes, I can recall to you what Mike Tyson said about strategy. He said, everyone has a strategy till you've hit a punch in your face. And that is where adversity activates your senses. Let me tell you that influential leaders emerge from adversity in all walks of life. Because adversity is something like I want to compare with a blacksmith who turns out steel. He hammers, beats it hard, and what turns out is 10 times more robust metal. And what happens to us when we start wearing uniform? And I'll tell you, I wore uniform from the age of 11. I went to the Rashtriya Indian Military College, which is an entry through the UPSC exam. And today, in the audience, I have got my another gunner mate from the artillery, my classmate, who belongs to Bangalore, and he's honored me by his presence, Colonel K.S. Sirikant. And he and his wife are leaders in the wellness world today. So we have been there now 60 diamond years plus. So we call ourselves as the diamonds. So that is it. Now let us face it, that significance, opportunity in different walks of life, to use every setback to harden the steel of your leadership is what is most important. And our academy training just trains us for that, and we call it Ragada that made us Takada. That is rigor. We fit for all sorts of rigor. You see, we are trained, we are hammered. The body is roughened and toughened. And so when you're in service, when you're in the operational areas, when you're in your war, when you hear the artillery shells flying over you, you get battle inoculated. And how is it? And that is it. When your mind, when you're dog tired, the mind tells you, go the distance. And so you realize that apart from physical tiredness, your mind has been trained to overcome great obstacles. I was a brigade major in Kargil, but that was way back in 87, 89, and Kargil war happened in 99. But it was an active area. There was a lot of firing on all the time. And I asked my general officer commanding one day, somehow or the other established a rapport. General officer commanding was a major general and I was a major. And you couldn't dream of that rank at that time. So he was overlooking the Saichen Glacier operations also. So one evening at his residence, I took the liberty of asking him, yes sir, what is the most difficult task or thing which you are feeling in your command? And he said, it is when I come back from the glacier, I cannot sleep that night because our men are sleeping on snow at at 18, 20, 23,000 feet. Way back in 87, we didn't have that type of clothing. We didn't have it in 62, but then we didn't have it at that time even for these heights. You say, can't sleep. That is adversity. And why I'm mentioning this adversity is that it is the Indian army, the Indian military, where our men can face these adversities with a cheer, with a smile. He can take a lot of battering. Now, so that's the way I will put. What I would like to quote here, General Karl von Clausewitz, a Prussian general, an exponent in the art of war. And he said, danger and physical exertion are the constant sources of friction in war. That is the commander's responsibility, and he has to master both. And so now, here I would like to just show what he has written. Very golden words. It is the impact of the ebbing of moral and physical strength of the heart-rending spectacle of the dead and the wounded that the commander has to withstand. First within himself, and then in all those who have entrusted him with their hopes and fears. And those hopes and fears are the many commands, but not only that. He also lives with responsibilities to the families who are back home. He is well sensitized on that. So there are two specific responsibilities that military leaders must address during their combat operations. First is combat mission, and second is decision making. Because the two of them, they devolve upon the commander a life and death situation. He is going to be responsible for his own decisions. He is going to be responsible for the decisions and actions of his subordinates who are in the forward area fighting the war, and he is also going to make the difference between victory and death. And remember, there are no runners-up in war. Either you're defeated or you come out victorious. So what we did as we grew post-independent India, we never really lost a war. I will say 1962 war was not a defeat. It was the defeat of the political hierarchy. And I'm very emphatic to say that. But as we came to 1971, we got the greatest victory a nation could do in the military history. We created a nation and we captured 93,000 prisoners of war, unknown in the history of warfare. So how is it this has happened? This is the Indian Military Academy product, the product, and we live by one motto, and that is the Chetwodian model, a British field marshal who on its inauguration in 1932, he said some golden words and we live by it. Firstly, he said the safety, honor and welfare of your country comes first, always and every time. Secondly, the honor, welfare and comfort of the men you command comes next. And next were the golden words by which we live. Your own ease, comfort and safety comes last, always and every time. So you have Vikram Batra in Kargil War saying, after having captured a very difficult objective, ye dil mange more. And he volunteers to take on the next action and receives India's highest Paramveer Chakra award posthumously. Not yet 22. So this is what we have imbibed. Now, how it comes? It comes through unit cohesion. It comes through good leadership. And we live by Izzat of the Pantan, which is Naam, Namak and Nishan. These are the most dear things to us. So we keep the flag flying of our Pantan, of our military and of our Tiranga. So that is where we stand. Now, We've had great commanders in the Indian Army, but we like to take quotes from the outsiders. But I will tell you, in 1965 war, Lieutenant General Harbaksh Singh, he was the commander, army commander of the Western Theatre. Those days the command headquarters used to be in Shimla and the advanced operation headquarters used to be in Ambala. So he reached there, the things were not going well in Punjab with the war in Pakistan. And things were very distinct. He had sacked a couple of major generals already. And in the night, at about 1 o'clock, he was going to sleep, and he told his ADC that, listen, Amrinder, and this is that Captain Amrinder Singh, the Punjab Chief Minister. He said, Amrinder, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to be there in Jalandhar, Byas. I don't want to be disturbed with any calls. And you be ready. But after half an hour, Amrinder wakes him up, and he says, the army chief is on the line. And he wants to speak to you. He gets on the line and he says, yes, Muchu, what is it? You see, he was a very daredevil. He didn't salutate him as sir, and he called him by his nickname. And perhaps he used to call him. He says, Muchu, what is it? And he gave me orders that the army should withdraw to the line of Byas, which is the Grand Trunk Road, which was the lifeline to Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this is written in the book by Amrinder Singh and another General Mao Shergill, who shared the co-authorship. He told him, Mushu, Harbaksh doesn't take orders for withdrawal. I refuse your orders and I will see the war through. He was there by about 5 o'clock and now the battle was fought and the war turned its tide. Punjab was saved, J&K was saved, Pakistan was defeated. One man decided the destiny of a nation, adversity into success and victory. I now come to another great example, and that great example is the first 1947-48 war of Major Somnath Sharma, who was the first recipient of the Paramveer Chakra posthumously in the Baramulla sector, Badgam. And why I have picked up on him? Because I owe with great pride gratitude to the school where we both have studied, the Rashtriya Military College, and he was a product of that. He had volunteered to go to the war sector. The battalion was in Anand Parvat at Delhi. His father was Major General Director of the Army Medical Services, saying that this man is the low medical category, his arm is in plaster, he is not fit to go, and he overruled everyone, and he said, I will go. And he goes to the action, his company is ordered to go and take post at Badgam, which is short of Baramulla. Pakistani raiders, the Razakars, had already come, disguised in civil uniform, commanded by one Colonel Akbar Khan, who was a Sanders-trained officer. And they take up post not knowing that the Razakars are already there. They knew they were in Baramulla and Badgam was much short, about 30 kilometers behind. But as they took post, the Razakars emerged from that village and terrible firing took place from all three directions. Somnath Sharma took charge of the situation. And during that, he told his men, there were 70 of them. This was a company strength, but they could not muster at that time. And he told them, we have to fight, and we have to fight, and we have to defeat these people. We have to save Srinagar and Srinagar Aerodrome. That was his mission. His arm in plaster, he found that his men were suffering casualties. Many had been killed. He started filling the magazines of his machine gunners and handing them over picket to picket, trench to trench. And in the process, shell lands near him and he dies. But what had he done with these actions? He had raised the motivation level of his men that 6 hours after his death, the company did not abandon the post. They went on fighting. And why? I should not tell you. having told you that, I will first touch the last message, which is with this photograph. You see, the enemy is only 50 yards from us. We are heavily outnumbered. We are under devastating fire. I shall not withdraw an inch, but will fight to our last man and last round. This is message the company lived by it till they moved out, good reinforcements had arrived, and then they fought, and Baramulla was also saved. This is what mission sharpness, just laser sharp, you know. A man could do what he did, and then his inspiring leadership, as we can see, covers all the aspects to motivate his men, to maintain the momentum of the battle, the courage with which they fought valiantly, selflessness, you know, personally filling magazines and handing over to your men so that not a second is wasted in the fight, and resolve and perseverance were all that which came out. But Somnath Sharma was not heroic here itself. In Second World War, we withdrew in Burma and because of the Japanese offensive, and then he realized when he came that his buddy, the Audley, he could not come, that he had been wounded. So he wants to go back. And the British commanding officer says, no, you cannot go. He said, no way, I cannot leave my buddy behind. He goes, fireman lifts him and gets back. So heroism and bravery was in him. And that is why I think I can even ask the audience to give a clap in his memory for this great achiever. So I'll not go long because being an artillery man, Chinmay, you know, we start artillery fire on time, but then we keep pounding targets till we want to really destroy the target totally. So my next example, the next one I'm taking is again from a man who belonged to my school, and he belongs to the neighboring country, and he was the Lieutenant General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan from the Najibabad royal family of India. He was the Eastern Army Commander of Pakistan, the Chief Martial Law Administrator of East Pakistan. Why I have taken this example is ethics of a soldier, which goes beyond your own and other armies. He was ordered by General Yahya Khan, President and military dictator of Pakistan, to carry out a military crackdown on the East Pakistanis, implying the Bengalis. And he told Yahya Khan, like General Harbaksh told his chief, this order is not implementable. I refuse. And he was flown back, he resigned, and it ended there. But why I picked up this example? I read a book somewhere in 76, 77, where in that book, there were about 2 pages on Yaqub Khan, on this stand on moral courage and what he did. So I had, that it ended. But in 1997, we had a platinum jubilee of my school, where the Pakistani old boys were invited, after due permission from the government. And I found myself face to face with General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan in the dormitory, the same house I belonged to where he was. And I said, sir, I want to have a word with you. He said, yes. I said, sir, I wrote in my diary, I wish I can stand up like General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan and be like you to disobey orders. So he said, what have I done, son? I said, sir, I read this book and all. Then he put his arm on my shoulder and his right arm on his heart, and he said, I will not be able to sleep tonight. You have moved my heart. Let me tell you, it has not come out anywhere, but this is a personal interlude, and that's why I've taken this example. He said, you know, disobedience is a very good thing, provided you stand up being an unlawful command, and you must have moral courage of conviction for that. That is the message he gave me. Secondly, he said, you know, Yahya Khan gave orders that I should be put in solitary confinement and shot in the head after interrogating him. That it did not happen, he said, Allah only knows. But he said, remember, then he walked me down to his wife. And he said, Tuba, this boy has moved my heart, I will not sleep tonight. So she asked me, what have you done to him? So then he himself told what I had done to him. So I call this the courage or conviction of Sahibzada Yaqub Khan. It is for us all in every walk of life. What it is, moral courage, I've covered. It was a great moral conviction in ethical leadership. Then strategic perception is very important for higher leaders of the industry here. Strategic perception is very important. And you see, here I would say, General Yahya Khan unheeded advice of his chief general in East Pakistan. Result, Yahya Khan created adversity. Bangladesh was born. And Field Marshal Manekshaw told the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi when she wanted the Indian Army to move in April 1971 into East Pakistan. He said, Madam, I can assure you 100% defeat. After the cabinet meeting, she broke up the cabinet meeting, calling it after 4 hours, and called him, hey, what is it? You have said, he said, firstly, the passes are open, Chinese can come. After that, June, July, monsoons will come, East Pakistan will be flooded, the army will not be able to move. Thirdly, you have to give me funds, my army has to be ready, my tanks have to be ready, my guns have to be ready. And she paid heed to the general, then got the biggest victory, as I said. So this is the case, how you can stand up in life and deal with the situation. Implications for corporate and academia, I have personally taken the last point in this slide, which is there. I think you cannot be able to see because of the chairs, but I'll read out. The principles of ethical decision making are equally important. Prioritize ethics over obedience. The well-being of employees, customers, and stakeholders should be a KRA, and negotiations are very important aspects as well. Now I had mentioned about ethics of a leader. This is what happened in Kargil War. Our own brigadier, after having captured Tiger Hill, this is what he said about an opposing company commander. This company commander launched number of counterattacks on the Tiger Hill feature, could not succeed. But when the bodies were being handed over, initially Pakistan refused them. They are not our soldiers. But ultimately when they were being handed over, he put it in his pocket. This fellow was a valiant soldier and he deserved to be decorated. He was decorated with the highest Pakistani military award. So when I say ethics of a soldier, there are a number of stories like that. It cuts across because in victory also soldiers feel the other side also has families. And so we really feel a great sense of empathy. Now I'll come closer home to myself as to what I did just before war, how I got exposed to certain situation where I only realized later what I had done and how it happened. It was in a preparatory firing just before the war, the artillery firing. And artillery firing, is a very, very important thing. If you do fire a wrong round, it is considered to be a major offense. I just wanted to put it off for a while. No? Okay. So what had happened? We worked out a gun data in the command post. And the gun data worked out had a little error. But I, as the gun position officer who's called the kingpin of the gun position, passed that order. And the gun fired at the data which was passed by me, based on what I saw my staff had done. From the target end, the round never landed there. So now you can imagine what would have happened. It can land on your own troops, it can land in your own villages. So artillery calls it a blunder, a near crime. And punishments are very stringent. In this case, within that split second, when the command came, stand fast on the target end, my eyes went to the command post staff, and I gave back to the two technical assistants who were there, because there was some difference in the data worked out, and I passed the wrong data. But the Havaldar there, the detachment commander of this command post, he told me this, "Saab mujhe bata lo, main pension ja raha hu 2 mahine ke baad, main jawan ki pension jaunga." And my operator in the command post, he retired as an honorary captain later. He was a solid guy, and he was also solid in his physical build. He said, "Saab, aap hi ne bachana hai." I was 21 something, I was a subaltern, and I heard it. The safety staff, jumps in. And all this has happened in about a minute and a half, or maybe 2 minutes. They come, what has happened? Slip of the tongue. There's a slip of the tongue from me. Because what happened? I changed the data. Jaldi change karo. And so they changed the data with a pencil. We work with pencils. And those days, there was a court of inquiry. And we have got a very good drill in the artillery. You do a thing, mistake, you go back to your officer's mess, sitting in the jeep, but not in the jeep's trailer. So, there's a very good drills, And sometimes you're told to remove your belt also. You're no more an officer. So, things are very serious. So, I removed my belt also as I was going back, because I knew what had happened is unpardonable. Court of inquiry took place. I stuck to my guns. And we shared one secret in my battery. Yet this will not be known. The command post staff will not tell outside what had happened. This was a detachment of 8-9 of us. I said a lifetime happened. And he stood up. And he said, "I'm proud of you. You will make a good leader and only command this regiment. The men will go with you blindly." Now, this was somewhere in 74, about 2 years after that. I did not know that I was a leader till that time. So I carried out a lot of introspection. Okay, what has happened and what are the lessons learned in that? And the lessons learned are many. Not only that, 52 years later, I went to my regiment, which was in Firozpur, and during that, in the morning when I arrived, I was told that so and so of your time are there when I was a subaltern. And I found that my command post staff were 8, 9, 4 of them were there. My gun detachment commander was there. So after ushering me to the guest room, having tea, coffee, I tell the commanding officer and Subedar Major, in the evening, Bada Khana, I am going to put up a skit. I want the command post to be laid out on the stage. So they laughed. I said, "I'm very serious." And I called the staff after a Mandir Gurdwara prayed and I said, "This is what we're going to enact and don't tell anyone." And when I told them the story, there was a lot of clapping. Because why? You see, this is not a strong point of, and he's already taken me to thank you. And I am not really tuned to, I will tell you why I am not tuned to thank you. When I joined the RAMC at the age of 11, the first thing we were told, there are no thank yous or sorries in the army. No. So what happened? This became, when this was studied in my regiment, I realized what one had done. So it is a leadership. You have to make tough calls sometimes. Your men, it was a leader group situation. I took the command from my operator. He said, "Sir, aapne bachana hai." And the Havaldar pleaded to me, "Mujhe bacha do." And the promotions of all these guys would have got affected, severe punishment would have come. So the action happened. I did not deflect responsibility because in that fraction of moment, I also realized overall, I am the kingpin of the gun position as the artillery calls the gun position officer. So I must take the responsibility. So it became a leadership by example, perhaps. And then is trust and loyalty of subordinates. I inherited it that day. And I could catch, those people were now Subadar when I was commanding the regiment. I could catch the JCO and tell with his belt, pull yourself up, rather than doing anything. So that was it was a very adverse situation, but converted into a great example, which only time told me. And it was a decision taken in a split seconds, but yes, it was a white lie spoken, but white lie was spoken not for personal gain or for any malicious purpose for that. So that was it, this incident. I really grew with it. My integrity in the regiment or in the service, I grew with it. I learned the ability to take up responsibility for my men and take the blame on myself. I learned it that day and I lived through it in my service, and I still try to practice, and I tell wherever I go and speak, do that, because you've got subordinates. If you've got 360 degrees reporting pattern in the corporate world, you're also 360 degrees responsible for their complete well-being, for their advancements, for their qualitative requirements, for their remunerations, no pink slips. If you can help, that's where I would say. Now, I'll give you one more example, which really did test me. Off now, right now. I'll come to next slide. Now, my last example, and of course, Chinmay is very large-hearted, I see. He doesn't really worry much about timings. So the last example was in Operation Rakshak in Punjab. My regiment was in the counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism role. An active Operation Rakshak was on. I get a call at about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the night. I am told that so-and-so has run away from the ammunition defense stores dump, ammunition dump and defense stores dump, which was 40 kilometers behind. He's run away with a weapon which is 7.62 mm SLR, it's a big rifle, with loaded 20 rounds in the magazine. I happened to be at home that time, the operation was on. We were here for about 2 days, for rest and relief. My report card after this talk, the report card writer is sitting here, So she asked what's happened. I said, you go to sleep. There's nothing happened, and I went into the dining room. We had the old telephones of the Second World War vintage. We used to call it 5 Alpha. Handle Mara, exchange ko bola ke adjutant, second in command, and Subadar Major ko jaldi se bhejo. I didn't want to go to the regiment at that time because it would have, activated okay, what the hell is happening. But in that time when they came, now I felt I was definitely seasoned enough, having gone through, a lot of operational areas. I noted down my points like an operational order, and I said the following actions have to be taken when they assembled. I knew that this gentleman was an offender, perpetual offender. So, my greatest worry in war, I said, the command of your men is your worry. My greatest worry was safety of lives. Safety of lives of all, including civilians. He's carrying a weapon, 20 rounds, minimum 20 people will be shot. It weighed very heavily on me when the moment this call came to me. Second, my own men, their safety and security. You see, we were going to discharge him from service. Somewhere he came to know. So I felt maybe he is wanting to take revenge killing. So I told them, listen, first of all, perimeter patrolling and security of the complete unit area with armed pickets of all key appointment holders There will be perimeter patrolling, armed guard patrolling outside their houses, residences. The in and out of the cantonments where the movement takes place, our 2 men armed will be present, alongside the guard and picket already there. I said, no school-going children tomorrow. School-going children will not go. Families will not move out of the unit area. And immediately I rang up the division headquarter intelligence staff officer, who was a lieutenant colonel and I was a full colonel. And he was a very close friend of mine. He was senior to me, otherwise in commission. And I told him, I said, this is what has happened. You have to hold my hand. He said, Bol kya karna hai? So I said, the following actions I request. This fellow belongs to Jammu. So please, activate the police, the railway protection force, the police at all railway stations, at all bus stands, and all movements wherever possible. And I said, there is a headquarters 29 David Mamun. Please activate them if they can put this thing. I said, sir, there is the joint check post at Madhopur. If we could have the army people also there, where all the vehicles are checked. And after having done all that reporting, I rang up my commander at about 6 o'clock in the morning, expecting a mouthful, because the army doesn't take lightly. Zero-error syndrome is very much there also. So I told him, this is what has happened, this is what the actions I have taken, and I'm following it up. As per special army orders, we will implement everything. He said, okay, thank you. And he put the phone down. So I was much relieved about that also. Now what happened? When I came to the office, these 3 team, so Brother Major, my adjutant and who I second in command tell me, said, sir, we will wait till such time, till about lunchtime or after lunch, and not report all above in the headquarters. So what happens? Such a case when weapon is moved, person is run away, you have to report it immediately to the brigade, division, corps, command, and the army headquarters, military operations, military intelligence, adjutant general's branch. It goes to all, and it has to be done within 6 hours of the incident. You see, this man is interfering with artillery firing. But I'm closing. So what happens is, I said no. One wrong should not compound another wrong. We will report everything truthfully, honestly. So the signals went out by about 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, this staff officer whom I had spoken to, he comes to my office. And he tells me, and I'm quoting him, he said, because of my height, he was a tall chap, 6 feet 3 inches, they named me the only tiger. And he tells me the only tiger ki 10 ungle ghee shakkar mein hai. I said, sir, what has happened? He said, the general officer commanding had said, the CO will do the unit court of inquiry. As per rules, it had to be a staff court inquiry. As per rules, this fellow had to be court-martialed. As per rules, he would face district court-martial, and 2 years imprisonment was the minimum punishment. But when it came to a unit court inquiry, I had it in my hands. And what happened? The GOC perhaps had a good impression or whatever. He told that he'll do a good, honest job, which I thought later was a great feather in the cap. I did the court of inquiry, court-martialed him. My powers of court-martial were 1 year imprisonment, imprisoned him. Discharged. When you are imprisoned, you are discharged from service. And so, these are the lessons which really emerged in this. The mission, my mission was focus on saving human lives. And I'm telling you, this guy got caught 12 hours later at Joint Check Post Madhopur. He was going to, when he was interrogated, he was going to Jammu to take revenge on a person who had got his brother implicated in a murder case falsely, and his brother was in jail. He wanted to kill him. So the military mind of these military intelligence and military police were there. They were checking each vehicle. And they found, our rifle, we keep chindi, the one which clean our barrels, is little white in color. They found little of that chindi jutting out. And he had covered himself with a bed sheet. So they nabbed him. And the truth came out, that this is what he was doing. So he faced a court-martial, And in that court martial after that, you got a discharge drill and all. And one has to, as you grow up here, you, in the army, what happens? You're responsible for the command of your men, for their welfare, for their punishments, for their food, for their families' welfare. If they are admitted, we all go, the ladies go, look up, so it's a great organization. You're doing everything, your HR, everything, discipline, everything is with one man who controls. And you have seen a commanding officer's powers, he can jail a person up to 1 year. It's tremendous powers which you don't want to use, a good leader doesn't want to use, it is thrust upon him. So all that strengthened. In the evening at 4 o'clock, I get a message. Hey, he is napped. And first thing I asked the adjutant who told me, I said, has he used the weapon? And he said, no, sir. I said, let's have a drink, whether it is 4 o'clock or not. Everything is fallen in place. I'm not worried what merges after this, as long as lives are lost. So ladies and gentlemen, this is adversity in leadership, which we have to show. But let me tell you, your mind is not trained. Your mind is that like blacksmith, who has beaten that, convert into a robust metal. It is so trained that it functions ipso facto. Things roll out. And that is why, when intelligence fails, it's victory for one side and defeat for the other. So Israel is tasting that intelligence failure. We saw it in Galwan, we saw it in Kargil, but then it is India which converts adversity into victory. General Malik, Chief of the Army Staff in Kargil, he said, we were deficient of equipment very badly. He said, we will fight with what we have. And you know what we did in Kargil. People, our soldiers, when they climbed peaks, 80 degrees in gradient at night time. And let me tell you, the food they carry, it freezes like snow. You have to bomb it and heat it again. That is all part of adversity in leadership. So I've really covered 4 actions. First was Somnath Sharma, whom one admires. Sahibzada Yaqub Khan I compared because they gave us a country being created and our own leadership to the fore. And then, of course, the great work done by me that I could also fire on a wrong data and hold it up today. And lastly, I must thank Mr. Chinmay because I've been allowed the get-up limits of exceeding my time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, my name is Neelam Roy and I work for a company called ANSR as a talent acquisition director. I have come to an event called ITTL. This event not only helps me to network with 200 plus people but also share their experience and the strategies what they are using in their companies, and we learn from these senior people and so many people who are in this industry. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We're going to have content which is going to be generated and analytics. Both of these are going to be influenced, or we're going to use AI in both these areas. So to shed light upon this, you actually are supposed to come in before lunch. So first of all, I'd like to thank the speaker from our side. Thank you so much for being so kind towards us. And he's going to come in and share in insights. He's a true maestro in the realms of data engineering, machine learning, and generative AI, has over 20 years of experience, is today with Google, and he's here to shed light about analytics and generative AI and content which can be used by organizations, especially within the edtech sector. Please give us a big round of applause as I call upon Mr. Raghu Vansh Dubey from Google. Let's give him a round of applause.
We are talking about, in the morning I heard that is generative AI going to take away jobs, right? I think the very first discussion which Dr. Chaudhary had. That's one school, that is one thought which often comes to our minds, but that's not the reality. Yes, it is so powerful that it does look like it could change a lot of things. That's how we should perceive this, right? And when we talk about it could change a lot of things, we also want to understand what exactly it can do, right? Can it help me save costs? Can it help me make my products to the market quicker, right? Can it change the entire customer experience or the user experience? In your case, majority of the time student experience, right? Whenever you're interacting with your students. Can it help you change that experience altogether? The answer is yes, it can. But before we even go to the stage as to, we start thinking about how it can make those changes, how it can really change this experience and help you differentiate your offerings. We need to understand at a very high level. We'll not have time to go into all the details of how the generative AI pieces works internally, but then think of it as a technology or a subset of machine learning. It's not something new. Machine learning has existed for decades. What we are talking about is a very specialized domain within machine learning. To be precise, there is AI. Within that, there is a subdomain machine learning, and then you keep going on inside and inside, just like layers on the onion, right? And eventually you will reach a deeper specialization after natural language processing, and then eventually you will reach what we call universal language models or large language models, right? Essentially, you can also think of it as an evolution of natural language processing, right? So again, something which has existed for decades, right? We have been always used to having some small ways in which we can do OCR, right? Textbooks, we just do a OCR, extract data from there, understand noun, pronoun, verbs, objectives, and so on and so forth, right? That is the place where we started. Right now, what has happened with these large language models coming into the picture is that this capability has increased significantly. When I say significantly, of course, you can handle the natural, the classical natural language task like, classification or extracting data, verbs, nouns, pronouns, name of places, etc., right? Understanding, the grammar and all. But we have gone one level further. With this deep understanding from natural language processing to natural language understanding, we are now in the era of natural language generation, right? These models have become so powerful that they understand the semantic meaning of each and everything which they have been trained on, which means that they can generate net new content, which does not exist before, right? They can engage with you in a human-like conversation, right? They can summarize content for you, just like, you would maybe read a large book and if you want to create a few pages summary, right? They will do that summarization for you. They understand net as to what could be important, what could be those key moments, what could be those highlights, without having to train again and again, which you would eventually end up doing in a typical machine learning setup, right? Now, why is that important? I'm not sure if my slides are working. Probably they are not. If you move a bit further towards this direction, right? Why is it so important? It is important because you as an organization have certain use cases which you would want to solve for, right? Build on top of what you have already built, right? And give that new customer experience or that new user experience. One thing which is very important to call out is that when we look at this particular technology, right, there are multiple components, multiple pieces across the tech stack which need to be stitched. There was a question, is this a hype, right? Is it just that another concept car which is drawn on the paper but doesn't exist? Or even if it exists, it is in a very, very bad shape or like a visionary shape. Nothing exists right now. Is that a reality? Fair question to ask, right? And you can ask that question because there are reports, public reports, not Google provided, but public reports which say that maybe around 10% of the total people or the total organizations who try to do something with AI end up productionizing it at scale. 60% do the pilot. So you're seeing that funnel. 100 tried it, 60% tried to do the pilot, maybe it did something, only 10% were able to productionize it at scale. Now, that is an obvious question, like, is it so difficult? What's going wrong, right? Should we think slightly different about all of this? And it's important to have this metric in mind because, yes, there is a need to think differently about all of this, right? 10% is a very abysmal rate, right? It's not a good rate. What can we do about it? One thing which is very important to understand is you want to have a good match of the skill set and the implementation cycle. Very, very crucial, right? So for example, if you look at the way we have it structured within the Google Cloud platform, right? We have tool sets which are geared towards data scientists who are, hardcore machine learning enthusiasts. They want to have, the lowest level of control which could be possible while they are training the machine learning models, right? They want to build their own large language models from scratch, right? But then there is another set of users who are developers, but they aren't so tech savvy. They don't want that level of control, right? Now, what do you have for them? So there is a different stack altogether within the whole portfolio, right, which unfortunately I'm not able to show as we speak, but maybe I will share these slides offline. That is the place where we have exposed a lot of our products as APIs. There are places where we have exposed things which you can use off the shelf. Of course, you can customize them, tune them with your own data, but then they are available then and there, right, for you to use. And third is you don't want to develop. You want something off the shelf, right? Not even an API. You don't even want to get to that level of detail. That is a place where there are pre-baked offerings which are also available, right? Now, one thing which is important to understand is how are these models able to, do those amazing things which we see, right? For example, some interesting use cases. You can supply these large language models with your own data, and then ask this model, let's say you supply it with a book, and ask this model to create 5 multiple choice questions. It will create it. It will read the data. It will create those questions. If you ask it to not only create the questions, but also give a reasonable answer to those questions, it will do that as well. And that too, it's not coming from its own knowledge base, it's coming from your own data, right? That data could be personal to you, right? It could be your organization's data. The idea is that these models have been trained on internet scale data, and I remember, I don't exactly recall who mentioned this, but it is also important to call out that not only trained on internet scale data, but trained on relevant data. That is quite important, because otherwise, machine learning models will be like garbage in, garbage out, right? There's a lot of engineering which has gone into it to provide it a clean data set, and then it was trained. And now it has developed that capability to understand things in a much more better way, generate things, right? There are, I cannot name as we speak due to referenceability issues, but then there are customers with whom we are working in India itself who are building Q&A platforms for their students, right? These Q&A platforms are helping them code with Java. They are tuning our models with their own code to present their results even better. And at the same time, we also have various other use cases where people are creating Q&A bots purely entirely on the textual data, not code-based data, but entirely on the textual data. It could be textbooks, it could be various types of lectures, and so on and so forth, right? The idea is that if you had to do something like this on unstructured data just 1.5 years back, it would have been a heavily custom exercise. Right now, that is not needed. You can just pass on your own enterprise data to these large language models and start working, right? Another important aspect which I would like to mention out here is if you look at some of these technologies, the way they end up working, right? You want to ensure that whatever your data is being used while training the model or while you're using the model is something which remains with you. I was having a very nice conversation with a gentleman during the lunchtime, and he mentioned that we are using Bard, right? And there was a comparison which also more often than not draws up with ChatGPT as well. Very important thing to understand is there are two pieces. There are two types of kind of mindsets which we are dealing here. One is a consumer mindset, right? When I say consumer, it is just all of us. We just want something to go ahead and ask questions to. Maybe I want to ask a question that, hey, build my itinerary because I'm visiting this XYZ place, right? Or I may just ask a question related to some technology or some subject which I'm reading, right? And ask it random things. However, I'm not supplying it my own data, right? These large language models, when you supply it with your data, that becomes your differentiative moat. And it's very important to understand, right? Large language models, for example, in Google, we have majority of our platform based on Google Palm, which is a very large model. It's a 540 billion parameter model. But then that model, when combined with your data, that becomes your differentiator. How you are combining your data with this model, and there's a specific concept called RAG, which I'll come to a bit later. But then that's the whole idea. That's how you develop your differentiation. Your use case, your data, combined with the power of large language models. That's very important to call out. Going back to what I was saying, Bard, right? That conversation, right? How many of you have used Bard, by the way? Just a quick raise of hand. Not many. If not, please just go Google Bard, try to use it, right? And play around it. You'll find it very useful. However, if you're building an application which needs to meet a particular SLA, it needs to be on for a certain number of time. It can't go down, right? You need to build in your own data inside that application, right? Your own knowledge base, your own private knowledge, enterprise knowledge base. It could be books, it could be websites, it could be databases, etc., right? And you really want a full-fledged support ecosystem around it. That's the place where the enterprise offerings come into the picture, which is not Bard. That's Vertex AI and Do It AI. Very important to differentiate here, so hence I'm just calling it out. So if you look at Vertex AI, just like this whole generative AI and large language models are a specialized type of machine learning models, but they are still machine learning models. Vertex AI is a machine learning platform. It's an end-to-end machine learning platform. There are few components within Vertex AI which actually help you to do generative AI related things, right? So think of it as an overall holistic ecosystem, which includes AI plus generative AI, right? So that's one important thing which I wanted to call out. So if you're a builder, if you want to build applications, enterprise class, that's a place where Google Vertex AI Suite will come into the picture. If you are a user, if you're a business user, for example, how many of you have used Google Docs or Google Sheets? Awesome. So whenever these generative AI capabilities are exposed through our usual interfaces, when I say usual interfaces, I mean Google Workspaces, which includes Google Docs, Google Slides, your Google Sheets, etc. A lot of components in the Google Ads ecosystem. These interfaces we are already aware of, right? These are not new. They haven't come in last 1 year, right? Whenever our generative AI capabilities get exposed through these interfaces, we call it Do It AI, okay? That's one important thing. You don't need to develop anything. You can just go to a Google Doc, right-click, summarize your content, whatever is written, generate meeting minutes, send off emails. If you go to Google Sheet, perform calculations, generate charts. If you go to Google Slides, just go ahead, type a prompt, and it will generate an image, right? But these are all Do It AI capabilities, purely and entirely based, or purely and entirely available for direct usage. when you're building an application, that's the place where you start using the Vertex AI portfolio. Yes, and yeah, I'm hoping if that glitch gets resolved, I'll share you those slides, but I'll continue in the interest of time. Yeah, this is half of generative AI. So you can close it. That's okay. I'll share those slides. Whatever. I'll just speak impromptu. Anyways, what I was going to show is mostly what I'm gonna talk about as well. If you look at some of the other use cases as well, right, which we keep talking about in EdTech. Kahoot. How many of you have used Kahoot? Right? Pretty good. When I used to do some of these presentations internally within Google itself, we used to generate those Kahoot questions. It did used to take time to generate those MCQs, right? You can use generative AI to generate those Kahoot questions. You can use generative AI, for example, to simplify the level of content. Can you try to explain the content which is being taught in class 9th to someone who is in class 6th? Can you simplify that whole language, right? You can do that. You can ask it to do that. And the idea is, think of it, like earlier what we used to do. We used to, let's say we have to, create a simple, let me just think about it. Yeah, let's say if you have to create a simple machine learning program where we want to, kind of identify a cat and a dog. Very common example which we often end up taking, right? You would define in traditional machine learning that a cat has fur, it has 2 ears, it has 4 legs, and so on and so forth, right? You'd program those things. The way things have evolved, that is not required. You would go ahead and tell this large language model that, hey, read these books, see these thousands of images, go figure out what is a cat and dog, and now tell me which is a cat and a dog. Same goes for textual content as well, same goes for video content as well, and so on. So the idea is that the experience change which has happened is there, it is here to stay. At the same time, you also want to ensure that whatever you're building remains with you. That's the place where we talk about embarking on an enterprise strategy, where you build these products, build these machine learning and data-related products on the enterprise technology like Vertex. And of course, nothing completes without talking about open source, right? There's a lot of activity going on in open source. What we have done is that you should be able to use on our platform both Google's models as well as open source models, right? You should be able to use them in a responsible way. If you see, a lot of newsletters which eventually come at times, you might have heard of Google's responsible AI principle, RAI principles, and so on, right? We are pretty strict in terms of how the data is leveraged, what are the models are doing, what kind of content they output. We just try to ensure that they don't try to output anything which is inappropriate, right? Similarly, anything which is hosted as an open source model, right? So let's say if you're trying to use Google Palm, of course, it's available. If you're trying to use any kind of other language models, right, they are also available and they have gone through that RAI. So that's also important to understand that when you're embarking on that journey, trying to use a set of models across Google as well as open source models, we try to ensure that you are kind of at least backed up in terms of the validations which we have done, right? I think that's majority of it what I was planning to say. There's one more thing which which came to my mind while I was having one of the conversations during the lunch, before the lunch actually, that there's no content available to learn these technologies, right? I think that is not true. The idea is like it is still evolving for sure, but at the same time, there's a lot of content available out there. I had some of those links in my slides. Unfortunately, I'm not able to show it as we speak, but happy to share it with Chinmay, and then he'll forward it as well. We are, by the way, working with Chinmay and team as well on multiple AI and Gen AI use cases too. But yeah, I think I'm running short of time. Happy to answer questions offline. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I think there was a lot of diversity in the conversation, like I already said. A lot of thoughts going through Dr. Chaudhary, through the panel discussion and through Major Generals. I think one thing which is important is like we leverage this movement which is out there, right? The disruption which is being driven through AI and generative AI, right? And try to solve the use cases which have been either unsolvable or usually used to take a lot of time to solve. That's what I would say. Whenever such technology disruptions happen, there is always a herd mentality, right? We can't avoid that. One thing which I would just say is, just have your basics clear. It's not a new thing, but if you're a student, just in the college or just coming out of college, just ensure that you grasp your fundamentals through whatever online courses, through class-based or instructor-led training, whichever way. And there's huge amount of courses, resources which are available out there in the space, right? And through various cloud providers. So, leverage that. Just ensure that you have a solid foundation that will set you up for success and ensure that you're not disrupted by such disruptions. I think I was just walking around during lunch and trying to talk to people. Pretty diverse folks, right? Not only technology, but folks from industry, from HR, right? So it's and even from defense, to be honest, right? A lot of the things which Major General Sir said is actually applicable in software as well, right? That discipline, right? That crisis management, right? That ensuring that things are on time. So I think we can borrow. I really like the diversity of thoughts, and just was trying to draw things in my mind while people were talking that how this can be associated to technology, how that can be associated to technology.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
What we look at now is more talent management and talent training. That's how the industry is looking at it. With the complete revolution of AI that's coming up, certainly what people are looking at now is how talent can be ready. The time, the work readiness has been shortened up. AI, not that every organization is looking at completely getting into AI, but they want to use it based on how it can be leveraged. Couple of things that they should be noting on that is a requirement is that one, if the talent can be constantly upskilling themselves and learning the new ways of doing things, how they can enable use of AI at work. Two is on the lifespans becoming short of each and every talent. So constant changing, constant understanding of the new ways of doing things. Using AI to come up with solutions, but that will not kill the creativity that is required, because it's the way the things are evolving is that people need constant changes, people need creativity, people need new solutions, people need things to evolve. So from a talent management perspective, it's more the challenges that organizations are feeling that they can't have one size fit all. They need to customize to the needs are changing, the way people want to learn or unlearn is changing. So it's more customized, it's more learning to people's needs, adapting to people's needs. It's about shifting the ownership from HR or leadership to individuals. That's how the talent management era is changing now.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So good evening everyone. I'm Rajesh. Thank you so much for joining in. Very warm welcome. I'm super excited at the same time, very thrilled and nervous as well while I was talking to some of my friends what this particular session is going to be, right? So while I was discussing with some of the board members for ITDL, right, they have kind of conceptualized this entire session to be slightly unique. I would say one of its kind, which we've never done it in the past. Many a times when we talk about bridging the gap between industry and academia, right, we would come up with a lot of research insights where we would have industry experts or a stalwart who would talk about it, or we will have some experts from the academia part of it. They would share their expertise or they would share their challenges, right? Or we would also look at an open house kind of a thing where we would hear every individual perspective. But at the end of it, there is no strong key takeaway. Okay, in this session, next 45 minutes to an hour, we wanted to make it very, very exciting. At the same time, very insightful, meaningful, and we would like to take away some good insights out of this. So every time, when we talk about people who are there in the campus space, right, when I was talking to Ashish as well, many of us have spent about a decade and a half in the campus landscape, done significant impact in terms of recruiting talent, attracting talent, engaging with them, and eventually adding up to the overall economic growth of an organization. Even the educational institute have played a very significant role when it comes to adding up, giving great amount of talent and ensuring what needs to be done. But if we largely look at it at a macro level, when we talk about bridging the gap between industry and academia, there is no significant change which we have created, and including industry and academia front, right? To give kind of an analogy to that, right? If you look at the industry 1 to industry 5.2, the business world has kind of seen a significant transformation over the years, right? I mean, from the industry 1.2, where it started from mechanization, the industry 2.0 was about electrification, industry 3.0 was about automation, and industry 4.0, it started in 2010, was largely into digitization. And in less than 10 years, right, if you look at the industry 1.0 to 2.0, it took about 100 years. From 2.0 to 3.0, it approximately took about 90 years. From the second one to the third one, it was less than 50 years. From 4.0 to 5, we are just taking about 10 years. And the industry 5.0 is all about humanization and personalization. So why this particular context is very important is the world is changing at a very rapid pace, and it becomes very difficult and it becomes extremely challenging for us to keep up the pace at which the technology is changing, the world is changing, the world is going through a lot of innovation, the world is going through a lot of disruption. So it's important as an industry experts and an academia to understand what is kind of missing and how do we embrace this. So every time when we think about implementing certain things, the dynamics would change. And as an individuals, when we have spent about a decade, 2 decades, and some of them who have spent enormous amount of time, right, who have set up the center of excellence, did a lot of things, whatever they could do at their capacity. Now, this particular session, what we would do is, we in the arrangement, the way it is being done is, we have some bit of industry experts in each table, and we also have academicians as well, where we want you to ideate some of the key ones. It can be 1 or 2. We will not go all over the place. Each teams, we would formulate like a team and would pick up 1 or 2 important topic which you think, which is still not been addressed, and how, as a team, how do you ideate, conceptualize, and how exactly we could come together to bring it to life, right? Many a times what happens is when we talk about bridging the gap, there are a lot of limitations. When I say limitation, the organization has a limitation. Can we invest on this institute because what's an ROI for us? Or there are institutes which would have that openness to make an impact. They have a limitation in terms of bid and ranking or having the right capital to make an investment there. So here we would look at a blue ocean strategy kind of an approach where we will take away all the limitations. You will not represent any institute, you will not represent any organization. Collectively, based on your experience and your expertise, what do you think which is missing today? And if academia and industry come together, what is that we can solve? And at the end of it, we would give about 10 minutes for each team. We want you to ideate, and we want one individual from your team to share an idea which we can implement it. It's not a great idea or a $1 billion idea we are looking at, something which is actionable. As soon as some of the academicians go back, they could discuss with the management and see how exactly we could implement. And some of the university recruiting leaders who are out here, we would also hear the perspective from academicians as well. What is some of the key takeaway for us to go back to our business and say that this is something which is very important, or we learned that this is a best practice which is still missing and which we'll go ahead and implement that. Okay, so with that, I mean, I would just act as a moderator. Thankfully, I'm not in this session, so I would run around and we would enable this, and we would require your full participation and make this entire session very useful. And this whole session would be recorded. As I told you, we will truly create a greater impact out of this session. We will have all the pointers which we will draw. And this particular event is also partnered with the business world, right? Business world people. We wanted to, since we have the industry experts and the academicians from some of the best institutes, right? We will gather key insights, and this will we will aim to publish it on the newspaper or the magazines of this, which will go online. Collectively, let's make it as a great success. Yeah. Thank you. So, and very important, now again, bridging the gap between industry and academia is a very, very large topic, right? From a corporate perspective, right? These are 4 things which we currently face as a challenge. One is the competency gap. With technology changing, it's very, very important that how do we ensure that we engage with the universities and ensure that the technology which is evolving is taught at the campus, or skilling, upskilling, reskilling, all of that stuff, right? The competency gap, how do we address that? And the second, the biggest one, I'm sure that all the industry folks would agree, the inclusion and diversity is one of the biggest challenge, right? One is the availability of the pool itself. So every time now, if you look at as an industry as a whole, in India, a lot of leaders are thinking that we should hit 50% gender diversity by 2030, which is a very ambitious target. For that to make it happen, the university recruiting talent plays a very, very pivotal role. In the laterals perspective, there is a very limited scope for us to make that happen. The only way is to happen is to infuse some of the great talent at the early careers. For this thing to happen, we should look at what is the pool available, or the second aspect is if there is a bias, right? And if there is a male student, we will visit only exclusive diversity campus, or we would be slightly lenient to the students who are girls, and eventually we will make that. How do we address this issue, right, in terms of the supply as well as having the bias in terms of the recruiting itself? The third one is the time and resource constraints. While we know certain things exist, but the biggest challenge is, can we invest time? Because at the end of the day, academics have their own agenda to drive in terms of technically the students needs to go through the syllabus, they have their own grading system and all of that. They have a very limited time for them to upskill themselves. From an industry standpoint, their objective is on the revenue side, objective in terms of the product developments and all of that. With the limitations of resource and time, how do we kind of still navigate and address this challenge? Then the communication is a soft challenge, means soft skill aspect of it. This is something which is out there, and again, this is a very light one which can be addressed with all the advent of the online education which is happening, or the MOOC part of it, and there's a lot of avenues to which we could solve. Now, from an academic university standpoint, right, the relevance of the syllabus itself is a big challenge, because majority of it, if we look at Tamil Nadu as a state, right, majority of them are affiliated to Anna University. If we look at Andhra and Telangana, either of them are affiliated to JNTU Kakinada, JNTU Anantapur, JNTU Hyderabad for that matter. In Karnataka, at least about 250 to 350 odd organizations are affiliated to VTU. There is a very limited scope for them to include any new concepts, because that requires a different shift altogether. With that limitation, how an organization can strive and thrive to incorporate the right technologies which is required from an industry standpoint. The proficiency necessity, which means while the world is going through massive transformation in terms of the cloud, all the new age technologies which is out there, how do you stay embraced with all the technologies which is out there? How do we get the insights of all of this? Limited exposure, industry exposure, and again, here this requires two aspects of it. One is whether the organization have an appetite to invest. So there is an operational cost when we talk about industry exposure. Either an industry experts have to come to the academia, or the academic students have to go to our organization. How do we make it that happen is one of the biggest challenge which have to be addressed. And limited resources, right? I mean, any academic institutes have X number of manpower through which they could do very little in 365 days considering their academics as well. So these are some of the broader perspective, not limiting, but we just wanted to give you some insights for you to think through and slightly deeper on an action item on this. Okay, with that I will take a pause. We would request you to, we would give about 10-15 minutes each team to ideate and arrive at a very specific thing what we could address, and we would ask one representative from each team to share their insights. Thank you.
In academics, suppose you take the faculty members and faculty members, and even if you look at the CS faculty in entire India, there is no data science is there, especially many of the top in the there is no specialized faculty. So when you come for the hiring, how you can manage the
No, sir, first, what is the problem statement? What are you trying to do?
We will go as per our mandate of the business. If the business mandate is not there, we will also go back to coding. Some institute who have labs inside. Now every institute has an incubation institute. So the institute has come up with this. Not going to your institute that we tie up here. We generally say that we will go to 100 different temples and we'll pray. Wherever we get prasadam, we'll come and take us. The relationship building is
my perspective. Sorry to question. See, today you are at 1,000. The next year, the placement was great, 4,000. This is, of course, business time. If somebody is making revenue, it's good to scale. Now, if you are a company if that scale is happening, scale itself is a problem. But it's very aspiring to nurture that kind of world's largest technology. While that is very required to scale, but how do we address that is also a question mark.
No, so very valid point. I think
See the problems. Take that number of things. See, if you look at VAT only, you can take only 50 or you can take only 100. Now, VAT is taking 20,000 rupees. 4,500 computers. While this point of pricing should evolve, it can be not just building, right? It's about where is the talent to build capability. So
we can't also.
Yeah, actually now there is one slide which I have. Good old traditional method was only off campus, on campus, or an external partner. Now there are 17 different avenues. Now somebody said that we tied up with Coursera. We could as a solution also. The whole idea is to provide solution. Coursera is there. The NASCOM Future Skills is there. There are external partners who are coming and building skills. Will this solve the problem? This is something maybe we will have to go deeper. to understand. Now, to your point of that, there is no great academicians who can teach the new age technology.
Companies have established.
Also there.
So you can't demand the company to invest in time.
See, center of excellence is there, but
I think these kind of interactions are important. Reason being, when you have academia and corporate under one roof, a lot of things which are discussed should be discussed, which we usually sideline, right? They're always discussed in small discussions in meeting rooms, in offices, in college meeting rooms. But when you come face to face, right, you hear out each other. What are the challenges other parties facing? And then you come to a conclusive, not a solution, but an approach. This will not give you a solution, but it will give you an approach how you should be looking at things. So that is how I think this is a very important platform, and it should have a decent frequency, I feel, right? Once in 6 months, I think that is a decent one.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm part of an event which is about ITTL. What is different about this particular ITTL event is that this is truly for talent. I've been to a lot of HR events and shows and symposiums and conferences. What is different is you have people who represent different facets of talent. And when they all come together and blend, you really want to be in every session because you're going to learn something more. This is simply amazing. I'm so fortunate to be here. I came in the morning at 10. I just don't want to leave. Amazing. Oh, so we are looking at what AI can be doing to education and particularly educational institutions and how it can improve employability in the country. And I do believe that if you start early and start investing a lot in this at the level of faculty, at the level of students, at the level of what is happening in the industry, bring everybody together, then you have a story where employability in the country rises dramatically because you're focusing on what matters most to India, skilling. I also had the pleasure of talking to you about The Heart of Work, which is a book that I have written. It's a compilation of about 70 plus stories. Stories about what happens, several incidents which have inspired the journey of my life, where I have learned, where I've been part of people's journey. But a book which can share with everybody what it is to apply that little bit which is between the third and the seventh ribbon you left your heart. And that is all about the heart of work and the art of work. Do buy a copy, share it with your friends. Every single paisa that I receive goes to charity, and that will be your contribution. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next topic is very, very, very pertinent. The reason being, we are faced with the two E's of the industry with AI. The first one, education. The second, employability. And what does the future hold? And that is the next conversation that we're going to have on stage. The topic being the future of education and employability in the AI and automation era. Our speaker is a phenomenal person with some amazing experience. He's an author of a bestseller, The Heart of Work. He's a regular blogger, HR power influencer on platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter. He also serves as an advisor on the Economics Times Advisory Board, offering his invaluable insight on matters related to HR. As an immediate past president of the National Human Resource Development Network, the largest body of HR professionals in the country.
Nathan has steered the HR professional to new heights. Today, he is a prominent partner at Deloitte, where he brings his wealth of expertise to the forefront with a primary focus on advisory and enterprise development. His journey through Deloitte has been nothing short of exceptional. Previously, he served as the Chief Human Resource Officer of Deloitte South Asia, where he was an integral part of the Indian leadership team. Additionally, he held a prestigious position on the talent executive leadership of Deloitte Asia Pacific, solidifying his influence on a global scale. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. S.V. Nathan, Partner and Chief Talent Officer at Deloitte. Welcome, sir. Honor to have you here. Look forward to this education, employability in the era of AI.
Good afternoon, everybody. No, I don't expect all of you to respond to me. I was just testing the mic. Instead of saying mic testing, I'm just saying good afternoon. To start with, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm going to share with you my name. My name is, are you all ready? Okay. Mannargudi Naganatha Subramanya Vaidyanath Iyer. That's my name. Call me Nathan, not Nathan. No, it's nothing with you. I mean, I worked in an American, very large multinational, and people on the other side of the call would call me, hello Nathan. And if his name is James, I would say, hi James. And they would say, no, that is James. I'll say, yeah, Nathan. So nothing against you, my friend. I mean, that happens. Okay. Couple of things. I got 50 slides on a computer. Technology perhaps could not be on my side. So as an audience, you must decide, do I use my slides and put you to sleep, or do I speak and put you to sleep? You decide. Speak. Raise your hand if you say speak. Thank you very much. Sir, you can switch off all of this. This is not needed. I have a huge challenge in front of me. The first challenge is, since morning, you have had outstanding speakers. All of them kept you absolutely glued to what they are saying. Many of them are generals in their subjects. I mean, they are really people who are well experienced. They are outstanding people. Now, after all of these guys, this poor major will have to come and speak to you. Now, I've got to draw all your attention. And so this is what I'm going to do. So, the generals have made some general point soldiers. Now, the major will make some. Thank you very much. Thank you. A keynote has got to be short, has got to be meaningful, and you got to keep it to time. So these are the three essentials. I promise that I will keep to at least one of them, which is to be on time. Time will be defined by me. No, I'm just following in the great footsteps of our previous leaders. Nothing against anybody. I'm going to be speaking about the future of education and employability in the era of AI and automation. And what I'm going to say is, in my entire journey of several years on the planet, in the industry, I've learned that there are a few things that technology cannot teach you. No institution of knowledge can teach you. But in the battlefield of life and professional work, you learn a lot. You learn a lot. So there are a few things that are in common with what the general spoke and what this major is going to speak about. One of which is, if you have to be successful, anybody in this place, you've got to be successful, you've got to have initiative and drive. You need to have initiative and drive. You need to be curious. Why is this happening? You've got to be hugely curious. You've got to be a problem solver. Nobody is going to come to you if you're not a problem solver. So you've got to be a quintessential problem solver. You've got to be a learner. Above all this, you need to have passion. You need to have passion. This morning, we had a 13 or 14-year-old lady who came here and disrupted this whole session in the morning. Do you remember her name? Shagun, correct. What does Shagun mean? Sorry? Good luck. Shagun is good luck. Shagun is something which augurs for what future is about. And that is where this whole session started. This is amazing. Shagun did a fantastic job, disrupted what this whole world is going to see for tomorrow. So, we have almost 40,000 colleges in India. Did you know that? 40,000 colleges. And assuming that you had 1,000 people to any one college, you would know how many lakhs of students you have at any point in time. Do you know the employability rate of those students? A dismal 45%. Which means less than half of those people who study in these portals of knowledge, those people are not employable. So what do organizations do? We bring on those people and then we train them. Today, we will move slightly away from that. Can all the learning happen in these portals of knowledge? Is what people are now attempting. So that's a new wave that is coming up. What does education at large, what does it really do? So if you go to, let's say, IIM Nagpur, and we have the director of IIM Nagpur out here, what happens? Not everybody can go to an IIM, but what do portals of knowledge do? 3 things. Understand what is it about problem solving. You understand a little bit about that. 2, you get a conceptual view of what really happens around you. That's the second thing. Third one is, you learn to be in the weeds and be analytic. So these are the 3 things that you learn when you go to colleges. What AI is going to do is, they're going to change the methodology, they're going to change the access, they're going to take the testing. They would also help people with a lot of things at the palm of their hands. Today, I saw a WhatsApp message. This one is very clear, very cool. It says, you don't even need a phone anymore, because all they have to do is embed a chip, and then you could do this, and then there's a screen that appears on the palm, and then you could ask it questions. Hey, can I have this glass of wine? And possibly you get a response to say, your cholesterol is so-and-so, your this is weight is so-and-so, your BMI is so-and-so. So wine is not what you should have. I think go with whiskey. Yeah? Okay. Suppose I move away from all of this and talk about stories. Would you be interested in stories? Shameless people. You come to conferences to listen to stories. Amazing. So I will tell you a story. Years ago, I went in as a general manager of an Indian organization. I expected people would be coming in from great portals of knowledge. But people that I met were undergrads. People had, sir, if you want to take a call, you want to go outside? Gentlemen, you want to take this call? Thank you. The only gift that you can give me is the gift of your attention. So,
I went in there, I expected people to be from IIM Ahmedabad, I expected people from XLRI or IIM Nagpur, sir, was not there in those days, forgive me. And from the best of St. Stephen's and you name all the... Now, the people that I met, 12th standard, PUC, people who had... But there was glint in those eyes. There were people who had tremendous amount of energy. I was working late, 10 o'clock at night. I was going to shut my room. I came outside. In the far distance, I saw a light, and there was singing. There was a transistor out there, and this guy was singing. So I went up to this gentleman and said, what are you doing? I was almost just 7 days old in that place. I went to that guy. I asked him, what are you doing? He says, sir, I'm making payroll slips. There was a cyclostyling machine. People in this audience would never know about a cyclostyling machine. There are few here who would know this. This is a machine which, instead of doing those Xerox and prints and all that, physically you got to put something and you would make copies. The original is going to the individual, second for the file, third for the finance. I mean, you know how it is. And this person was singing. So I said, what is great about this job? And he says, sir, you don't understand. 1 extra zero to a person's payroll make that person very, very happy. And 1 zero less, this person is very dissatisfied. So I have the power of happiness in my hands. I looked at this guy and I said, amazing. And then I said, can you meet me tomorrow in my office? He says, 11 o'clock. I got to sleep as well. 11 o'clock, he came up. I ushered him into the room. Recognized that I was coming in from one of the top MBA colleges in the country. And I was going to speak to somebody. So what is the first thing that I would ask? As a young guy, I didn't know all these stuff. So I asked him, what's your background? He said, sir, I've done my MBA. I said, where from? I expected it will be from one of these great schools. He said, ABC School of Management. So I said, never heard about this. I said, how will you hear about this? They closed it within a year of my joining. So I said, they closed down that school? Yes. What did you do in your undergrad? What did you do in your BA, BCom? He said, sir, I did BA History. And the way he said BA History was as if he has done this STEM from St. Stephen's. And I looked at him and I said, you did from which college? He named a college, which is not one of those colleges that you would find regular people going to. People who can would get into colleges. People who can't would go into one of these colleges. You have this tiering of colleges. This must be instead not even tier 3, one below that. But he was very proud of that. So I said, what is your percentage? He said, sir, 36%. And the way he said 36% was as if he was wearing some of the epaulets on his shoulder and feeling very proud of this, and 5 different medals, including Visishta Seva medal. And I looked at him, I said, 36%? And he said, sir, if it had been 34%, they'll have to tolerate me for 1 more year. So they cleared me. And just then the phone rang. I was starting to like this guy. The phone rang. I picked up the phone and I said, hello. He said, I'm Sanjay Bhaduri and I'm calling you from Bombay. For the last almost 6 months, you have not had a HR manager. I need somebody by day after tomorrow, Nathan, no excuses. So I said, I have just the right person for you. I've just the right person for you. Take care of him because he is my best. Put the phone down. Then I looked at this guy and I said, gentlemen, will you go to Bombay as the regional manager of human resources? So he said, of course. Of course. So then, I asked him a few other questions. I said, do you know Hindi? Suddenly it occurred to me, you need to know Hindi. Do you know Hindi? So he said, Tora Tora. Which is, there goes my entire beans of what I thought he could do. He said, sir, you don't need Hindi. I'll manage. Don't worry. Guy doesn't know Hindi. He's going into a job that he has no idea about. And then at the door, he just pauses. He said, sir, you're right about this job, right? So I said, of course. And he said, sir, it is 5 levels senior to the role that I hold. I said, I don't much care. I've already decided. Go. He said, what if somebody objects? I said, look, I am the boss. Don't worry, just go. So off he went. Let's park that for a moment. About some 3-4 years ago, I got a telephone call. This was pre-COVID. I got a telephone call from somebody who said, sir, I have a serious problem. I said, what? He said, they're again sending me to Miami. I said, for what? He said, they call out on the best 0.01% performers in the world and give them a real treat with their spouse. So I said, why have you to complain? So he said, they're sending me for the 3rd time, sir. I said, you must be happy. He said, no, same place, Miami. Why can't they send me to Switzerland? So I said, hey, you know what, take it, man. Don't look at gift toss in the mouth. And if you don't want to travel, if they can transfer it to my name, I'll be very happy to represent you. I kept the phone down. My wife was smiling at me, and he says, you seem to be very happy. Now, when wives or spouses ask you, you seem to be very happy, means you do not know the purpose. You're having a grin on your face. And I said, yes. What are you happy about? He says, I'm happy because, I got a call from somebody. He said, what about? So he said, and I explained the entire thing to him. He said, you seem to be very happy. That I understand. He is going to have a jolly out there, but why are you happy about this? I said, I'm very happy about this because many years ago, he happened to be a payroll clerk. Many years ago, he happened to be a payroll clerk. This person, Director of Human Resources for one of the largest multinationals in India, I don't want to reveal his name, city of Bangalore. I will never forget Mahi in my life. He taught me something that day. He taught me what AI cannot teach us. He taught us what confidence is about. And that is something which is most important. Chinmay, one more story? Yes, one more story. So this happened, this is about, again, pre-COVID times. This was a call which was at 11 o'clock at night. 11 at night, running for an hour from the US, and there were a lot of people on the call, the CEO, the CTO, the COO, the entire C-suite, and all the global leadership was on the call. And they are people very high up in the hierarchy. What were they to decide? On a simple matter, some software engineer belonging to the firm went over to the US, fell ill, had encephalitis, which is brain fever. Brain fever means there is no chance that the person is ever going to survive. They had taken him to the best of hospitals in the US, didn't work. The choice was to either put the person in hospice, which is just a very nice way of saying, okay, you can waste away another 6 months, and then, thank you, you go meet your maker. The other alternative was to bring him to India, which again meant that you have to take the person in an air ambulance, which cannot stay in the air for more than 5 hours. It's got to, again, deplane in some port, some airport, and then the doctors will have to check whether he is again worthy of the next step. And that was. It's going to cost the organization a lot of money, but I don't think people are worried about that. They were very worried that he may not even survive the journey. Here in India, you had one person, his wife, who says, in India, we may not have all the best of doctors that you have in the US, but we have handled more cases of encephalitis ever, anywhere on the planet. So there is a chance that he may survive. Please send him to India. Pros, cons, this, that. This whole discussion went on for 58 minutes. At the end of 58 minutes, the decision was made by the CEO, who pretty much said, ladies and gentlemen on the call, it's very clear this person would have to be sent to a hospice, and that is it. And we just have to inform the wife. Suddenly there was a voice that spoke up. This voice said, hello, if this person had been in India, the person would be alive. If this person had been in India, the person would be alive. This person went to the US because there was some general out there who said, I need this soldier to be there. This person followed instructions. He went into the battlefield, and there he was injured. And he's critically injured on that battlefield. Does it not behove of us to take that person who is injured on the battlefield and send him home? Ladies and gentlemen on the call, let us send the soldier home. Let us send the soldier home. There was a pause. Almost 30 seconds. At the end of it, the boss spoke up and said, yes, I think it's important for us to send the soldier home. Fast forward, the person put in an air ambulance, went through 5 different places, landed in Delhi, went straight into a hospital, and the hospital was already waiting for this person. 6 months later, Alok Gupta walked into the waiting arms of his wife. Hale and hearty. I remember this as if this happened yesterday, because the voice that spoke up that day, 2 minutes into time, is speaking to you today. No. This is really not for me. This is because many times I ask myself, do I really have to speak up only when it's a matter of do or die situation? Or can I speak up because of conviction that I hold of what I believe in truly so? And do I not bother about the hierarchy which is there on a call? I speak up because I need to, because this is what I believe in. I'm saying this because technology, AI, and the whole lot of all that we're going to discuss is not going to teach you this. This has got to be learned again by and from leaders. So in conclusion, I believe that what it takes to change what we have in education is, one, have the right faculty, because they are going to be the leaders, and make sure that they have their own development in place. He who can does, he who cannot teaches is not there anymore. The best and the brightest are there because it's one of the noblest professions in the world. But we've got to help them as well. Number 2, make sure that beyond all the case studies that we have had in the past, have proper internships. I heard this morning about what Chitkara does. I think we need to replicate that model and have people in the second years and third years really get into the business side of what they could do as entrepreneurs. And the third one is anything where people can learn to earn, move away, learn and earn is the way to go. And with that, I hope it is a little bit of a fodder for what we have for a fantastic panel coming up. Thank you for your time and attention.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, I yet remember, I don't know if you know, Principles of Rocketry. There's a book, George P. Sutton, 700 pages. It has all the basics of rocketry. And I happen to have read it. It took me 3.5 years to understand the whole book, and a part of it yet goes over my head, especially the maths. And when you look at our history of our country, when we started, have you ever seen those pictures of how ISRO started? Do you know that the Rohini rocket was also named after a nakshatra Rohini, and the reason being Rohini is the only nakshatra that keeps going up in the constellation and all the nakshatras follow it downwards. That's the reason it was even named Rohini. Very few people know this. And the first rocket, of course, was with assistance of the USA. And then part of it later on, we got USSR support, but they actually gave us the impetus. But you know how it was? We took it on a bullock cart and on a cycle. Our first satellite actually went on a bullock cart. If that's not a bullock cart, but I don't think it had any proper vehicle. And I've tried working with propellants and things like this, so I understand the kind of pain and hard work those guys have gone through. Geniuses of their time with no money, a country which had a disillusioned state looking towards science because it was an expenditure and money was hard to come by. And today, you know, a few days ago, or I think when Chandrayaan 1 or 2 didn't work, they actually said, oh, India wants to enter the space club, the elite club with a cow. Did you see that? How many of you saw that meme they created, the cartoon they created? Remember that all our lives. Remember that. Never let that be erased from our minds. Forget everything else, but don't forget that. Because we then showed them their place. They can make movies, and we take half that amount of money and land, and we push ourselves to Mars. So I'm very proud of what we are today. And it gives me immense pleasure. I want all of you to sit up in your seats, perk up your ears, because the conversation that's coming on the stage is, again, as we told you, it's just not going to be AI, technology, and getting, you know, information. We wanted to bring in entertainment, we wanted to bring in eminent speakers, so that when you go away from here, you actually are enriched with a 360-degree view of what's happening around the world. And that's what my next speaker brings to us. Ladies and gentlemen, his topic, if I've understood correctly, I've never had I didn't get time to have a conversation. Do you know that some of our best, how many of you look at the weather? How do we get it? Radar. Does anybody know the full form? No? How many of you know what's radar for? Radio. I'll give you the first clue. No? How many engineers in the house? How many electronic engineers in the house? Let the computer guys have some fun now. How many electrical and electronic engineers in the house? Okay, so coming back from the jokes, so he's going to have a conversation with us. And ladies and gentlemen, our speaker, he's regarded as the father of the RISAT series of radar imaging satellites. He has been instrumental in pushing India towards achieving our own space independence and self-reliance. His expertise have contributed in the realm of synthetic aperture radar, SAR technology, that has been instrumental in the success of the RISAT-1, RISAT-2, and the Chandrayaan 2. His work in developing the Ka-band radio altimeter played a pivotal role in ensuring the smooth and precise landing of Chandrayaan 3. Those of you who don't know, there is a semi-altimeter even within your own mobile phones. Semi, I would not say the full way. His influence extends to the development of satellites like the OceanSat 1 and 2, where he's played a crucial role in the creation of various components. His role as the lead designer of the NASA-ISRO dual frequency, that's SAR is again the synthetic aperture radar, the NISAR mission, which is a testament to his global impact and recognition. His service as a senior advisor to the chairman of ISRO, where his wisdom and guidance have been invaluable in shaping the course of India's space endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you on your feet. Give him a big round of applause, as I would like to call upon the former Director, Space Application Center, ISRO, the founder of the SIR radar, Shri Tapan Mishra, on stage.
Let me introduce myself. I was the least educated director of two ISRO centers. In fact, one PhD guy came and told me, how come only a person with a bachelor degree sitting on the chair of Bikram Sarabhai? And I said, that is fate. And in the course of my journey, I was more like a river. I was quite an impromptu person who changed. And what many people told me, you are doing a grave mistake. But again I changed and got into newer and newer things. So that's why I thought I changed the title. You can go back and change the beginning, but you can start from where you are and change the ending. And that has been my motto. I studied in 2 Ramakrishna Mission schools. What is great thing about that, in one school had a 25% orphans, and another school had a 25% blind students. And you have to have one orphan or one blind student as your roommate. And that teaches you that the life when you build a team, everybody need not be excellent. You can still build a team who are deficient in something or some part of life. And I was fortunate to study in the JNU of Kolkata, or JNU is the Jadavpur University of Delhi, because it's a very politically active and intellectually active and with a bright professors. And what I understood, and if I look back those days, actually the curriculum gives you knowledge, but your personality building comes from human interaction. And the colleges, human interaction, not in labs. Because when you meet in Adda or Chai Ka Dukan, then you don't have a difference and you argue and counter argue. You learn the power of putting your views in a more logical and acceptable fashion. And that is where the personality is built. And you get this learning subsequently. And just since it's a lot of HR professionals gathered, I just let you know that I was for 10 years the question setter of ISRO. And I chaired the recruitment board, and I chaired the whole recruitment processes also for 3 years. And I can take small credit of ISRO success in recent years because we have chosen the right people. Because our choice of people were never on the whether they give the right answer, but our choice was based on whether they are going through a right approach. That was the question. In fact, I will tell you that just since I started this, that I have established a radar company with a motto, we will build the better than the best radars in the world. We are not a second grader people, but we will make the better than the best. And it will be coming from India. And our selection of people based on not on graduation degree, but on the grasping power. So I have selected for radar engineer, architecture student, mathematician, physicist, electronics engineer, and even a media specialist, because I found his grasping power was superior than any other thing. And because of my long experience, I can detect whether the person can grasp a very totally unknown things. Because in the days of artificial intelligence, the real intelligence is actually becoming rarer and rarer. And that is where we have to tap nowadays. I was in Kharagpur IIT. I was actually not a very bad student. I had an All India rank of 82 in IIT. I was in Kharagpur IIT, but I thought to becoming mathematician, so I left it. I came to, then my father said, you will spend your life being a primary school teacher. So he forced me to go to Jadavpur University, and And because I stood a joint entrance rank of first, so they get me what branch you want. My father said electronics, so I became electronics engineer. And when I didn't want to join ISRO because it was that time ISRO was not known that much. And it was the lowest paid job of 3 jobs I had. One was Jensen Nicholson to become executive assistant to Arun Nehru. Second was Hindustan Computer Limited. And the lowest salary was a 650 rupees basic of ISRO. Engineer SB. And I want to buy tickets for Bangalore. Actually, I was supposed to join the School of Automation after the GATE exam in IISc. But for some reason or another, I bought the ticket of Ahmedabad instead of Bangalore, and I happened to become a space scientist. And, that's it. But that time, the ISRO was very snooty, not like today's. ISRO was snooty because there has to be people, top echelon was MIT, Stanford, Caltech. Then lower down, they used to have been IIT students, for that MTech students, mostly PhD or BTech. And non-IIT BTechs were the least. In fact, I was the lonely fellow there. And there was no taker. There was a very 2 prestigious jobs, INSAT and IRS. There was a new budget, the big buildings and everything. And they were starting a small department called hardly any funding, that is for radar remote sensing. And they pushed me there because I was an odd man out, pushed me. And the group was staffed with a lot of odd men, union leaders, people who did not go well with other departments. And it's an education for me. The team which was built with people who did not fit the system, they became the most proliferate innovators of ISRO. And they built today the most complex electronics ever built in India. I think none of it is not IITs, IISc or anybody. It is that teams of leftover people who made it. So we were given a job, Even the Nachiketa has asked his father, Uddala, why are you donating the cows who don't have the teeth? They're already old. So when we went, because this is an odd man out, so we were given a Marconi radar from Indian Navy, which was not working, obviously. Had it been working, they would not have given to us. And they told, you repair it and fly it. And my boss was NS Pillai, and we repaired it, flown it. We were very excited, from flying on a DC-3 at a height of 10,000 feet without any pressurization, and we were getting images of approximately 3 to 5 kilometers and with a resolution of 150 to 250 meters, and come back, and the bosses used to tell, see, what is this? This IRS image gives you 23-meter resolution from 840 kilometer height. Look at it, what is the difference? You cannot, this will not go. So then we are the 5th country in the world to build synthetic aperture radar. And to be precise, in India till today, in my 30 years of career, 37 plus career, nobody else could build a synthetic aperture radar in India. It is supposed to be one of the topmost radar. In fact, if you know synthetic aperture radar, all other radars are subsets. And it's a heavy computation intensive. It needs a signal processing and all. We built airborne radars, and we are actually the 5th people in the country. We are flying in Beechcraft. And most interesting, the first radar we built, actually that's data processing used to be done by some other set of people. And and the motion compensation was not correct, and for some reason or another, hardly 1/10 of the data used to be good one. In fact, while collecting data, we have to pray. Today the data should come good. And I was hawking RI set to the top management. And top management like a chairman, Rangan and all, and they are always surrounded with advisors with a pins in their hand. They will pick anybody who comes very near, comes with new ideas. So there are these fellows are pricking, the big man people, that they see these fellows could not process a good airborne radar images and they want to go for a spaceborne SAR. And it was my existential dilemma. In fact, finally I actually, we were not, because we were supposed to be hardware guys, nut, bolt and all those things, instrument, but not computers. We are not worth the computers. So we had no facilities. And I talked to the CMC general manager in Ahmedabad, Apte Saab. I said, he just brought for demonstration some 8 CPU Xeon machine. I requested him to donate me for a month. Then after a month he came to ask for it. I told him the Kishore Kumar story. Somebody asked payment from Kishore Kumar. Kishore Kumar went to the bathroom, brought out a test tube, the toothpaste tube, and pressed it to take out all the test paste. Then he asked that fellow, please put it back in the toothpaste. I said, our situation is like that. You gave it to us. I cannot give it to you till my job is. But we developed a new set of motion compensation algorithm. It is one of the, what I realized that everybody uses, this pod stabilization system, but we said, why to make complicated? We did the other way around. Mathematically, the flight track made it orthogonal to that antenna direction, and we made it, and you can look at the superb images. And I remember that when I went to Rangan to show him, and he was holding a 23 crore budget for the initial phase 1 development cost of RI set. The moment he saw the images, he threw that file and asked S.K. Das, our additional secretary, I have signed, get it cleared. That is how the ISRO used to function those days. And another interesting thing, we are our first, before radar, we were asked to make radiometer, a cheaper one. And while making radiometer, that radiometer has to be tested with a black body object. And you will be surprised from J.C. Bose's day till 1998, not a single lab in India built a microwave black body radiator. And to our surprise, in fact, we were supposed to buy from UK Met. It is 8.5 crores, and imagine the radiometer project was costing 7.5 crores. It went to Dr. George Joseph, who was the director. He called me. I was a mostly software and microwave guy. He put that file in the dustbin and said, you build it. And it's surprising. And later on I learned how to build it, get it productionized, and it was so heavy. And we built India's first black body operating in a microwave. And it is a cryogenic. It was operating up to 78 degree Kelvin, up to the boiling point of nitrogen. There is even in ISRO, and it is actually in India. Anything, Americans had not done, then Indians cannot do. That is the general philosophy. We go to buy armament, we can blame DRDO for many things, but say your equipment is not as good as IAI, or this is not as good as Rafale, it is not as good as this one, and it is everywhere. Everywhere, and that was on ISRO also. Somehow that was an idea. If NASA, ESA has done, then we have a confidence to redo it. And 99 I proposed, who will build a radar, synthetic aperture radar, who will be the better than the best, and it will be built by brown people. That is the last line I wrote. In fact, Dr. Kasturi Rangan got very egged on it, on a 3-page note, that it will be built by brown people. And we kept it, we made it the synthetic, and we did a huge amount of, you will be surprised that it has electronics of approximately 1400 subsystems on a 6x2 meter antenna. There was a 6,000 connectors, 3,000 RF connectors, 6,000 digital connectors. There is a 30 kilometer of cabling, RF cabling, and that was made, and it worked flawlessly, and its 90% components were commercial and made in India, and in a facilities which were rejected by everybody, including DRDO. What we brought first time that a polarimetry in a C-band, it is a first, we changed this polarimetry itself to hybrid polarimetry. It is a new concept which was introduced, and we also built a synthetic aperture radar first time in C-band giving better than 1 meter resolution. In fact, I am happy to inform this one of our surgical strike, this radar was used for that operation. And not only that, we built it, the 10 kilometer by 100 kilometer spotlight SAR, where the global next best SAR was from the Israelis, which we bought from them, that had only 5 by 5 kilometer. You can see it is only 1/10 of that image you can see on this comparison there. And, okay. I don't know. And you can see the type of images it has come. And they say PMs don't meet that actual person who is working, who made it. But at that time, our PM Manmohan Singh asked me to meet him. And to my surprise, compared to all the I was stunned by his intelligence and his knowledge and his the wide spectrum. I was surprised why we are not seeing that personality in public spaces. And he had a phenomenal memory, it has still aged with me, and his knowledge and his grasping ability. And we built also that this next stage of reconnaissance satellites of RISAT-2B series. We have built a 2R in the operation, and they are helping our security friends in a much better way today. They don't have to depend on other countries. And since I cannot show data from India, so I have showed it from Malaysia. You can see the intricate details, though it is put down in a very coarser resolution, but you can see the intricate details. And that's we built the Chandrayaan-2. It's a very interesting story because in Chandrayaan-1, I wanted to make a synthetic aperture radar. In fact, I bid for it on part of our team, and we could not get, because everybody said it has to be a foreign collaboration, and so be it. So it had happened. In Chandrayaan-2, automatically it would have gone to that heritage to be, the space people maintain heritage. So that heritage to be maintained, and the UR Rao was the committee chairman. I was determined to get it. And the NASA proposal was in L-band, and we went, to ward me off. They had one radar was weighing 11.5 kg. So UR Rao asked me, you make it two polarized, two frequency. I said, yes, L and S. Okay. Then he said, it should be fully polarized. I said, the hardware will end up in 4 times. He said, yes, you have to make it 4 times. Then he, after thought, he said, you make it in 15 kg. I also said, yes. And he had no other way to go. He agreed for this. And I came back, I was almost lynched by my colleagues, 2 synthetic apertures for Chandrayaan mission. We built it, and the last radar we built at a 950 kg mass and a 16.5 kg. And surprise of surprise, our colleagues, my colleagues, they rose to the occasion, built one of the most miniature synthetic aperture radar, and it is still operating. You can go to ISRO sites, how beautifully it has found out the craters, the water inside, and all of those things. But what interesting thing happened, that NASA, at no time NASA chief visited India, ISRO. The reason is, if you go, they will always say, we are 50 years ahead of you. Let us be very frank, that is not. And I was in the State Department in Washington, D.C., in one of the strategic dialogue meeting, and Charles Bolden, the NASA chief, he took me aside, told them, Tapan, did you build that synthetic aperture radar that cost? Actually, we built it less than 200 crores, whether the international cost was 2,000 crores plus. And I said, yes. Then he said, I'll visit. And he, after 3 months, he came, visited that lab, and walked up and down the clean room for 1 hour, and he wanted to understand what makes our people to build such a classic radar at such a cheap cost. And I will be surprised that all the radar set follow-on mission, which is called the radar set continuity mission, is deceptively similar to RISAT, and today his features are copied in other synthetic aperture radar. In fact, I was the person who was invited to configure Canada's RCM mission. And the follow-up was that fallout was there. There is an advanced LN S-band radar which is coming in NISR, NASA, ISRO SAR, which will be flying next year. And that's the most important thing. It will give information of every 8 days whole solid mass over the globe, that any height variation of 2 millimeter will be detected. And presently, as I told, I am on a mission to build a 32 satellite constellation of L and P band synthetic aperture radar. And what we'll build is one of the topmost technology, which will be nobody is having at a 1 meter resolution in L band, which can, and it will penetrate through the ground, and it will penetrate through the foliage and all. And we have already made a drone-based synthetic aperture radar. And you can see the type of images it has. And we have also got the IDEX challenge. Recently, the Prime Minister's challenge we won. And it's a very prestigious win to support Indian Air Force. And we'll be providing the imaging services which will give you not only see the surface through the foliage, it will see below the ground up to a 10 meter depth, it will see that. And also we are making a very, very sophisticated, it is nowhere there in the world. There's a very sophisticated GPR which is tested in mines where every piece of metal we could detect. We have a new concept. We are upgrading it to drone-borne one, which will be for military application, for mining and all applications, and will give you resolutions of less than a meter with a depth up to 80 meters. And we started operation hardly one year and 3 months, because after the COVID only we could start. We recruited people hardly for 1 year, and today we have come to this. And one good thing, it's a very deep tech. No VCs were ready to fund. If you say you are going to make better than the best, nobody believes. ऐसा हो नहीं सकता है. हमारा पैसा पानी पे जाएगा. But then, there are much wiser classmates, my school classmates, who are wiser than me, so they made good amount of money. So they have invested, and that is how this company has come up. My observation is true that ISRO, China and India, the per capita GDP was almost same. And only Deng Xiaoping started in 1984, and you see that after 10 years, their growth rate started increasing, and we started in 1994, and also another 4 years, 10 years, we also started going up. But what happened is subsequently, China's growth rate went very steep ahead, and India's has not picked up. We may all talk a lot of things, global things. My understanding is that China did not do one wise thing. They did not invest in software. And we went to build software, capture the software market, and because it's a high-paying salary, and it just sucked away talents for all branches, all metallurgists, chemical engineers, civil engineers, electronic engineers. You tell a physicist, mathematics, everybody wanted to become software. And not that, with all due, it has generated a huge amount of employment, high quality employment. I have no doubt about it. And it has built the digital economy. Though many of this digital economy, significant part is made by the government software companies who pay the low salary. But it killed the core engineering and stifled the deep tech engineering, the price we are paying. What you seeing today, the government's approach, the correction of this process, and by 2025, we'll have a new economic order. That is what is expected. Corona, Ukraine war, Israel war, and all this is a process towards denormalization of the present geopolitical and geoeconomic scenario, and that is where see the government's effort in Atmanirbhar and all, you will be surprised that China also started the similar program. Exactly what the programs we are doing. So this is all you will see. And another one, what is the difference with ISRO, my experience, is our family, education, working everywhere, we started, insisting on, independent thought, independent working, independent mindset. But what ISRO has mastered, they have valued interdependence, and which is a key to teamwork with a flawless precision. And this interdependence we have not taught in our industry. It is everywhere, it is a मैं अकेला ही राजा बाकी सब खाजा ऐसा ही है. But that we can work together, we can have a different intellectual level can work together, different financial levels can work together. That has not been established there, and that is what made the big difference in success of ISRO. And we do not see such matching success even in the government funded or in the private sector. One of the most important things what ISRO has mastered, if you say the whole cosmos is governed by the second law of thermodynamics, even the life has come from the second law of thermodynamics. And I feel that any institution is also governed by the second law of thermodynamics. The most efficient institutions will have the least noise, least entropy, so they have the least information. So the most efficient organizations will not generate new ideas because they have the least entropy and least information. And the most inefficient systems, like this IITs or IIScs, they generate a lot of entropy, but that they are not converted to a proper informational product. But ISRO has mastered at different level to grab what is the new knowledge is created and converted to the product. So just to see, let's say, we have started launching rockets of such a poorer level, and from that we have went into all the branches of space technology, and that is possible because ISRO has put managerial levels at different levels to spot new type of knowledge created, new type of skill created, and that how to convert into new product. It is the most efficient Carnot cycle. of thermodynamics we have established. And another thing, if I put up this photograph, everybody knows it's Diwar ka. Mera paas maa hai, that story. But you will not know this person. He is actually Dr. S. Srinivasan, who is the father of today our cryo engine. And he has done a seminal work, and he died very untimely death. Lot of issues were suspected, but then we do not know. The country which doesn't respect its knowledge, its people with knowledge cannot go. You see the difference in why everybody asks why we were delayed from US 50 years, because our psychological and social priorities were different. And that, another most important thing, if you see the ISRO, has hardly today's date, our catchment area is the small colleges, very far away places. The students are coming. And mostly it's the government engineering colleges, NITs, IISER, or private engineering colleges. And surprisingly, we're performing much better than that. It doesn't mean that IITs are not contributing. It only means, it gives me satisfaction that our technology knowledge route has actually gone deeper, which we are not respecting and which we are not properly harnessing. That is my understanding. This is a Bengali poetry from Neeraj Chakraborty. And it says, have you stumbled on your way? Get up. When you stumble, you are noticed by a few. If you stand up again, you will be noticed by the whole world. So we should not get bogged down by the failure. Failure you will have a very bad name sometimes. But if you rise from like a phoenix from a failure, and you will be respected very widely. This is many of the companies today. I see the startups from small failure, they throw out the things. And okay, so I stop here. And thank you for your kind attention.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Products and services, and also most importantly their experiences with use cases, how to adopt digital transformation amongst all the MSMEs. We are already talking of I 5.0, and you all would be wondering, we have not yet been done with I 4.0, and 5.0 is being mentioned in most circles here. We heard in the morning session a great deal about sustainability. So all that is happening is we are trying to integrate I 4.0 with making it more human-centric and making sure the man and machine coexist, and sustainability as the other aspect. So it's an integration of I 4.0 and I 5.0. So I don't want to steal the thunder from our speakers here. We have Mr. Tushar from Mahindras and Mahindras. We have Atom State represented by Mr. Venkat, who's going to talk is about AI and ML applications and how to implement them in our businesses. And we have Karthik from CADFEM, which is a global partner company for ANSYS. Some of you would be using ANSYS software. ANSYS also has been on the forefront of startups funding. We're going to hear all about this. Over to Mr. Tushar to tell us all about digital transformation and to what extent M&M has benefited by providing end-to-end solutions. Over to you, Tushar. Thank you.
So, good morning friends, colleagues and seniors.
It's my pleasure to be presenting in MSME Summit organized by CII. Before I move to my presentation, first of all, I will like to thanks to entire CII team for providing this platform to all the industries where we can share our knowledge, our initiatives, our practices, which can be helpful and mutually benefited to all the industry. Moving on to my presentation, first of all, I would like to we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra Auto and Farm Sector Division. We will be showcasing our journey towards the low-cost automation. Precisely, we are going to touch the low-cost automation sector. There are selective case studies which will be benefiting other industries that we are focusing on, and affordable digital technologies. So that is our agenda for today's presentation. With me, there is my team, Mahindra & Mahindra team. So Mr. Uma Shankar and Mr. Sridhar has also joined this session. So we are representing Mahindra & Mahindra panel. So our subject for today is low-cost automation and affordable digital technologies that we are touching upon. And we are having our manufacturing units present in Telangana state at Zairabad, both auto and farm division. So most of the case studies are from that only. This is the overview of Mahindra Group. We are having presence in 11 sectors, 150 plus companies, 100 plus countries. Particularly, we are today focusing on farm and property division. Perhaps we are the one and only who are manufacturing two-wheeler and 20-wheeler, both the things under auto and farm divisions. This is our global footprint. We are present in multiple countries. Our R&D centers are there in multiple countries and also manufacturing. This is our product portfolio at Zairabad plant in Telangana specifically. So we have recently launched 2 new products in auto also and farm also. Both are our techno-savvy products. One is EV related commercial vehicle, and then our all new tech pack ready tractor, which are going to be which are launched at global platforms, and that will be having many new features introduced first time in the tractor industry. So these are different 7 models which are introduced through OJA. That has been recently launched on 15th of August. Focusing on to our journey as a Mahindra and Auto Farm sector, this is our journey toward digitization. So we have started with our strategy and our program formation since 2016-17, and this is the way we have moved ahead. So we have focused on multiple themes like IoT, robotics, digital operations, which will be coming forward into this presentation. All this has been integrated in our own customized MES platform, which are called as Drona. So why technology? So these are the challenges which industry is facing nowadays. So increasing model complexity, improve competitiveness in the market. To survive in the market, we have to improve all these parameters. We have to go through this complexity of the models and yet maintain our margins. So for doing that, we have adopted the different approach. We have simplicity, customer centricity, process robustness, flexibility. These are we have adopted into our approach, and working on these initiatives, we have formed our case studies, which we are going to showcase with you. So these are the major themes: low cost automation, digitized operations, IoT, and new technologies. I will skip this slide because this is going to be covered in future. Okay, in low cost automation, we are going to present a few case studies. So this is our main drive, no fault forward. So whatever we are manufacturing on the particular station, that has to be first time right, and there should not be any fault going forward to the inspection. So based on that things, we have showcased few of the case studies. This is our one of the case studies in which we have addressed near about 400 plus failure modes, and from those failure modes we have categorized them into 4 different buckets in our assembly operations, like torquing, part missing, wrong assembly, similar looking part. These are the areas which need to be addressed for covering major failures in our processes. So these areas we have addressed through basically we are having both legacy of operations. There are old plants which are running on the manual operation. So we have gone for the requirement-based, need-based digital solutions on those stages. So that we are focusing. So these are few of the examples which we have done at our plants. So for torque missing, there are legacy tools which are pneumatically operated. So this has been fitted with some electronic and IoT-based devices to control the torque and specification to meet the requirements that we are addressing those with the first torque missing case study. The second is part missing, in which we are going for the multiple type of sensors, right from proximity sensors, inductive-based sensors, laser sensors, steel vision sensors. So depending on the requirement, we are adopting this sensor technologies to detect the part missing, particular part missing area. Then in wrong assembly, we are also, this is one of the case study in which we have used a laser-based sensor so that we will know that the part orientation is right and there is no wrong assembly being made on the particular stage. Then similar looking parts for this, we have also used different vision technologies. So at the low cost area, we have used the color-based sensing so that we will identify that the part is right or wrong, wrongly assembled. This is one of the video which will showcase you how we have modified the stage for no fault forward. This is a piston and ring assembly. After this assembly, this part has been checked for multiple parameters before going forward with different technologies, like from scanning, from vision sensing, sensor-based sensing. Once it passes through all these parameters, then only the part will go forward. So we are ensuring that whatever we are producing on the stage, at that stage only it will be addressed. So these are the benefits of it. 100% built-in quality, that is a focus area. This is one of the case study of spot missing concern, in which the operator actually do the welding job on the station, and many a times the operator misses the spot. So this particular case study is focusing on some small electronic devices which are fitted inside the controllers, and those are connected with the assembly fixture, so that unless and until the required spots has been taken, the assembly will not get dismantled from that particular fixture. So this is the basically case study. This is a small representation of the process. Once the operator will finish the entire spotting, then only the part will get disassembled from the stage. Then these are the weld spot counters. So many times, many assemblies have different models, and with respect to different model, these are different spot weld configurations. So with respect to that, it is a complex operation for operator to remember all these spots. So we have integrated this particular spot counter profile with different models, so that whenever the particular model get assembled on the fixture, that particular model spot counter will be activated, and unless and until operator weld those many spots, it will not get disassembled from the fixtures. This is to address the model complexity that is getting added into the portfolios. So once the required spot has been reached, then only the fixture will get declamped. So the benefits of this is, again, no fault forward, so 100% built-in quality. This is one of the case study for IoT. This particular case study, nowadays we are having a lot of technologies available inside the tools, where we can connect the tools with the softwares and we can have the data for the traceability. But this particular case study is focusing on the legacy tools, which we have modified for getting right specification, product and process specification, and then this data is getting logged into the software and it is represented on the dashboard. So this is with the very few thousands of amount we have done it inside our plant only. So this is basically a dashboard which represents different torquing status of the tools, and with respect to particular model number or particular tractor number, you can basically have this data available with you, so to know that the process has been done right. This is small video for that. In new technology, we are actually now focusing more on vision-based systems. Wherever the sensors will not work, so we are focusing to go for vision-based systems. And also at new production lines, we are also focusing to address critical stations with robots and cobots. So this is one of the examples which we are working in Zahrabad plant only. So this is cabin assembly line, so in which the electrical testing of different lights and different indicators are being done by the vision cameras. So this cabin is being tested by cameras, and the data has been stored into the softwares for future traceability. So with robots and cobots, we in Mahindra as entire AFS, we are having 500 plus robots, 50 plus cobot installed. So whatever new lines are getting installed, on which we are also focusing to go for critical operations like hemming, sealant, and then painting. For those things we are choosing the critical operations, and we are selective in our approach to go for the robotics and entire automation. This is one of the video of painting robots facility installed at Zahrabad. This is a similar application process done by cobot. So these are the initiatives, or I can say key automations, which are helping us to make a first time right product and no fault forward. As I told you in my first slide, this is our MES platform. This is manufacturing execution system. This is customized, developed for our operations. We call it as a drona. So this we use for connecting our different operations together. Like in our company, we are having a different set of operation, right from sales side order till the dispatch. So to have the entire visibility of the processes and to swift decision making, and also to manage the operations digitally and also effectively, this platform has been developed. So many of the tools like process data, many of the plug data, as well as the operation data has been logged onto this platform, and from this we are having a visibility of entire process and what is going right or what is going wrong into the operations. So I will leave you with, this is my last slide I think, and I will leave you with small AV after this. So 2-3 minutes AV is there. It is self-explanatory, you can easily understand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tushar. It's very heartening to see the automation right in our neighborhood, Zahirabad. I would urge members here, if there's any opportunity to visit the plant which M&M has been encouraging us to visit the plant every year. I've done that, and it's a great learning experience. And to see all the automation happening from our own Indian company, I think it fills my heart. Thank you, Tushar. We will have the Q&A at the end, the other two speakers completing their talk. We are allocating good amount of time because the subjects are very interesting. I'm sure there are many queries from the audience here. I request our next speaker, Mr. Karthik Chitappu, who is the Director Customer Excellence from CAD-FEM, India, to take over.
First of all, thanks for inviting me for this conference, and it's my pleasure to give a small update on, what are the new technologies or digital engineering in terms of simulations. Okay, can you go to the first slide, please? Oh, I can go. Yeah. So I come from a company called CAD-FEM, and I think the name itself says much about digitalization, right? So it's the CAD, which is a virtual designing of yours, and there's a FEM, which is a virtual simulation of your products. How many of you are doing a product development using simulations here? Okay, only 3 hands I see. Okay. I think we'll see why it is so important for MSMEs, to do a simulation-driven product development. And we also talk about a digital engineering in a very broader sense, not only just in terms of product development, starting from the conceptual phase to the in-product phase, where we are talking about ADAS, digital twins, and other things. Okay? So, just a brief intro of our company. CAD-FEM is basically a global company, which is our parent company is in Germany, and in India we started in 2007. So what we are majorly into is, we actually are one of the largest producers of simulation technologies in the world. Okay. Along with it, we also kind of have 40 years of experience in terms of rapid product development and also innovating for a lot of our customers. Especially we deal with a lot of MSMEs in both India as well as Germany, Southeast Asia, and all other countries. And also we deal with a lot of bigger customers, starting with like Bosch or let's say Grundfos and other companies too. Okay. And the major advantage what we have as a company, a group is because of a global presence, we could develop an expertise in different physics, because simulations, when you talk about it, or digital engineering, when you talk about it, it's no more one single engineering or one single physics for that sake. So we have a vast range of physics which we are dealing with, starting with the structures. We talk about CFD, we talk about electromagnetics part of it, both high frequency, low frequency. Like low frequency when I talk about like motors and all. When I talk about high frequency, I'm talking about PCB boards, radars, and then we're talking about optics, where you're talking about LiDARs, laser weapons or optics lenses and everything, right? And then we're talking about embedded systems and also the functional safety and cyber security of your products. That's becoming very much important nowadays, because of a lot of OEMs are asking to make sure that your product is, because you have a software and it should not be hacked, right? So the cyber security becomes very, very important for all your products when you're offering it to your customers, right? So all this comes into picture, and those all things we can simulate and test and virtually test them and get a much more insight into all of this. So about us in India, I think as I said, we started in 2007. Our parent company is in Hyderabad. It's hardly a few hundred meters from here. But we also have offices wide across India in 7 different locations: Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Delhi, Coimbatore, and Ahmedabad. Okay. So we have a wide range of expertise. So we deal with, in India itself, we have around 300 plus customers, and majority of them are MSMEs. Okay, so for us, digital engineering is very, very important. So we start with the centric of customer, where customer wants to innovate, make their products more efficient, and also reduce the cost of their products, right? So when that is what they want to do, the first thing what they want to do is how to adopt the simulation. Okay, that's the first step. How can they use simulations to drive their innovation or drive their product? Second thing is to automate the simulation itself so that you can democratize it across the users, and you can make it much more user friendly, because doing simulation is one front, and making user friendly and because a lot of people are talking about the skill gaps and all, right? So to overcome that, we can also automate it and actually make it much more button click solutions, where you can do your simulations, especially when you're talking about sectors like non-engineering, I mean to say non-traditional engineering sectors like pharma, where they are using simulations nowadays. They want to go in silico instead of in vivo and in vitro, right? So when you're talking about in silico, that is something which they are adopting nowadays, and they want to do simulations upfront to understand how the mixing is happening, how your stunts you're manufacturing are going to work, what's the life of those stunts, or if you're doing a hip implants, you want to have a customer-centric data, which is very specific to each and every customer. You get the scan data, and based on the scan data, you want to actually do an implant using additive manufacturing or the different manufacturing techniques, right? So when these people who are coming from other backgrounds wants to do simulations, the automations become very, very, very important. And then over that, the top circle really talks about the digital engineering part of it, where we offer services to customer, because selling a software or offering a software to the customer is not the end thing, right? That will not lead to the success for the customer. So it becomes very important for us to integrate the software solutions along with the services, along with the knowledge transfer and the training sessions and everything. So that is where we really built on IT infrastructure. So we offer the hardware to the customer, which is very simulation centric. I'm not talking about just the IT hardware, but for simulation itself, we need to customize the hardware so that it can run very efficiently. Then we are talking about the knowledge, what they have to build. The major challenge what you're facing nowadays is to get the core engineers, because a lot of colleges are dropping the core engineering courses out of their curriculums, and it's becoming very problematic to get skilled engineers for your simulation purpose. And that's what we want to also bridge a gap. Okay, so today's topic, we majorly talk about the digital engineering part of our MSMEs, and this is very, very important because the MSMEs are a key lever for the India 5 million economy, right? So we are the 30% contributor for our GDP, and 42% of our exports, right? That's what people were talking since morning, and that is very important to concentrate upon this sector and how we can enable the MSME sector to kind of adopt that digital engineering for them. Okay, so the main challenges is for all the industry sectors is to drive the innovation, complexities, because you're not dealing with one single physics now. You have the interconnectivity between different things, and now you're talking about Industry 4.0, where you are talking about the automation, where we have a lot of sensor data coming in. You have a lot of lens, LiDAR is there because the camera has to see it, get the data, and based on the data, let's say you have an ADAS system. Based on the LiDAR in your car, your autonomous vehicle has to perform. If a person comes in front of you, based on the LiDAR sensor, it has to take the signal, capture it, and based on that, it has to apply a certain force on your brake so that it stops at a safe distance from the person, right? So this all becomes very complex, and we are really talking about connections between different systems and different physics here. That has become a huge problem. Then the cycle time. With so much of innovation going on, so much of competition, the cycle time to the market has come down drastically. Previously, maybe people used to take maybe 8 years, 5 years to develop a car to come out. Now they're coming down to 3 years to develop a car and coming out into the market, right? So thus times are coming down drastically, and the innovation and the complexity is going up. Okay? So right now in the industry, there are two interesting things happening. One is the technology is really helping you to reduce the development time, The second thing is the destructive part of it. The technologies are becoming so and so advanced, your present models, present things are becoming obsolete, right? It's no more makes sense. So when you want to really talk about leveraging the advanced technology which is developing day in and day out, and to leverage your legacy technology, for them to have a proper marriage between them, you need to have a digital engineering. Otherwise, there's no other way you can take it for, right? So to actually reduce the cost, increase the quality, and evaluate the risk, we need the simulations, and there's no other way to move forward. Okay? So this is one of the survey which happened in US. So they want to see, with simulations and without simulations, what is the difference? And you can clearly see 21% improvement with simulations to launch the time to market. 22% they could meet the targets. 17% increase in the quality also. So these are the important driving factors for any MSME, right? So these are three things what you want to look at and make sure that your product is coming out in market in a given time frame, and you're also with a low cost. So how do we get it right in the first, early itself? That is very important, because most of your cost is decided in the initial phase itself, before even you start simulation, where in the conceptual phase you have something, and like 85% of your cost is decided in the initial phases. So if you want to make some changes, the influence of these changes will be much less in the later stages. But in the early stages, if you want to make some changes, you have much scope and you can improve it, and the effect of it is much more wider reach. Okay? And with the traditional techniques where you're pushing your design to the end and doing a prototyping and going for testing, and if something is not working, coming back, this is going to take a lot of time and a lot of cycles, right? So what you want to do is you want to implement the simulations in the first phase itself, so that you can understand your product much better, optimize it, innovate it, and then you can reduce the cost and everything. And then once you finalize your design, then you can go for your prototyping, which when you are much more confident that it's going to pass and go forward, right? Nowadays simulations are becoming so realistic that people want to reduce testing drastically, just to one test, maybe two tests at the end of it. But most of the times they want to avoid it completely and take simulation as a benchmark. And I think a lot of the defense sectors are also asking their suppliers to submit the simulation reports, right? That is becoming much more important nowadays. And I think a lot of the OEMs, automotive OEMs, aerospace OEMs are also asking you for these reports to be submitted, so that you can make sure that your product is compliance to their requirement and everything. Okay, so that is what I was talking about, the virtual prototyping and simulation-based product development. Okay, so there are 3 important technologies out of the 10 for digital engineering which are actually disrupting or help the industry to move forward. I think the first one is the AI ML. That is something one of the dignitaries is going to talk about it in the next session. But the next one is additive manufacturing. I think this is one of the technologies a lot of people are using nowadays to do the prototyping, or also taking it to the next level of mass production, So the reason why additive manufacturing has become more popular is because it can manufacture any kind of complex shapes, and you can actually make lightweighting much more possible, right? But it has its own problems. I think this is not a platform to discuss about it. We can take it later. And the third one is the simulation front, where you can see a lot of people are saying the simulation is very, very important, right? So I think let's see how the simulations develop. I think in 1970s, simulation was only for academics. They were doing a lot of research and they were developing. That's fine. Next 85 to 2000, having no simulation, it's still okay. It's normal. A lot of people were not doing simulations. In 2000 to 2015, simulation has become a normal. A lot of people started using simulation. It's still not a compulsion, but still a lot of people have started doing it. As you can see the examples here, you can see it in the optics field, you can see it in the sensor field, you can see in amphibian mobility services here, oil and gas, other sectors where simulations were not traditionally used. It has moved into that. In 2015 to 20, no simulation is not normal. So people felt that, okay, you're not doing simulation still, you should start doing it now. I think as you can see, the technology of IoTs, 5Gs, electrification, ADAS and all actually has pushed simulation. As you can see here, we are doing a signal integrity problem here. to generate what are the losses, what are the temperature generated because of that, and then see the thermal and cooling part of it. And then we are talking about, because of the thermal cooling and all, how the soldering is working. And if these are failing, your component is going to fail, right? So you can see 3 different physics combined together, and you need simulations for that. Not only that, we are also talking about crosstalks between 2 different devices, because nowadays, IoTs have become so much. We have, Bluetooth everywhere right nowadays, right? So there should not be a cross connection between them, how they are kind of working. All these things can be tested in simulations. Okay, and e-mobility, I think this is where a huge chunk of MSME customers are supplying to this, where they're talking about motors, batteries, the charging systems, So the motors have become very important, and we have a lot of motor customers itself in India whom we are dealing with, who are using our softwares to develop their motors and innovate with respect to characteristics of the motor, improving efficiency. The noise has become much more problematic because sustainability and environmental norms have become much more stringent nowadays, right? And the fatigue failure of it. The first thing is to get the efficiency map of the motor for different, frequency rotations and all. Then we are talking about the noise levels. When we are talking about different frequency with respect to different RPMs, where the noise levels are, how is it generated, and everything. So because all of our OEMs are actually concentrating on this and keep asking us how we can do NVS simulations for our motors and everything. The same thing with the chargers, the same thing with the batteries. The batteries are much more problematic because you have to do the, thermal runoff tests, because a lot of blast, fire is going to happen because of batteries nowadays, and this is becoming more problematic, and the battery management system has become very complex, and that is very important to be handled. So you need to do a system simulations to understand that part of it, right? And you need to have an IoT platform to sense if you are talking about Ola, Ether nowadays, you have a lot of performance monitoring systems where you can monitor how your battery is performing, how many kilometers it's going to give more, and a lot of other things, right? So this is where the technology is being driven to, and it can adopted so that, based on the performance of your batteries, it can automatically adopt and make sure that your battery efficiency is pushed forward, right? And make it more efficient and efficient. We are talking about the manufacturing sector, where you want to, just manufacture this kind of structures, where you can go with additive manufacturing, where you can get this kind of complex shapes, which can be manufactured with additive manufacturing like this, and we can see better, cheaper, and faster you can get it. With less volume and mass, you can increase your stiffness of your structures. That becomes very important. We're talking about medical. This is a very simple example where you have a, you want to have a kind of make sure that your teeth are properly aligned, and you go to a dentist, right? That becomes very important. Your space is not symmetric, but the loads they apply internally are symmetric. And they need to understand what forces should they apply so that your teeth are properly aligned, so that you don't have this distorted figure in your after the whole teeth are aligned properly, right? So this becomes very important to be tested. So you can do simulations for that front also, where you can take the customer specific data and do the simulations and understand what kind of force you have to apply and which positions you have to apply, so that you can get a proper jaw alignment, right? We are doing it for, we have our own wing of medical, for medicine. We do a lot of simulations for doctors, for, plastic surgeries and other surgeries, so that, people can use simulation for that front. Okay? And now in 2020s and moving forward, the simulation is becoming a must. As I said, a lot of customers are asking for it, OEMs are asking for it. Starting with a simple example like this, bottles, it becomes very, very important. We have a huge customer whom we actually do a lot of simulations and a lot of automation for the bottle suppliers itself, where they want to see what is the buckling force, manufacturing of the bottle, sustainability of the bottle, environmental effect. They want to reduce the plastic usage. All these things are coming into picture. So you can see there is a structural problem, there is a molding problem, a manufacturing problem, there is a thermal, there is a cost influence. So you want to see different physics combined together. You can combine all them in a workflow and then do a simulations to understand what would be the best design, best settings of your manufacturing, so that your cost can be reduced starting from the material to the manufacturing itself. Okay? So with digital engineering, you can see the traditional technique, you take 50 months to develop your product, that can be got down to 36 months or even less. as you move forward and make improvements in your processes. Okay? So with that, I'll come to the product side of it, where ANSYS is leading in this part of it. You know, ANSYS is a tool what we are using in the background to do the simulations for each and every physics. You know, ANSYS is leading in terms of every physics what you deal with, whether it's structures, electrical, CFD, optics, you name it. We are the leaders in all the physics, and we deal only with the simulations. We are not into any PLM or any CAD or anything. We purely do on the simulation. That is our core bread and butter, and that's where we concentrate upon. And as you can see, as you can see, we are dealing with the physics in the bottom. As you move up, it's becoming more and more complex. We are talking about system software. We are doing a system level simulations. Then we are talking about system of systems. This is where defense sector is talking about. You know, now they have a satellite, they have a radar, there is a flight, moving, or missile coming in, the projectile and all. So they want to have a communication between system of systems, and they want to actually simulate this kind of war scenario to see what is happening. Let's say there's a missile coming in, they want to shoot a laser to destroy it, right? So at what time they have to shoot it, and what, how much intensity they have to shoot so that the missile can be destroyed. All these things have to work together, the systems have to work together and can lead to this, right? So this becomes very important for us to take it to that level of it, and then you can see the solutions and the industries on the top of it. So traditionally we are talking about previously the simulations are only used in the design phase, optimization phase. That is fine. We are not using it in the requirements concept, preliminary design or any other phases. But as we move forward, as the requirements move forward, it's becoming more and more complex, and we can't work anymore in silos, right? So we need to, when we are talking about interdependency on the different departments, and we can't move forward and backward, and we can't just maintain it over a paper and kind of communicate it over just the documents. We need to have a proper models which we can communicate with in each stage and make it digital thread like this, which is much more convenient for the customers to develop it and move forward, right? So the first level is the virtual simulations, what we talk about. Then we are also actually moving to the next level, which is called digital engineering, where we have a lot of other things involved, not only just for the design phase itself, to the whole development phase, from the inception, product requirements to the end phase of it, So this is the V model, what we talk about the product development. So we have the, just to go back, we have the first one is the requirements, then we have the system, subsystem level, and then the bottom is where traditionally people used to use simulations, where it's the component level of it. But nowadays it's no more like that. We start with the requirements, we generate the models with the requirement. So we have the model-based system starting from 1. So we have the models with the requirement level, we can take it to the system level, then get all your requirements for the system level and check them. Then go to the next level, which is the subsystem. Once you have crossed the subsystem, you go to the individual component level, where you work in the silos on different physics. Again, you integrate them in the subsystem level, validate it, take to the system level, integrate with your software, everything, check whether it's compliant with your ISO standards and everything, and then you take it to the next level, which is again the system of system levels or digital twins in product. How many of you heard about digital twins? So I think it's a very fancy word people are talking about nowadays, the digital twin, and this, I can just tell you very simple, people can say digital twin as a CAD itself is a digital twin, because it's virtually or representing something. It's called a digital twin of your design, right? Yeah, I'm done with it. So the next point is, I think it's very, that is something which people are getting confused with, but digital twin is much more broader in a sense, where people want to do a predictive maintenance than go for a regular maintenance. And that is what we really talk about here. The simulations are no more used in only one phase, but you can use simulations in all the phases, starting with ideation, design, manufacturing, in product, in process, and everything. So where we are talking about ADAS, which is in your product, it is sitting. Simulation sitting in your product, based on the data you get, it reacts and applies the force on the brakes to stop the car. Digital twins are also sitting on your product to monitor your, as it goes, as your life of, like let's say I have a jet engine, I have to monitor my jet engine so that I should know when should I go for maintenance instead of doing for regular maintenance, which is more costly, and I don't know whether it's going to fail before the maintenance or after the maintenance, So all these things, right? So here is a transformation, what you can see in product, the CAD I think a lot of people are doing, I think product development, we can do 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and simulations. Product testing, a lot of people are doing, especially for ADAS nowadays. People cannot do the field testing. They need so many years to actually drive so many miles to test their cars. What they're doing is everything virtually tested. They have, they have the VRs, ARs, and all these things, and using machine learning techniques to adopt and test it, and then they're coming out to market with ADAS 2, 3, 4, 5 levels, Okay, in the product maintenance, which I was talking about, digital twins, and the knowledge management is also there. So this is one last slide of mine. That is what we are talking about. Oh, okay. Can you close it once? Yeah. So this is very important. We have our own courses, which is called AAC, ANSYS Innovative Courses, which help a lot of customers to adopt it. It's free. AAC is free. You can go through the courses. You can learn a lot of basics very easily and it's actually tied up with Cornell University in US and a lot of universities throughout the world. And these courses are generated and they're very user friendly and easy to understand. Only if you want to buy badges or certification, that's when you have to pay, but the courses are free of course. And there are we are also tied up with IIT Chennai called IIT Pravartak, where we do 5G courses. It's a paid course. You can attend for it. And then the other courses also. Okay, so this is what I will end with. And this is what we all want to try and do it, right? The sustainability of your products, right? And have a environmental effects, social, consciousness. All this becomes very important. So you want to reduce your usage of material. With a less amount of material, you want to make your products more and more efficient. And that's why only digital engineering can help you do this. Otherwise, it's highly impossible to stick to your deadlines, cost, and everything. It's not possible. I think with that, I will end my session. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Karthik, for simplifying simulation. I like this comment, not doing simulation is not normal. That's a wonderful one. In my company, we say that simulation first and reality next. Okay. We have Mr. Venkat Subramaniam, Managing Director of Atom Technologies, to tell us all about an exciting subject. Quite a few of us are already using ChatGPT, but artificial intelligence as a subject has been around for decades now. But what is generative AI and how does one use these large language models which ChatGPT is talking about in our own day-to-day life and in our businesses especially. So Mr. Venkat is here to demystify all about AI ML to us. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank CAI for having me here to talk about AI ML, which is the flavor of the globe at this point of time. Yes, actually I don't want to talk about that, but sir has raised that particular topic of ChatGPT. Right. I've been a big favorite of ChatGPT type of stuff, but once we have gone deep into that, we know that it's sort of a fun-do type of a tool. Don't think that I'm arrogantly talking and criticizing, no. But thanking ChatGPT folks for making AI is a believable thing in the globe at this point of time. I really congratulate them on that. But AI, ML is much beyond ChatGPT type of tools. So I'm Venkat. Let me introduce myself. I am the CEO and co-founder of Atom State Technologies. We are incubated at T-Hub. We are strong technology partners for CII, Center of Excellence. And we are also working along with many partners across the globe. We are a deep tech company focusing on providing solutions based on AI, ML. And this is the USP of ours. We don't go by the hanging in fruit type of solutions which we provide. We provide solutions based on your problem and your problem statement and your use case. In deep tech, until unless you have a really strong use case, you will not be really in a position to come out with an app solution. So this is where we are different to many of the biggies and as well as small sectors. So we dig deep, and we believe in providing scalable solution. When I said scalable, everyone talks about scalable, right? And second thing is, these days AI is becoming a fashion. People are started feeling that if they don't talk about AI, they feel that it's an identity crisis for them. Yeah, I mean it. Suddenly some organizations I have seen, they've changed the name xxx.ai. But I don't know what sort of AI they are bringing. And it means they are misleading the people. So this is where we have to be really cautious. Unfortunately, even some of the biggies and established organizations also got into this rut. But our strong background is DevOps. So DevOps teaches to say no. DevOps teaches to say no to automation. Where to automation? DevOps teaches to fail. So you need to experiment by applying chaos engineering and fail. Because until unless you fail, you will not really learn and scale up. So coming back to the key topic, artificial intelligence for MSMEs. Yes, that's the very, very important. Fact of the matter is, today morning, one gentleman was talking about 2+ crore MSMEs. And if these MSMEs alone support startups like us, half of your costing will be reduced. Let me underline with reading that. Lot of myth is there in the market. Oh, AI, ML, lot of costing. No, we can't afford. That's a myth. It's much cheaper, much economical, and bring a lot of finesse to your task. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt, we have proven that. I really thank CII here. I want to make a point out here. They have created a thing called Center of Excellence, CII Center of Excellence. This is really a boon to organizations, startups like us. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking here. Because they are the ones who have taken organizations like us to big organizations like Skoda, Vedanta, Kevin Care, which I wouldn't have even imagined a year back. Because these people will not even give time to us. That's the psychological set, but I'm really thanking many of the corporates are distancing away from the traditional IT companies and coming to innovative companies. Because innovative companies don't do the body brokerage or mind brokerage. They do only innovation. Because they know that very well they have to compete with the biggies, so they have to deliver best, which is cost effective, improve your efficiency, and bring best ROI. So, artificial intelligence should be taken as a use case based solution. For example, this gentleman is sitting like this gentleman is sitting like this, that gentleman is sitting like this. I have a use case here. I have a use case. I don't want to talk jargons here, but I just want to give a live examples. Mr. Ridiger is sitting like that. Maybe if I have an application here, I would have tracked him and said, your posture is wrong for your health, for your back. I will not take much time. I will not be involved in too many meetings to discuss that. It's just a small WhatsApp message report will go. So this is the use case. Why AI? Can anyone tell? For better life, simple as that, right? Simple life, good life. Why good life? Don't carry your code home. Finish your thing fast. 6 o'clock you go home, your wife is happy. If your wife is happy, your life is happy, right? So, AI is for better life. So you need to really identify whether it is manufacturing or for aviation sector or retail. AI is not specific for one particular domain or industry. So that is what our USP is. We remove all those blocks. So we go by the use case and understand what exactly the customer is having a problem. We don't even bother about what he is looking at, but that's our strength to identify and tell this is what you have to implement. So, look at his use case, be honest. So when we do the discovery phase, because we don't just like that provide a code to you or a dataset model, we really do the discovery path, understand the gaps, understand your limitations in terms of manpower and skill sets. Since morning we have been talking about skill sets and all. Yes, agreed. But skill development comes from here, not from teaching. Say I'm a commerce graduate talking technology. It is not that I'm a grey-haired fellow so I can talk. No, it's not like that. You have to have the application, you have to have the big heart to accept that you are not able to cope up, you need to learn. This is what AI really teaches. The moment you understand this, you come out with a proper knowledgeable thinking on those use cases. So these are all various types of AI models. One is ML, one is deep learning, NLP, NLU, and computer vision. And now let's talk about MSMEs, SMBs. If SMB adopts latest technologies, cost-effective technologies, I mean to say, India's economy will really zoom, no doubt about it, because SMBs and MSMEs are the backbone of Indian economy. There is no doubt about it, because it generates more revenue than biggies. It generates, of course, collective, and it generates plenty of employment. By the way, if I adopt AI, I may lose the job. Please remove that from your mind. Absolutely not. It in fact complement you and make you to reach dizzy heights. There's no doubt about it. Your performance will improve. So AI is the way of living, way of understanding, way of moving. The moment you learn AI properly and apply properly, you will be the first person to apply on yourself about your body language. For example, if I am talking, one of my team members is sitting there, he might be noticing what is my body language, and by evening he will give me the report. Yeah, see, that is how, right? Why the biggest use case which I am going to take, see, these are all cross industries, right from individuals, professionals like doctors and chartered accountants, scanning centers and labs, even auto platform facilitators, strong engineering industry, banking industry, finance industry, aviation. We are there everywhere. So what are the benefits? These are all simple gyan, but definitely efficiency will be improved. Once the efficiency is improved, the productivity will be improved. If the productivity is improved, you are in business, otherwise you are not in business. As simple as that, because this is a competitive global world now. This is where AI play a major role. Cost reduction. Staggering cost reduction. For example, I know many of you are developing your own products, spending a lot of money on advertisement, marketing, and those marketing agencies and the advertisement agencies take your entire property to give something, and that too in time. You cannot depend on any, just like that, any Tom, Dick, Harry type of ad designer. You have to spend a lot of time. So sometimes it may take even 3 months to come out with one ad, which has to be given in social media or in the print media. But with AI, we can generate an ad 30 seconds. Without a photo shoot, without a director, without a camera, without a script, and the fancy models costing, tantrums, right? So, by applying a strong prompt engineering, which is the most important element in any good generative AI content or images, anything. This is the biggest advantage for SMB sector. And today morning, one of the gentlemen was talking about common platform to reach out to the marketer. Yes, that was a humongous platform. But with AI, collectively 5 or 6 SMBs who are interested in technology can join hands together and may appoint people like us to come out with a platform where it will be friendly to really publish in social media marketing so that that becomes a platform for the buyers and sellers. Really, you will be eliminating a lot of middlemen here because you are directly trying to reach to the customer. Obviously, you will get away with your 50 to 60% costing, middlemen, commission, and improved in decision making. This definitely improves because it improves your IQ. Because you will start thinking a lot when you are learning AI. Until unless you know what is your problem, you will not be in a position to communicate the so-called consultant or an engineer that this is my problem, right? So enhanced customer experience. Absolutely true. In fact, we have got the great customer experience and earn customer delight with Skoda, with ICICI Bank, because which they are usually doing a particular task, which is taking about 8 to 9 months. What we have done is we have delivered that and they started marketing in just 15 days. The advantage is that since we understood the problems, we done a lot of research for each and every sector. So we have done the pre-trained models. So when we go and solving the problem, we just train the model based on the use case and the requirement, so the delivery time is very quick. Until unless your delivery time is quick, you cannot go to the market quick. The situation is like that. Yesterday's newspaper is today's waste paper. At least yesterday's newspaper can be archived some reference purposes. But some of the products and the applications which you are thinking and taking time, by the time you launch, even before the launch, it becomes obsolete. We have seen that. That's the reason why 90% of the apps are flops. Second thing is market insights and trends. Yes, this is where AI will play a global role, major role. You will understand the insights, the market dynamics of today and tomorrow also. Then use your brain. Apply, you develop a model in such a way that, boss, give me the market demand after 6 months. It gives you an insight. What are the challenges? Data quality and availability. Yes, data is the crux. Data is the problem everywhere. Nobody wants to share the data. Without data, it is very impossible to really move towards prosperous business. So, you have to have a proper data set so that The unstructured data will be cleaned as a quality data, and that data will be your dataset model. So don't fear on sharing the data with someone. But here I would like to tell you something. When we interact with your data, we don't even touch your data, we don't even see your data. Only on the use case we assume something based on the inputs and we integrate that particular model to your data set. So your data is 100% secure. So that's the reason why banks are approaching us. Because for banks, why banks? For everyone, even for you, a small scale industry person, the bill of material is very important for a particular component, right? Then AI also can help you in designing app design. Why so many cars will be withdrawn from the market? Because of one small nut designing problem. This is where AI will bring finesse to your planning sessions. Then ethical and privacy concern, I have already told you. This is where tools like ChatGPT are scoring very bad. Samsung has literally almost removed so many people because of they have implemented ChatGPT and within seconds their entire minutes of the meeting are gone. Third one is regulatory compliances. Yes, these are all very important. Then the biggest AI importance. One is in marketing, there's no doubt about it. And one is quick to reach market, no doubt about it. And this is the globalization of the. This is the globalization. A person who is sitting in Bhatinda also can sell to Britain, right? How is it possible without even knowing anyone? That's the power of AI. Globally, you have to compete with the global standards. Even, for example, even if he is buying a shoe, a woodland shoe, definitely why he has bought a woodland shoe? Because of the quality. Why not on the platform types? Yeah. So, these are all the plenty of use cases. As I have already told you, we do nothing without the use case. So plenty of use, all these use cases, whether it is sentiment analysis, the customer stickiness, or customer loyalty, or your customer support mechanism. If you bring all these things, the global market and the big people will believe you because you have a proper process is inbuilt. And that too by using AI ML. And these are all the case studies. Call center operations is another one. We are making inroads into the global market. It's a real-time 24/7, 365 days. How do I improve the efficiency of my customer support team engaging with the customers? So we come out with an analysis and pinpoint this is where your people are failing. That's the reason why customers are changing the loyalties. Then of course, marketing team, it's a boon, literally boon. This is Wow India movement, scrapping the data from various web sources, web points, then we clean that. And this is a snapshot of a sentiment analysis of a political party. And this is the completely 100% true generative AI images by giving a prompt into it. We are also coming out with a Ramayana story for kids, farmer story. And this is a snapshot to really plan out surgeries and terrorist operations. And that's for the Skoda we did it. In fact, that small jingle has won us the contract. because they have been spending about 3.5 billion for the global advertisement. And now it will not even cross Indian value 2 crores. Thank you so much. And thanks again for everyone patiently listening me, and thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So now the topic is about funding MSME digitally. So we have a host of speakers here, where Mr. Suresh Mutyala, Mr. Himanshu, Mr. Shyam Prasad Garu, and Mr. Ahmed Khan. All are from different backgrounds belonging to the financial sectors. One is from a nationalized bank, one is from a startup, one is from SIDBI, and the other is from a nationalized bank. So I think we get to hear a lot of we get more information from them, where how the transformation is happening in the digital world and how that will accelerate the funding in the MSME sector. Welcome to you all, sir. And as we all know that, digital payments has become a very, a common thing for us. I mean, I don't think we can survive today if we don't have a GPay or any kind of a UPI. And all thanks to demonetization is what I have to say, because that actually accelerated the digital payments. And I know a number of factors also have helped in bringing in an ecosystem where the digital payments have become so successful. So let's try to understand how we can utilize these the interfaces and all, which will help us in ease of doing our business in the MSME sector. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Mutyala, sir, to share his knowledge on this.
Hey, hi. Thanks, Sarita, and good afternoon to all of you. It's really a tough task to stand in between you guys and lunch and still make the presentation interesting. So nevertheless, I'll try to keep it fast and as interesting as possible. So, okay, let's get on to the presentation. Just to give you a background of what's happening in India and the corporate world. Okay. It's not. Which one? Okay. So, looking at the Indian landscape, I mean, it's no big secret. I mean, all of us know it that we are the fastest growing economy. We're growing at a rate of 7.8%. Our exports are growing at 14%. Our GST collections are going through the roof. UPI transactions, I mean, all of us know are growing at almost 82%, and it's a global phenomenon now, in the sense that all the leaders are coming into India, watching how this is growing. We've got the third largest unicorn base with about 108 unicorns. Only 2 countries are ahead of us. And our public cloud service, which is just an indication of the kind of compute power as well as the storage that we guys are investing in, that's going through the roof, and it's slated to hit about $13.5 billion by 2026. So all these are going for India. Sorry, a little bit of alignment has gone, I think, just between the... So, but what does it mean for the corporates in India? So, I think the corporate landscape also is changing quite a bit. There is significant improvement in financials in the last 2 or 3 years that we have seen. There is robust financial capital inflow that is happening. The China Plus One strategy, which is essentially that all the FDI that was happening earlier, we used to get sucked in by China. Now the world has realized that we need an alternative to China. So this China Plus One strategy is actually favoring us. So there's a lot of capital flowing into us. Conglomerates, the large corporates are really acquiring more and more corporates, more and more companies. They're betting on consumption, which is retail, infrastructure, and the renewable energy part. And thereby, so what does it mean for SMEs is that there is a shift in focus from just chasing working capital earlier to building efficiencies in supply chain, both upstream and downstream. So this is also resulting in delivery efficiency that is happening across, and then there are new solutions that are coming in from fintechs, and large corporates are also eyeing end customer facing businesses, because today digital also implies that you can cut off the intermediary in between and directly face your customer, so you can actually have end-to-end flows. So So again, like I said, it's all, this is not the end of it. We are poised to grow faster. There are a bunch of numbers here. I mean, all of them, just to prove the point that, the winds are favoring us. There is enough and more tailwind that's favoring us. I would like to focus on the right-hand side of the slide, which is the corporates on the banks part. Corporates and banks, thankfully, have a very synergetic and symbiotic relationship. There can be no situation when our customers don't do well and the banks do well, or vice versa. So banks and their customers go hand in hand. So you can see that while the corporates ratios are all improving, the banks ratio also simultaneously improving. So debt to equity is improving, debt to assets also increasing, cash to asset ratio is also improving for the corporates. Thereby NPAs and the provision coverage ratio also for the banks also improving quite a bit. So these are the foundations of a very, very buoyant economy, and we are bound to grow better. So the MSME landscape, again, this is no secret. The contribution of MSMEs is very, very large. They significantly contribute about 30% of India's GDP, 44% of the exports, as well as 45% of the manufacturing output of India is contributed by MSMEs. And hence, the India growth story is fairly robust. The MSMEs is also growing fairly fast. In e-commerce, they are growing at a CAGR of about 20%. Credit to MSME, which was earlier a big question mark, that's also growing at 12% year on year. And the government has also infused about 90 billion rupees in the CGTMSE scheme. And digitization is happening quick and fast. I go to my first slide where I said that the public cloud consumption of India is growing at the rate of 23% per annum, which means that it would not have happened without MSMEs adopting digitization as a means to grow. So today 72% of the payments are done digitally. This also has ramifications in the credit cycles that you would give out to your vendors, or you would make payments to your suppliers too. And 53% of the MSMEs are also adopting digital sales platform, which means that again MSMEs are also reaching out to customers directly. Again, the intermediary is cut out here, and even the government e-marketplace, which is GEM, their transactions also stood at about 15 million. So all things are very favoring well. Just to again give you some numbers on why we are still poised to go greater. I'd like to focus on the smartphone users. The number of smartphone users by 2028 in India is supposed to be hitting about 1.23 billion. Why does this number of 1.23 billion, why is it interesting? It will roughly be the total number of adults in India, which means that by 2028 we think that there are going to be only smartphones, and feature phones are going to go out of vogue. Even as of now, almost every adult in the country has a mobile number, which is a mix of, I think 60% of it is smartphone and 40% is feature phones. So digital payments, again, while the whole globe is supposed to grow, is slated to grow at 12%, we would grow at 35%. Even as we stand today, 1 out of 4 digital payment transactions that happen in the world emanates out of India. So that's the kind of contribution that we make. All of it is propelled by the internet penetration, which is again propelled by the cheap data. We are one of the cheapest countries for data. I think only Israel beats us in terms of the cost there. And earlier, about 20 years back, there used to be this huge debate. How will we bridge the India-Bharat divide, the rural-urban divide, or so to say, etc. But I think internet is breaking that barrier also down. So today, 40% of the smartphones are actually bought in rural India than urban India. And if you look at the sales figures of either Amazon or Flipkart, they actually, during their Big Billion Day sale or the Great India sale, etc., most of the sales are actually recorded from Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities. So it's no more just an urban Tier 1 story. So this is going really, really deep. And hence, the India stack, which is on the outer layer, which is the digital public infrastructure, this again being a buzzword of late, which is a combination of your Aadhaar, of your UPI, ONDC coming in, etc. So all these government initiatives are taking shape, and there is a middle layer where there are corporates like yours or MSMEs or corporates which are innovating in the market and to fulfill a customer need which is really at the core. So all of this stands on four basic tenets, which is presenceless, which means that the customer need not be present physically. Earlier, for everything and anything, I'm sure banks also been a party to it. They used to call you to the bank, make you sign 4 papers, if not more. And then only process your transaction. Today, all these authorizations are happening online. Then it is paperless. Their digital records can move from one place to another. Earlier, I'm very sure all of you have noticed how photocopying shops have gone out of the window, in the sense that when we were studying, you could find a photocopier shop around every corner, right? Today we don't even, we have to search for the photocopying shop. So that is because nobody is wanting any paper these days. It's all digital record. And we've democratized payments thanks to UPI and other payment systems that we implemented. And also consent, which is the latest one off the block, the account aggregator as well as the other initiatives also have made consent also digital. So all these things are again favoring us, and hence we also come out with digital solutions to cater to every requirement of a small and medium enterprise. It could be just a simple bank account to manage their transaction. It could be payment collection solutions. We have got platforms like e-bank guarantee, EasyPay, etc. I'll cover that in a bit. Working capital solutions. Primarily for lending today, many of the MSMEs are actually pre-approved, so it's actually a matter of 2 clicks before you get your working capital there. The bigger one is the import and export services. Earlier, import and export services meant that you need to have a dedicated team sitting in your office to track remittances. The moment the remittance comes in, somebody has to actually go to the bank, do all of that. We've digitized all of that. It's all online. So I will touch upon that in a bit. Then reconciliation services, or even we also understand that sometimes you are also looking for platforms for growth to find customers, etc. Those solutions also there, and there is personal banking. I'm sorry for the misalignment. I'm a little upset there, but that's all right. So we've got a whole gamut of solutions catering to every requirement of an MSME, and all of this is not again a cumbersome thing. It's all available on your mobile. It's called InstaBiz, and what we call as the business banking, the super app. It has lending solutions, merchant solutions, trade and forex, payment collection, tax. Everything that you would possibly want to do in a bank is actually available at the flick of a button. That's available on the app. And not only that, even availing of loan can be as instant if it's pre-approved. Even if you have to call one of our bank officers to open your account, the onboarding is again very, very simple. We've got a smart form wherein we don't take too many documents. All the data is fetched through all the available APIs of Aadhaar, NSDL, etc. We tag it, in a geographic tagging also is possible, and accounts are open rather much more faster than what used to happen earlier. And for merchants, there is actually a definitive solution. There is a super merchant account where again instant onboarding can happen, and if your collections is more than 1 lakh rupees per day, you can actually take the super merchant account. The transaction can also be very easy in the sense that EasyPay can be enabled again through InstaBiz on the mobile app. Credit can be availed, and we also have an easy online store to help you with growth, etc. So the impact of it has been that our merchant spends have been growing. People who've taken our merchant solutions are growing very, very fast. You've seen the turnover grow at the rate of almost 61%. Bulk payments, again, big pain area, because you have to if you have to make many transactions or many payments in one go. Earlier you used to do one transaction at a time. Today you can club all the transactions together and shoot one approval, and everything goes. And even the narration is actually customizable. Sometimes you make a transaction and 6 months later your child accountant will call you and say, "Sir, what's this transaction all about?" so you will not remember that. But here with these solutions, you can actually customize your own narration and so as to make it easier to retrieve your records. Electronic DG is another innovation from ICICI Bank. Bank guarantees are typically pieces of stamp paper that is passed on from hand to hand or bank to bank. We've digitized that also. You can initiate your bank guarantee electronically. You need not go to any bank. I mean, you can upload the format and then the bank will transact it. And if the beneficiary is also willing to take it through the NESL route, we can also provide that so that everything is paperless end to end. There are instant lending solutions also that we offer. It could be pre-approved, it could be do-it-yourself journeys. All can start from our mobile application as well as the corporate internet banking that we have. And we try to make it as easy as possible. In fact, people who are registered with GST and the GST records are available online, those can be pulled instantly and an instant approval can be given. I mean, even if you do not have any relationship with the bank earlier. Yeah, these are steps that are involved in availing that. Cross-border transactions, like I was saying earlier, when there was a remittance, I mean, you have to classify that remittance, go to the bank, submit papers, and then wait for the right time, for the right exchange rate, in your opinion, to hit upon, etc. And all of it used to take 2 to 3 days. Today, it's all really online. I mean, so 95% of inward remittances for ICICI Bank customers actually get settled online, which means that the customer does not need to visit the branch. All the declarations are taken online, and if KYC compliant, we actually credit the customer immediately. You can even give these options of you can choose a target exchange rate also in some of the cases where we give you you can say that okay, when the rate hits this exchange rate at let's say 83.85, you please convert my money. So you could even do that. So all these solutions do exist. Again, we made it very, we are one of the first banks to actually digitize most of these import and export transactions. There are embedded solutions. If you are using an ERP, you could do a host-to-host integration, or we have plugins immediately available. If you have used Tally, for example, the plugin that is available and you can put in your bank account, which means that you initiate a transaction in your system, which is a Tally. The bank automatically takes the instructions and executes the transactions and makes it easy. Which was earlier two different systems which do not talk to each other. The benefit of it, the big benefit of it is, one, we need not do the same transaction twice, once in Tally and then another time in the bank account. Two, there is auto reconciliation that happens between the two systems. So these are all embedded solutions which you can avail of, and hence we call this as a universal app for your business on the go. So what we are essentially doing is to get the entrepreneur free of all free of the headache or hassle of dealing with the bank and going to the bank and do reconciliation, etc., so that they can concentrate on purely business development themselves. And not only this, even your personal financial needs are available in one click. Okay, so we have iMobile for, I think the alignment is all gone. So all the times, so we have iMobile for personal banking requirement, which is rated as one of the best banking apps that's available today, and the testimony to that is that we have a bunch of awards, and they are not the only awards. We keep receiving awards, but we always continuously strive to cater to your requirements. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. That was a very informative session, sir. In fact, we have covered a whole spectrum of finance, from B2C to B2B to instant OD and import and export finance. I haven't found a point where I can ask you a question now. Thank you so much.
Respected panel members, team CA Telangana, and participants and all MSME entrepreneurs. Good afternoon. I know it's lunchtime. Good afternoon. Yeah. In Union Bank, is there no? In Union Bank, we are having centralized processing centers for doing this MSME credit appraisal in the name of MSME loan points. So I'm heading one of the MSME loan point in Hyderabad. So the initial process, whenever any MSME client comes to us for this loan, so the initial thing is that we'll have a one-to-one interaction. So we'll discuss with them what's their credit requirements. So we are working on a brick and mortar system. So customers looking for MSME loans, they approach our branches. Either they approach our branches or we approach the customers to promote our products. So like today I'm here to approach you for your MSME loan requirements. If any of you approach me today here for loan requirement, it's not through digital, because the topic here is on funding MSMEs through digital. So it's not digital if you approach me here, it is through CI. So in the process of this loan appraisal, so we take all your data like your project report, audited balance sheets, your GST returns, and all such data we take, and my team at MSME point, we process it and we'll take a decision whether to go ahead with that loan or not. So mostly it's a conventional way of doing any credit decision. So how many of you approached any bank for working capital limits or any MSME loan? Any of you approached? So you might be aware of this process, giving CMA data, audited financials and all, GST returns and all. So interestingly, in the last 2 to 3 years, I can say, so at Union Bank, we have digitalized a few of our MSME loan products. When I say digitalized means, you don't need to approach any branch or you don't need to approach any office of Union Bank. Simply, there is a link available in Union Bank website or Union Bank app. So you can go through that link, give your details, the initial, you can log in through your mobile number and email ID, give your KYC like your Aadhaar, PAN card, and after that your financial data like your audited balance sheets, GST returns, IT returns. So with this and give your requirement like which loan you require, you require term loan or working capital limits. With this system in the background, run your this eligibility check based on predefined algorithm. If you are eligible based on the decision rule, you will get the sanction immediately and instantly. And the good thing here is that you can do documentation also. So there is an e-documentation facility available. Once this is done, your account will credited with this loan amount. So now this is all the digital things that we are doing at Union Bank. As I said, for digital process, we named it in Union Bank as a straight-through processing because it's just straight. You can approach the bank through internet. So in the straight-through processing, we have 3 stages. Like you're getting in-principle approval. That means based on the information that you have given, so you will get a prima facie in-principle approval. So it's not final approval, but you'll get in-principle approval. With this in-principle approval, you can approach any branch which you, as per your convenience. So the particular branch will do the further processing and you will get the final approval. That is for in-principle approval. And there is a stage you can reach up to sanction. So for loans up to some 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs. So based on the information that you submitted in the system, you will get the sanction letter itself. So that is up to sanction. And there is a few products where you can go up to disbursement stage also. So if your loan doesn't require post-sanction, there is no interaction is required with the branch. So you can do e-documentation. Your loan account will be released and your account will be credited with that amount. So that is the disbursement stage. That is complete end-to-end. The in-principle is like an initial thing, and sanction is, I can say, up to 75% you reach, and disbursement is complete 100%. So all these 3 things are available with Union Bank. So through this straight-through processing, we are offering now 4 products. One is the MSME loan in principle up to 5 crores. Another one is GST gain. So based on your GST returns, you will get the loan up to 25 lakhs. This is through instantly through our link. And another one is to promote women entrepreneurs. We are having a scheme called Narishetty. Though under Narishetty we do up to 10 crores funding, but through this digital mode we are doing up to 10 lakhs. And of course you all you know Mudra loans. Up to 10 lakh for Mudra loans, the customer now no need to approach any branch. It's simply through this portal you can get the approval. So first I'll discuss on this in-principle approval, how one MSME unit can get 5 crore loan of this in-principle approval. No. What? Can you please open it? No? Go to the third slide. Yeah, thank you. So in principle, up to 5 crores for MSME units. So this is the link for MSME units. It's available on MSME Union Bank website. Once you go through this link, so there it will ask you are a new client or existing customer. That means you are having any account with Union Bank, you are existing customer, and if you are not having any account, then you are a new client. So if you are a new client, go to that new client, new customer, and give your phone number and email ID. So with that, you will get OTP. That means that's authenticating your just like your mobile number and email ID. So after that, system will ask you to provide your basic KYC details like your Aadhaar, PAN card, that's the basic KYC. And after that, your IT returns. And if your business unit is having audited financials, you need to upload these audited financials by linking with ITR portal. You don't need to physically upload these PDFs. It is integrated with ITR portal, income tax filing. So from that, you need to download it, and here you need to upload it in Union Bank website. And after that, again, it is integrated with the GST returns. With your GST user ID and password credentials, you need to give upload all your GST filings in Union Bank website. And your bank statement, if you may be having bank account with any other bank, that statement of for last 6 to 12 months you need to upload. So that means you are giving your basic KYC, your audited financials, and your GST, and your bank statement. So with this, my system will run your eligibility criteria, how much sales you have done in the last 2 to 3 years, and whether it is matching with the GST returns, and whether you may be making 1 crore sales with the GST, but whether that 1 crore is credited in your bank account or not. What's your CIBIL score? What's your CIBIL score of your company, your firm? So with all these things, my system will run through a decision rule. If you're eligible, then system instantly will give you in principle approval. With that in principle approval, you can approach any, so this is one snapshot of that in principle approval. You will get it like your credit facility, amount, and tentative rate of interest, and all other basic terms of a loan. So with this, you can approach any of my branches and you can go ahead with the further processing. This is about in principle approval. And what's the advantage with this? The advantage is that quicker response. That means instantly you are getting one in principle approval, and it's just in 30 minutes entire process will be done. So you don't need to approach any branch. By sitting in your factory, in your firm, in your office, you can do this, and within 30 minutes you will get the in principle approval. And what's the benefit for a banker is that I'm getting your ITRs, your audited balance sheets, and your GST returns. These are all directly downloaded from respective portals. So I don't need to check whether your audited balance sheet, whether it is really genuine or not, whether your GST returns are genuine or not. So for me, it's easy to do the due diligence. For me, it's easy to know what's your CIBIL score, what's your credit history, what's your banking transactions in the last 1 year. So it's easy for a banker to take a decision also. So that's all about getting an in-principle approval. And another scheme is in the name of Union MSME GST Gain. It's simply based on your GST returns, we fund working capital limits. Actually, under GST Gain, we are doing up to 5 crores. That means manually, if you approach any of my branches, we'll do 5 crore. But if you want this loan through digital channel, digital mode, again, The link is available in Union Bank website or in our View map, Union Bank app. So with this app, in this scheme with the link, maximum you will get up to 25 lakh based on your GST returns. So you have to upload. So the remaining things are same. You have to, once you enter into this link, you have to give your basic KYC details, upload your financials, and upload your last 12 months GST returns. So based on your last 12 months GST returns, my system will calculate what's your level of operations in your firm and how much you can, we can see whether the last 12 months, whether the trend is increasing or the trend is decreasing. If it is increasing, that means yes, your business is doing good. So whether in the last 12 months, whether your business is seasonal or not. So everything system will check, and based on your GST returns, the system will sanction your loan. Again, here it is only a working capital limit we'll do in the form of OD and cash credit limit. So to meet your day-to-day business requirement. So maximum will be up to 25 lakh, and all constitutions like individuals, proprietary partnership, LLPs will get loan based, are eligible. And the margin is only 20%, and there is no collateral is recommended because we cover this loan with CGTMSC, so no separate collateral is required. Those customers who want 25 lakh loan working capital limit, so they can avail this scheme. So we have another two products in the name of Nari-Shakti and Mudra loan. In these both loans, we do up to 10 lakh. Again, the link is available in our Union Bank website. The process is same for all these products, though the amounts are varying. So you have to log in with your, register with your mobile number and email ID, upload your KYC and all your IT returns and bank statement. System will do the calculations and give your eligibility. So these all things are available in Union Bank website. Definitely, I hope you will enjoy these credit facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shampasakar. I have a small question for you, sir. Yeah. So in the Union MSME GST gain, you had mentioned, So we had mentioned that you can approach through the portal and obtain a loan up to 25 lakhs. But so what would be the turnaround time for any of these sanctions?
Turnaround time you're asking through digital mode, ma'am?
Yeah, through digital mode.
Everything will be completed in 30 minutes.
No. What you're saying is you get the in-principle sanction.
No, in-principle is for 5 crore. There are 4 schemes.
Right.
If you want a MSME loan up to 5 crore, so the first one is that where you get in-principle approach.
That's only for the first one, not for the rest.
No. For all the schemes, so everything will be completed in 30 minutes. Max time is 30 minutes. For that, if you want a loan up to 5 crores, initially you will get an in-principle approval. And after that, since it is a bigger amount, so with the in-principle approval, you can approach any of my branches and you can go for further processing.
Exactly. So
for GST gain of 25 lakh, so everything will be done through internet only. You don't need to, yes, everything. Okay. So everything will be done in 30 minutes.
Okay, that I understood. So my question again is, in the in-principle mode, suppose you have a sanction letter, say for around 4 crores.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once we approach the bank, how long will the bank take to process
Yes, ma'am. So it depends upon the quality of the data that you submit. See, most of the time what we see is that the data that you submit, like CMA data, project report, and say for example, you are approaching a bank for a term loan. Say for example, you are establishing a manufacturing unit or some service unit. So you approach a bank for term loan. So we need to know, for the basis for the term loan is that project cost. So we need to know what is your project cost. So arrive the project cost, we'll ask you all quotations, like what machinery you are going to purchase. So it's all the data that you submit. Once we get, and if you are offering any property, see up to 5 crores again we'll do under CGTMSC, we don't require collateral. And you want lower rate, you can offer collateral. If you are offering collateral, then we need, we engage this work for legal and valuation work. If legal takes time, then if legal and legal reports, valuation reports, and CMA data, project report, quotations, everything available, mostly it takes 7 working days.
7 working days. So you mean to say the in-principle sanction letter will actually verify the credentials of the promoter?
Yes.
But again, it's all based on the Rest of the documents?
I can say, ma'am, if you got an in-principle approval, means it's half done. So your 50% of the work is done.
Okay, subject to other documents.
Yes, it's like you got the approval. You can avail this 5 crore loan subjected to fulfillment of all other terms and conditions. So I can say it's half work done.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. So now I request Mr. Ahmed Khan to take up give us presentation.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, CI, my esteemed panel, and dignitaries and guests for giving me this opportunity. I would say this one slide alone summarizes the spirit of this summit, and I'll clarify that in the next couple of slides. SME 360 Accelerator. I mean, let's begin with the theme of the summit itself, making MSMEs future ready through digital transformation. I think it largely can be summarized with these two approaches. I mean, one is afford digital funding, and thanks to my colleagues before me who spoke in length about the digital funding spectrum, the scope of the products, the timeline, the quantum, and everything. So I'll gonna keep it a little quick. So digital funding, I would say it's addressing the problem at hand. It's addressing a scenario that is at hand. While the larger solution is actually having a virtual 360 consulting platform, right? I believe in the spirit of the summit, making MSMEs future ready, it's not just addressing the problems at hand, it's also addressing the problems that are along the journey that would make these independent, unmaneuvered, unguided SMEs or MSMEs into high growth companies that could potentially be capable of, say, an SME listing or an PE fundraise. Today, SME is the quantum, or the MSME is the quantum, or the nature of business that they do. It's hardly it's making its meat. It's largely to do about getting through the processes of the day, getting through the process of the month, getting through the targets of the year. But if you really look at if there is a vision and a larger goal towards enabling and growing systems in place, you largely see great lacuna, whether it is in terms of having system integration, whether it is corporate governance, whether it is virtual CFO systems in place, or whether it is your IT enablement. So hence I would say the second aspect of this approach, the virtual 360 consulting, addresses actually the problems that are that actually enable the SMEs strengthen over the journey to actually be capable companies that can actually be worthy of private equity investments, worthy of being SME listed. So I would talk about the first context on a very brief, since my previous counterparts already touched base upon it. Digital funding, these are a full spectrum of solutions, at least the larger solutions that I deal with, that we deal with today. The ones on the left side, the secured and the unsecured funding structures, my colleagues have already touched base upon it, hence I took the benefit to rather focus on the right side of the subject, which is structured debt. Structured debt today is largely, I would say, these are customized solutions. Particularly now, the reason I mentioned it's an investment banker viewpoint is these are solutions that needs to be sat down with a consultative mindset, understanding as to what else is possible apart from the conventional working capital, ODCC, term loans and project finance kind of capacities, whether it is secured or unsecured without a collateral. Now today, across the MSME space, I would address this structured debt offerings, whether it is venture debt, revolving credit, RBF, invoice discountings, NCDs, PO financing, bridge financing, acquisition financing. All these are broadly understanding the end goal or the end requirement of the entity, right? And understanding how to structure it, keeping into account how do you underwrite the credit norms? How do you meet the end goals? How do you make the transaction happen? I would say these are largely digital solutions to a certain extent, to a rather greater extent actually. But the fact that today these solutions are being deployable to the market, even the thought of even having the solution deployed to the market is by the fact that these are supported by the digital evaluation mechanism behind it. I mean, the various evaluation mechanisms and KYC authentication mechanism that the bankers spoke of earlier, this take a little above it, so that you can look at the entity with a more broader and a more introspective mindset, right? So otherwise, the solutions are pretty much self-explanatory from the nomenclature itself. So I wouldn't dwell on it more. Because again, the entire funding aspect or doing the fundraising alone is part of fixing the problem. It's part of addressing the problem as of now. But the larger aspect that responds to the spirit of the summit is actually a consultative approach, hence SME 360 Accelerator. Before I say what happens under this SME 360 Accelerator, I would say what is it all about. SME 360 Accelerator is, in very simple terms, a unified holistic platform that is all about the entire spectrum of business consulting services that an SME and MSME might need. Right, from covering from incorporation to business advisory, to legal, to corporate governance, to virtual CFO services, to the end milestone of fundraising, to an extent of even listing. So today, this is a first of a kind pilot or an accelerator that we're doing in the Hyderabad ecosystem now. With the collective guidance of P-Hub, all the major trade bodies, CII, HICIA, and all the major trade bodies and the business forums put together. Because today, individually in silos, we are not able to address the end-to-end solution that an SME might need, that actually builds them from being an independent and unguided entities to actually grow into high-growth entities that could be funded or listed. So hence the platform, this broadly talks about 4 pillars of support. Business consulting, it covers all aspects of your incorporation, to business reports, to due diligence, to your valuation aspects. Strategic consulting is all to do about business growth, BD, business growth strategies. You know, how do you access new markets? How do you take to new markets? How do you enter new product areas? I mean, it's a very detailed scope of an exercise.
Mr. Ahmed, a small request, could you actually finish your presentation?
Yeah, this is my last slide. Virtual CFO advisory is the crux of this consulting, from the point of view that one large element that SMEs lag, because of which you can call them independent entities or unguided entities, is for the fact that they don't have a full-time CFO on board. They need a guidance from a CFO who could take them to this longer journey of getting the systems enablement in place, corporate governance in place, working capital structuring in place, to the extent of fundraising, which is the last aspect of it. Now, fundraising is the last solution. It is largely to do at particular life stage of the business, what might be required, like the structured and unstructured solutions that I just spoke a while ago. But broadly, this platform is over and above the fundraising aspect of it. It's broadly building the other support and the long run elements towards actually making them growth entities that today a local SME ecosystem can be proud of. Not just being independent entities, but capable high growth firms which can be worthy of being listed. That's it for me, guys. We can take up the Q&A session during the lunch hour, because I guess we are already lagging behind time.
Yeah, we are behind schedule, Mr.
Thanks.
Thank you for the informative session, Mr. Ahmed. Now I request Mr. Himanshu to give his presentation.
Thank you so much. Good to have the presentation up. To start with, I'll just give you a broad outlook of what SIDBI's been and what SIDBI's been doing, although most of us do know what it is. We have been around for more than 3 decades. Largely, we are a refinancing agency. We do a lot of institutional finance. Our institutional finance book stands at more than 3.5 lakh crores today. You think of a bank, most of them are customers, including the private one. We do a lot of direct credit. A few of our customers are here. We have a lot of stress off late. Of course, we've been doing green finance for nearly 1.5 decades when we started with JICA. But green finance has taken a new fillip with the Prime Minister announcing Panchamrit. We do a lot of work on cluster development, venture capital, guarantee programs, policy advocacy, and of course, we'll talk about the digital initiatives which SIDBI has done of late so that it comes in with the theme of the program. A small snapshot of where we stand. Today, we started in 91 with a balance sheet of around 8,000 crores, and today we closed at around 3.75 lakh crores. We aim to close this year much higher. We are a AAA rated institution established by an Act of Parliament. We have more than 95 branches. Very lean organization with only 1,000 employees. And we are 100% owned either by Government of India or Government of India owned entities. Just as a snapshot, I wanted to leave this thought behind with people that green finance today is something which is very important to us. We have been trying to embed the green finance culture into our clients, and we also work on the Green India financial systems along with the Shakti Foundation and the AFD, who are an international partner, for shaping the dialogue with IBA, with RBI, and with the Government of India. We have a lot of international partners there. We have done a saving of around 1,800 gigawatt hours per annum through our interventions so far. Some numbers are there. We have a solar mission where we want to actually put up 2,500 solar rooftops every year. We also have a specialized scheme for financing EVs and EV related infrastructure. We bring out Sustainability Perception Index in collaboration with one of the finest agencies in India. And we also run the GRID project, which is largely concentrating on switching fuels and other things to make it greener. Then we talk of, as I come to what have been the digital initiatives that SIDBI has done so far. We've been largely, all our digital initiatives have been based on utilizing and anchoring on the various digital public infrastructure which is available, the identity rails, which is Aadhaar, PAN, KYC, bureaus, e-sign, GST, ITR, the payment rails, which is UPI, RuPay, NASH, Bharat QR, Aadhaar-enabled payments, and now, of course, the data sharing rails, which come in form of the Open network and the account aggregators. So, we talk a little bit about the various digital platforms which SIDBI has created as a public good. We started with the Udyami Mitra platform, and today we have 160,000 bank branches, 160,000 bank branches on the platform, and 200,000 community centers which are integrated on the platform, which can be approached to getting in-principle approvals for small loans through the platform. We run 7 flagship Government of India programs for credit and subsidy for these schemes, including the MOHUA program, and approximately 50 lakh units have been supported through this. Then we have the PSB 59, which was spoken about recently. It is an outcome of an initiative which we started in 2018. We tried to create a credit marketplace which actually democratizes credit. So you, as a customer, has a choice, where you want to pick up your credit from. This provides quick loan offers and then more than 30 lenders. And you will be actually surprised to know that in the last 3 years, this has done 55,000 crores worth of sanctions. 55,000 crores, not a small amount. And out of this 55,000 crores, and these are MSME loans, nearly 42,000 crores have got disbursed. So, there's a lot of talk that you get in-principle approvals, but a lot of them fructify. Then, of course, there's the RXIL, which is the TREDS platform run by SIDBI and NSE jointly, which addresses the delayed payment of MSME, which MSMEs have been facing of long. On the platform, nearly 25,000 crores of worth of invoices have been discounted. We have purchasers as well as 2,000 MSMEs on the platform. The latest initiative which was just done with the Ministry of MSMEs to actually create, formalize the informal sector and created the Udyam Assist platform, which allows the informal units to register and obtain a Udyam Aadhaar. As we actually progressed, and SIDBI did a lot of things on microfinance, and then we saw that the cost of credit to people who are seeking microfinance or moving up the chain from microfinance was too high, and we thought that we should come out with a scheme where we can actually reduce this cost. So to make affordable credit available to the informal micro enterprises, we do loans up to 50,000 to 500,000, that is 5 lakh rupees on these, and these are totally platform-driven digital loans. There have been more than 1 lakh beneficiaries so far, and 85% of them are women. We work with MFIs, we work with banking correspondent companies, corporates and aggregators, even NBFCs in implementing this. And this is largely a digital process where application, credit appraisal and documentation is all digital. Only the monitoring and follow-up is physical. So we call it a physical process so far, because monitoring is something which we've not yet been able to figure out as to how to do it. So just to take you in, you have an app where a person applies for a Prayas loan through the mobile app. Same eKYC, geotagging, bureau check, etc. happen through the app as he gives permissions, and then on the Prayas web portal, the SIDBI appraising officer will appraise and close in the loan. And once the risk rating and sanction rejection has been done, on signing off on the digital document execution, the loan would be disbursed. So this is an end-to-end digital process which is working very smoothly with around 51 partners in the country. To address what our friend Ahmed was saying, that invoice discounting is a one-to-one kind of thing, and to democratize that, SIDBI worked in the RBI sandbox, and we have piloted and now commercialized GST Sahay. So this actually rides on the GST database and allows people to discount their invoices and obtain instant credit against them. So there's a 3-stage journey. You register, you get a loan offer, and you do e-documentation, and then you get a disbursement and a repayment. Just taking you across, so this are the building blocks. You have 35%, as we know, 35% share of GST is coming from MSMEs. GST Sahay promotes cash flow based lending, encourages registration of MSMEs on GST, and collaborates with industry initiatives. We have standardized open protocols. We use OCEN, Account Aggregator Framework, India Stack, which is GST and e-sign, stamp, e-nash, etc. And that it is end-to-end digitized. What the journey is that you go on the app, use your mobile number, register, give access to your GST details. Once you are registered, you can choose your banks and you can do your e-documentation. And once you have done your e-documentation, you get a limit. And on the basis of that limit, you can discount your invoices and you get disbursement into the identified account. The repayment is through e-nash. So you set up auto debit and disbursement will happen. This is actually going to be very useful for people in future. We feel that this will actually do away with the working capital requirements of the industry. So this is where the future is going. This is the disbursement and repayment part of it. Then of course we have something which is...
Sorry for interrupting. Could you actually brush through it quickly, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you actually rush through it quickly so everybody's
this is the last slide.
Thank you, sir.
So, this is the last slide which I have, which is a product which we have bought in, which is end-to-end digitized for MSME. It is a straight-through process which uses all the digital public infrastructure, GST, NCA, ITR. All of us do the same thing, my friends at Union also do the same thing. We also, in addition, use risk assessment using Jakarta, FitScore, which is a product of CIBIL and OPL, and CMR. And the underwriting is entirely end-to-end digital, and so is the documentation and disbursement. So you need to get into our website, log in, create your requirement, and loans up to 1 crore, depending on your leverage, etc., can be done, can be disbursed within 48 hours.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are going to talk only about MSMEs. We are not going to talk about how India is shining, how the world is doing a roaring business, and how we should actually work for our pie in the sky. No, we will only talk about here and now and about MSMEs. Second, we are not going to talk about jargon. The huge tectonic shift in the landscape of MSMEs is going to be extremely beneficial in orbit shifting our economy. We are not going to talk about those things. Okay, that's jargon. 3, we will actually talk about your questions. So it's going to be very, very relevant. It's going to be probably addressing some of the concerns that you may have, and collectively we can find some solutions. And the topic is what are the challenges in adopting digital technologies by MSMEs? As simple as that. We'll stick to challenges and probably come up with some solutions here and there. So that's going to be broadly why you have to be part of this session. We will exactly take 30 minutes, not more than that, because one of our panelists will have to catch a flight, so there's no other option. This story everyone knows. What is a micro, what is small, and what is medium? I'll skip this thing. If your plant, equipment and machinery, everything put together, investment is not more than 1 crore, and your turnover, annual turnover is not more than 5 crores, it is micro. And then if it is 10 crore investment and more than 50 crore turnover, it is small. And of course 50 and 250, this is what everyone knows. I'll skip all my slides and I'll go directly to, everyone knows these things. We have done very recently 2 action research projects. One is Digital Street. This is adoption of digital technologies by street vendors. So there are lots of learnings out there. That is one. And second, the ongoing project is called Digital Green. This is adoption of digital technologies for environmental sustainability. Bearing the sustainability in mind, how do we adopt and be conscious of the offshoots of using these technologies? I think these are the broad 2 areas in which we have been researching. The first one is already over. We have submitted the reports to the stakeholders. The second one is still going on. We have partnered with a German NGO, and we are doing this research in various cities, Hyderabad to Delhi to Rajasthan, that is Jaipur, to Bangalore, Pune, Dehradun, Ahmedabad, so on and so forth. I'll talk about very few. I'll skip all these things. These are just backup kind of material. I'll just go to thank you slide so that you listen to me. See, the challenges that we are facing are multifold. The challenges that we are facing are multifold. First, in terms of adopting technologies itself. A lot of these people, when we have spoken to garment manufacturers, when we have spoken to micro level entrepreneurs who are into supplying to these garment manufacturers, who live in Bangalore, who live in Tirupur, who live in small areas, Nalgonda, and all these locations. Most of them do not have the overall bigger grasp of what they should be conscious of. They are more worried about movement of their product and a cross movement of money for their product. I think this is in simple language what they are worried about. The large numbers that we project, we have to look at the percentages of the segments. And the largest segment that we have here and we have to worry about, like in agriculture we say, there are a large number of small acre holding farmers. Similarly here also micro is going to be very large. But if our solutions or talks are not focused on these large segments, it's again going to be off the mark. So when we spoke to these small people, when we spoke to these entrepreneurs, they understand what we are talking. It is not that they don't have any understanding. Are they ready to adopt? They may be ready to adopt, but the dominance is in terms of areas of, being manageable, having a manageable cash flow. I think that's where everything works around. If it is working very well with respect to their market, if it is working very well with respect to their produce, and if the intermediaries are rewarding them suitably, I'm sure then they will be able to focus on these things. The theories that we carry from here and we teach them in terms of, say for example, mobile broadband. Everyone knows mobile broadband. Cloud computing, a lot of people understand cloud computing. Big data, a lot of people understand that. IoT and its applications, everyone understands that. But will they get down to using it? What are the challenges that we have faced? Some of the challenges I have identified here. Obviously, they are there on the slides. Now, when we go back into specific discussions, we have three distinguished gentlemen here. Now, when we talk about the specific challenges that they can list, and also when they can address some of the challenges that you may raise, that will be much, much more relevant. I'll stop here and we'll begin now. Now, let us pivot this. How many of you have questions for this session? You can raise your hands. Please raise your hands. 2-3 से नहीं चलेगा. 2-3 से तो नहीं चलेगा. हाँ, ठीक है. Yes. What we will do is we'll pivot it. We will take questions first, and our responses will be dovetailed to address those questions, and that's going to be the discussion. Okay? Please, questions. Yes, Divakar. You don't need a mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, great session since morning. There are a lot of metrics have been spoken. We have 7 crore MSMEs, and there is a distinguished micro, small, medium, and all that. And we have 5,000 companies which are listed in stock exchange. Out of that, 1,200 to 1,300 companies contribute to 90% of market capital. What kind of a democratization we have done? If you see the numbers, it should be allowing and enabling MSMEs to really get into that number of listed companies. So past 60 years, what we have been doing, are we happy what we are doing? What should be done?
Okay, good framework related question. We will respond. I think we'll give that to Satya only. Yes, Satya.
I'm just paraphrasing the question. So, from this session's perspective, if I paraphrase your question, that how can the MSMEs, or what stops the MSMEs to get into, to leverage this market capitalization part? Because as you can see, only 90%, out of the 7 crore, only 5,000 are listed, and out of which only 1,200 contribute to 90%. So why are we missing out? Can digital help there? Can I put the question like this, and then we will try to answer.
As you said, we'll take all the questions first. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, absolutely no.
So again, if I paraphrase your question just for this thing, so how can we ensure that the stakeholders who are supposed to help the MSMEs are themselves aware of how can they help the MSMEs. Can I put it this way? Okay. So banker is just one example, and I'm sure there could be other examples.
But if you can ask questions that are specific to your requirement, it will be more relevant. So much so, we will respond to only those questions. Otherwise, we will talk general, you will talk general. How do you motivate me? That type of question I would like to have. मेरा बिजनेस ये है, मेरा फैक्ट्री यहाँ पर है, मेरे यही दिक्कतें हैं. How do you solve this? That type of question is expected. Okay. Please.
Yes, sir. So I'm Sandeep. I'm into capital consulting and coaching for MSMEs. By and large, we deal 1 or 2 clients in a month, and it's mostly related to their credit side. By the time they come to us, they'll have one project report which says bankable project report, but their business is not bankable. So when we try to make them that it's a longer turnaround time, is at least a quarter, half year, and all. So in this context, how you can help me, how digitization or anybody how can you reach out to, I was asking Malvika also that you have to productize your service content, and so that then you can, so similar, anything of that sort that can help us.
The question is difficult. You want to paraphrase it? Okay. So the question is actually very difficult, given that the problem itself is very difficult. Am I right? This question you can ask to all the panels. Wonderful. While we are compelled to focus only on the topic, you can talk anything other than the topic. Superb. Yeah, we'll come to it.
So, I have exactly the question that Sudhakar Rao sir was telling. So, I have a factory in Adivatla. I make defense and aerospace. We make systems and subsystems for fighter aircraft and missiles for DRDOs. Customized. Now, it will not be out of way to say that I am not making enough money. I would like to export, but I don't have a product. I am making customized systems for them. So how can you help me?
A very good session will have few unanswered questions. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Ram Mohan. I am an entrepreneur. So my question here is, how we can create a level playing field for digital transformation on par with bigger companies for MSMEs. So what I mean to say is that so today all the large companies can afford to have all the digital transformation tools, but when it comes to the MSME, one is affordability, another is their knowledge to acquire those tools. What kind of tools that they need?
It's largely a function of affordability. Yeah. Any other? Sir.
We make customized products. I want to know from Vamsi and Srinivas, because I've been struggling to implement ERP in my company for the last 3 years. So I want to know how I can. It's a direct question.
Any more? Yes, sir.
For MSMEs, I take the liberty on this point. What is, from your view, that MSME has to be successful for year-round actually order processing and profits? What are the best solutions you imagine and think of?
Good. Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Yeah, we will try and respond to some of these questions, and if you have not responded, you can understand that we don't have any answer. Okay? Yeah, please. Street vendors. Oh, good. I'll give one or two examples. That will come last. Okay. We will do like this. All the questions have been noted by all of us. Satya will respond to at least 2-3 questions. Is it okay? Yeah. And then we can keep on adding. But very quickly we'll try and finish. Yeah. You have 13 minutes.
Yeah, so I'll take the liberty of answering in any order. I hope that's okay with you. But we will again check back, where we have answered and not answered, we'll check that. So I think I'll start off with the question that somebody talked about, creating an awareness to do things, as well as the affordability part. So I'm going to take that together. See, one of the major challenges today for an MSME is that, is digital transformation required for me? If the answer is yes, then what is that I need to digitalize or digitally transform? And how much it will cost me, and how should where should I go? Who are the people who can help me? These are the broad things that typically anybody who starts a digital journey will have, right? So, and there is already a lot of confusing words like digitization, digital transformation, and so on. And each one is valid from its own perspective, but they are also very different from one to another, right? So, one of the things that somebody has to, what we see, when I represent a center within CII called CII's, Center for Digital Transformation. It is done with Tata Communications, so it's called CII Tata Communications Center for Digital Transformation. So we work with MSMEs just to help them on some of these things. And the awareness creation is the first thing that has to be really focused on. Like, what is that you need? And to do that, typically, you can use any method. I'm just suggesting a method. So, you look at, you apply a model called, digital maturity rating or something, so you try to talk to the company, understand the as-is processes that they have, what are the pain points that they have, and what are the opportunities that typically that exist, so that you can easily get from by asking the right set of questions and getting the answers. And using this method, for example, in our center, so we do this and then we go and tell you, okay, these are the opportunities that, you are at this level, you seem to have strengths in, say, customer-facing processes, you seem to have doing well, whereas employee-facing processes, there are a lot of issues in that, or operational processes, you have not even touched it. So like this, it can give you some kind of a mirror to you, saying that these are the things that you need to do. So that's that. Creating the awareness, creating a baseline of where you are today, and then you look at the affordability part. Like, now you need to know, you don't have the, the reach of say large company, so that you can go for end-to-end transformation in one go. So you then start prioritizing what is more important for you. So for example, many people will say that I don't want to touch anything on the customer side because that is too risky for me, whereas I can go and automate a few things on my shop floor because that's going to give me some immediate benefits, right? So that's something that, there are many methods by which you can do that, to see what is that you require on the, prioritization, and show some immediate successes, because your management, whether it is a owner led one or is it a corporate led one, in both cases, you need to be convincing somebody saying that it is worth investing money on this.
But for that, it's like a chicken and egg situation. So, you need to show some, quick results, the low-hanging ones, right? And that's where I'm suggesting that, you go for some digital intervention on the shop floor side. It's going to improve your efficiency, it's going to improve your productivity and so on, which will then open up your purse for other these things. I'll come back to some of these things once again, but if somebody wants to add.
Yeah, I can add. So, many points were raised on how do we push MSMEs to contribute more? How do I become a bankable business so banks will give me a loan or capital? Why only certain percentage of companies are profitable while rest of them are not? So it all comes down to the business model, whether is it profitable, whether it is scalable, whether it is sustainable. Anyway, I'm deviating slightly away from the topic because the forum is more on adoption challenges of digital technologies. But so first, why that skewness in some success, some not success is probably there's a problem in the business model itself. Now, there's a specific challenge someone raised about defense and aerospace who make customized solutions, but you're not able to become profitable or you're not making. So I think now you need to introspect and analyze. So where is it you're lagging? Is it because the product or service which you're selling is too commoditized in the market where you are not able to command a premium? Or is it something to do with not enough of sales pipeline? Is it something to do with high cost of the product and it is taking too much time for you to manufacture it? So the cycle time is too high and you're not able to create enough products to cater to a larger market. So just for the sake of discussion, I'll take the sales. So here I would like to blend it to how this is a challenge in our digital scenario. So as a customized solution, it's not like everyone out there is going to buy customized defense and aerospace solutions, right? You need to focus and find that right target customer who actually wants to buy it. It's not some off-the-shelf product which everyone is going to come and buy it. So now this is where digital technologies like digital marketing and AI, to some extent, you can leverage to identify those target customers to reach out to them. So this is something similar to a challenge which I can relate to. So I am from Moltech Technologies, so we do a lot of custom solutions for OEM suppliers for manufacturing body components. Now, body components, engineering, design solutions is my service. So it's not like they're everywhere. I need to identify where they are. They're across the globe, and I need to leverage technology to try and reach them. I need to try and appeal to their need and try to project that USP, the unique selling proposition. Why should he give me work over some other way? So this is one challenge where how do you reach a global audience, using these digital technologies. There are so many challenges out there. So there's so many platforms to choose from. It could be Instagram, it could be LinkedIn, it could be Facebook, it could be Google, they say SEO. So how do you choose the right platform or the forum through which you try to reach your audience or target customer? So that's one challenge. So this is something which probably you can start experimenting with some free tools to start with. Try to understand and research the market where your possible target customers are. So there are a lot of AI tools which are available which do the research for you. This is very brand new. You don't have to search in Google for it. There are some tools where you go there. A free one itself gives an entire market potential of the market, the specific market which you want. It gives the market potential and it basically scrapes the entire internet and gets that data for you in a research manner. So maybe this could be a starting point for you to understand whether your business has the right potential. Then probably you can start using other AI tools too. expand and research and reach out to your target customers. This I'm talking assuming a sales and a marketing challenge.
Assuming it's a sales and marketing problem.
And adoption challenge from a digital perspective.
The little bit of digital in this answer is about adopting cutting edge technologies to sharpen your communication and reach and effectiveness. Otherwise, we'll be going back to the previous panel in how you can market, how you can use social media, how you can expand your reach and so on and so forth. However, I appreciate that problem. But sir, do you have LinkedIn presence? Okay. By what name, sir? In your name. Organizational do you have, sir? Can we immediately open that, sir? I'll come back to this thing. I can give you many more suggestions also, and I'll specifically talk to you off the stage as well. But in the meantime, we'll request Srinivas sir to help us understand the hurdles in the journey of adopting, implementing, improvising ERP for smaller organizations. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Srinivas, Managing Director of Equic Dice and Molds. This is about a 35 years old company, and we have started implementing ERP way back in 2002. So we had, so basically like what sir said, we were also making the tailor-made products at that point of time, and it's very difficult to sustain. I can imagine your problem as my problem when I was in 2002. We had no other baskets of money invested in any of the branches where we have been investing towards in tool room only, where tailor-made products only can be made. So we are specialized, good name and fame everywhere in making manufacturing dies, but ultimately the bottom line counts. So in that transformation, but every die is a challenge, everything is a different one. So if you have to make a car engine die, it is different. If it is motorcycle, it is different. So we have to account properly how we are going and what is making us to put in this situation where we are not able to progress, neither we are able to. We have to make progress means we have to make the bottom line. So if the bottom line is not there, definitely there is no meaning in staying in that business, and we all get disappointed. That point of time, we had the same situation. We thought how we can transform. Luckily, we had a friend who was working in the similar platform that point of time on Oracle-based ERP solutions. We called him, we interacted, because luckily the whole team of our management is technocrats. That's one problem. We expect micro things to improve, but we all started because I can imagine Suprasad Reddy Garu, he is more senior in the industry than me, and he says since last 3-4 years he is struggling. So my answer probably can meet him. This is a journey which the owner, along with the core team, has to take with a full interest. Right from giving a code for material, whatever you buy, and giving a code to your employee, identification to your machine, process, every setup. So that is a big challenging job which MSMEs, we start with, actually I had a presentation which I would have explained in the sequence, but now we are all running out of time, then I'll just try to make it. Yeah, yes. So we have got 4 M's, we have got a manpower, machines, process, and the material. So the 4 M's have to be addressed apart from the system. In the system point of view, whatever you have it, you can integrate it by giving. Everywhere you have a challenge, and it has to be with the patients, everyone has to work from operator level to the HR person to the security guard to everywhere, the source person. So if whole journey starts with what is the count you have manpower, you will have to give a code and how he works. What is the set of rules that you have to decide for a human that is coming inside the plant, and how effectively you are using in every area. security guard, he does his duty, and the stores fellow, he does his different duty. And what is the output? He has to put it in record. So we'll have to create a job card for the work, whatever he is doing. If the design engineer works on his 8 hours in a different, we will be at any point of time, we'll be running with 50 or 100 projects. So on which project he is working for half an hour, 15 minutes, sometimes he has to attend for a HR training. So all that thing in the human area you have to make it. And the same way, on the materials front, which is again, right from, it's again a challenge. Getting material for dye is totally different from if you are producing a plastic pot, you get 10 tons of plastic material, whatever is the grade, or aluminum, you get it, you process it. But that area also has got a different challenge. But in this scenario, we have to get the material, then process in stage wise. That means method, out of 4 M's, a method has to be fully made it. So you have stages of operations everywhere. You need to derive each operation, the sequence. If you are getting a dye, how material block up, what will be the operation code, like that you will have to make it. So the man, material, then the method, whatever is the process that you come across to produce a dye, that area also you will have to make coding. Then this process has to be explained with a flow chart to the person who is doing. Now, this is about 20 years back, it was very tough. Recently, for around 8 years back, we have adopted, we have been doing this for our tool room based on Oracle, and we could integrate it, but ultimately we have to hire the in-house team. We have got around 3 people working on ERP for our Equic group. We had other companies where we are making aluminum die casting components. Then we were more matured and we could engage TCS. They have an excellent ERP platform, TCS Ion, which is again, we thought it is cake to eat, but it is not so. There also we had the challenges. So the similar challenges, it's again, everything we have to customize it to our requirement, because we get 10 tons of material and it goes into 50 varieties of parts. How can you digitize, how can you evaluate it? These are all the challenges, right from material to dispatch we had, and we have to do it patiently, and it costs money. And it is an unknown area we are entering. How much is the money budget? Again, as an MSME, we cannot budgetize this. We don't even budget for 1 year. How can we budget unknown area which will not cost? But you have to take little amount of pain. The other question what sir was asking, I'll try to, what I could observe, how India can grow and become a 5 trillion economy. There's a lot of programs announced by the MSME ministry in adopting these technologies. Even if you are implementing ERP or any digital this thing, you have to upgrade your systems. You have the schemes. So if you are able to make use of it and make use of the, see, we had last session, which is again supported by government of Telangana, which is again a news for me, that they are also trying to help. I also learned something on the digital marketing side. They are also trying to support. This is ONDC is a nationwide program, so which they would like to implement it here. So ultimately, the sky is the limit. How we can implement, like no product to the product. Then you have the information. You have got a right to. You will be able to take a right decision. If there is no information, then we all will be in dark. Suppose in the ERP you get, what is the cycle time that so many hours you have taken for producing. What is the next die, how you can reduce the cycle time, all that thing. And if person is absent, you don't have the proper system. If his output is less, you have a person who is an elephant for you and you cannot measure the output. He comes and goes. That is also you can evaluate in the digital. So it's a miracle that you can achieve, but it is overall, I can see the entire process overall involved in each and every section. They have to put their heart and soul and try to digitize it as possible. Then there will be a lot of resistance from each and every department, which is probably Reddy sir must be facing. So, अरे ये करेगा तो क्या होगा? What will happen? Everything will come into the surface. Probably if a person is doing mistakes, his mistakes per year are counting to sales. So when the year end comes, if you show he comes for evaluation, then you say you have done so many mistakes. So that tendency, the opposition from the people will be there. But if you don't count it, then you are carrying only elephants, not the horses, where it will take forward. So this is the way how I think slightly I can put it.
Yes, yes.
It is challenging, but it is not that difficult. So we went through the journey. Thank you.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. We'll come to your point, sir. What sir is talking about is the frameworks. To have the frameworks, MSMEs will have to think big. And the framework is also a function of having good practices. It is not a chicken and egg story. You have to start thinking big and then have good practices, share the vision. It is more people driven in smaller organizations. In bigger organizations, it's more system driven. I think the test of leadership is much more, or in relatable terms, is much more when we are still small and medium. And I think on an everyday basis, we need to create a shared vision organization rather than thinking less or thinking small and having disjointed connections within the organizations. I have some examples, I'll give it to you also. But I think Vamsi wanted to add a point or two. He has been championing the digital transformation in Moltech and several case studies that he has got. Maybe one or two examples you can add to ERP's journey.
So I will just add on to what Mr. Srinivas has been explaining about ERP. So there are other digital initiatives which I am doing, but since we are talking about ERP, I will highlight more. So let's assume, so someone asked a question about affordability and knowledge of the tools. I think right? So let us assume you have the affordability to buy the ERP tool for now. We'll talk about affordability anyway later. You know the knowledge. So you know which ERP tool to implement. Now if you Google, actually there are hundreds of ERP tools. So first to identify the right ERP tool itself, we get confused. So let us even assume that you know what ERP to implement. So now as a business, so I think here most of the audience are just about to start their business, or they have started and they want to take off. So you also need to look at the future, where now once you come out of the survival mode, you become sustainable and you now aspire to become a successful and a stable business. That is when, like Mr. Sudhakar has mentioned, you need systems. So when your company is small, you as an individual will be running around all the departments and you are managing everything. But as your organization grows, that's when the systems and processes become very important. Now, ERP is one such tool, a digital tool, which helps you manage your whole company by managing the information in your operations. So what happens is now, you got the tool installed, but how do you get the buy-in? Now, many of your team members, like Mr. Srinivas mentioned, they don't like the tool. They may be feeling insecure that, my boss is setting up this tool so he can get rid of me. Those kind of things happen. So, apart from the tool, now these are those advanced challenges which are not digital. These are more people and the thinking and the perception. So here, you as a leader have to have that broader outlook. And you need to have that holistic view of how do I manage these stakeholders. And for you, the clock is ticking. The sooner your ERP gets implemented, that is when you actually start realizing the value of that tool. Till then, it is a white elephant and it's just bleeding. You have to run your existing system, you have to run the new system. Everyone is all getting frustrated, blaming the system. The old system, some are blaming the old one, some are blaming the new one. So, having a very holistic plan, having a step-by-step approach, try to think of it as an investment. When you look at a tool and you're considering it, try to think of it as an investment. The minute you think of it as a cost, you try to reduce it, you go for the lowest, cheapest tool, or you try to see if you can cut somewhere by not hiring some expert to support you. So these all are those additional factors you need to keep in mind. These are slightly more advanced at a later stage, probably once you're established.
So just wanted to add that.
Yeah, one observation is that there is something called low equilibrium trap. Low equilibrium trap is you have low energy on anything that you do. For example, this organization's sales are not good, or this organization has achieved just 5% of the sales of the target. The sense of celebration and the value that you attach to that internally and get everyone connected to that will make people aspiring to achieve a little more. Sometimes we don't do that. So that, as you have explained, that spiral down, everything lower, everything lesser, because you treat it as a cost, and your vision is not overarching enough to actually inspire the rest of the people, is going to lead to a low equilibrium trap. And it becomes extremely difficult for us to lift it up from where it has fallen. It can happen in any organization, but more importantly for the segment that we are talking, I think it is leader driven. It is at the top, and the buck stops there, and therefore it has to be driven more. Dime a dozen, there are technologies. There is rationality available for you to select which one. As per your priority, you can do that. But I think that leader driven energy will only avoid us to get into what is called a low equilibrium trap.
Just wanted to add a word of caution for anyone who wants to embark on the digital transformation path or even digitization path. You will find typically three types of, when you're looking for a consultant to implement this, you will typically get three types of one. One is somebody who's representing an OEM who will come and probably talk about, what are the benefits that somebody will get, by implementing their ERP, their systems, their solutions and so on. But they're going to talk about, their own product actually. So that's one type of this thing. So the second one will be like a system integrator or a technology solution provider. So, he will try to bring in different technologies, but then there is always some kind of an ulterior motive, in terms of trying to push one over the other. You need to watch out for that. The third is somebody, people who have spent time in an industry, so they know in and out of that industry, so they have a great, subject matter knowledge, but, post-retirement or about to get retirement, so they also get into, nowadays it has become more of a fact to get in, they get into this line of digital, I'm a digital consultant for this area. Now, there's no doubt that they have a, great talent, in their area. They may be a, supply chain expert, they may be a operational, on the plant, shop floor expert, but they may not be digital experts. Okay, so just what I'm trying to caution you is that whichever method, any method you can go, each one will come with the pros and cons, but do not let anyone sell you a Mercedes-Benz when what you want is just a Maruti 800. Okay, and that's what typically happens with most of the implementations. Somebody comes and does a great job of selling you a Benz when you don't really require it. Okay, so just be aware of that. That's one thing. The second point that, to answer the private banker there. So, so there are typically for any, I'm going to answer in a slightly generic way. So, but for any country at any level, there are 3-4 bodies which are important for this digital transformation. So one is of course the government itself. So what kind of enablement that they need to do. For example, India has been doing a lot, at least in the last, few years. I was so lucky to be present when Mr. Nandan Nilekani from Infosys presented before, B20. So he talked about the digital journey of what they are doing for everybody, including MSME, the other infrastructure that is today underlying can be utilized for a lot of other things. So he talked about. So that they have a role. And, for example, Singapore has a model called Go First Digital kind of a model where they help you on planning, execution and awareness creation. So they talk about, so India also should be doing more or already doing more. So that's one thing. The second is there is a role of academic institutions, whether they offer courses specifically, tailored for MSMEs, what is digital for MSMEs and so on. For example, we recently did one program with IIM Udaipur just to, what is digital transformation for small and medium-sized companies. We talked about it. So that's one thing. The third is the role of, industry associations, whether it is CII or FICCI or anyone, so what is the role? How do they bridge the gap between the industry and the government and the other stakeholders? And last is create a pool of SME digital consultants who will be able to do that. Again, there are at the skill development, there is a Government of India initiative called Skill Development. So they're also trying to address this part. So hopefully, if all these things, all these places work well, the problem that you face should not happen, but that's how it is.
I'll give a slight twist to that answer. Information and response to an existing policy is more than an awareness issue, it's a T&D issue. You're a trainer, right? So it's in your domain, in the sense that, I know. For example, certain functional areas determine the behavior of the people working in those areas. For example, take Diwakar. He is a salesperson. Okay, even if he is dying, he will sell something and die. I'm just taking the liberty of taking your name. So in certain functional areas, you have behaviors that are very, very different. In my organization, I don't want to say about anybody else. I know it is true to everyone. The accountants behave in such a manner that everyone else is a thief. किसी से बात नहीं करते, अगर बात करते हैं तो ऐसा डाउट करके बात करते हैं, as if the organization is resting only on their shoulders. There are lots of such issues. So functional areas determine your behaviors, and it's a T&D issue. And even if Prime Minister announces with so much of fanfare that they have announced this, that, the bank says, हमको तो पता ही नहीं है, ये तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं है, there is no such scheme. ऐसा बोलते हैं. They do like that. Okay. The other thing that I want to mention is to respond to our friend. The Government of India, I don't know whether the Prime Minister announced, but I read this yesterday in Economic Times. There is a new scheme called OCEN, Open Credit Enabling Network. Okay. Now, this gives you credit funding which moves away from your collateral-based credit to cash flow-based credit. I think this, if it is realized, and if you go and talk to those banks or bankers or middlemen, if they understand what this is and they explain to you, I'm sure you will be benefited. And there is some solution lying in this initiative. It is laudable, definitely. This is a good initiative. Am I somewhere closer to an answer that you are seeking? Great. And what did we not answer is the question next. I will answer that. No. You want to? No, our Satya doesn't have any question. Under this pretext, I can close it. But I will answer that question. See, it's a journey. What Diwakar has asked is about what have we done in the last 60 years and what are we doing. It's a very politically sharp question. I will not fall into that trap. But largely this country has been progressing, and some of them take a lot of time to fructify and some of them will take a shorter time to fructify. Industry bodies like CII is doing a fantastic job. If they have an inventory of consultants who can be specialized into say less than 20 crore manufacturing setup base where ERP has to be implemented, or some kind of consultants, segmented consultants, if they have an inventory, that will be extremely useful. Academics like us should not just IIM Udaipur, I think smaller institutions which are not the I schools. I come from one, but they haven't done much other than collecting large fees. Sorry, we come from one. So what the institutions will have to do is to get down to the streets and start working with the people. and generate solutions there. I think design thinking solutions will have to come if you are a matured institution. That is your give back to the country. If it is not a design thinking kind of a solution, it is waste. Those solutions only will work for this country. This country has got 1,000 countries within. If anybody says one nation, one plan, that is a strategic mistake. We need to unify the country, that's a different story altogether, politically. But solutions will have to be multiple. Understand the reality, which is plural, and then give so many solutions to so many segments. Get down there. Otherwise, in the ivory towers, if we strategize and try and attempt some generic solutions, it will not work. We have to go. What we have done is on the streets. For street vendors, somebody has asked the question. The street vendors, we have done, I was explaining to my colleagues, I'll just take half a minute. We have taken one example of the Sunday Mela in Sanat Nagar. Every Sunday they have a street vendor sitting there. It's a designated place. So some of the students have come up with this solution after interaction and all those things, that they have similar kind of products, and there are 4 people. They come from one kind of an organization. They are brothers or related people. So his name is Vamsi, Sudhakar, Satya and Srinivas. We are all cousins. We go to Sanat Nagar. He sells balloons. I sell balloon inflated toys. He sells inflated balls, and he sells bags to carry all these things. Okay, assume this is just an example. But the solution is real. He holds a card which says John. I hold a card, name card, which is very big and visible, Johnny. He holds a name card saying Janardhan, John, Johnny, Janardhan, something like that. They came up with this solution. And these people don't sit in the stall that they have. These people keep moving. Stall is there. Keep moving, and they have a small audio bite that they have, which they keep on playing, and they attract people to come back. And if anybody observes them, you can complete the picture saying that these four people come from the same house or come from the same family. So the other one is to use reels or update your WhatsApp status. You have your customers, take their numbers. If you have new products coming, they ask for a certain color of the product now. A pink inflated balloon that they want, a small toy balloon. You can immediately tell them, even if you are not on Sunday, even on Saturday or Friday, you can tell them. You can ask them to come and collect. So small incremental, this is for the micro street vendors I'm talking. Today they are earning 2,000 rupees. Tomorrow, by using these small technologies or adoption of these practices, they may take home 2,500. That makes a very, very big difference. It may not mean anything to us, but to them, 2,000 to 2,500 is a big jump. All by using the small freely available techniques and tools. Yeah. WhatsApp, for example. Small videos, status updates, and things like that. Okay? Looks like we are done. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So this session is a very important one, transforming MSMEs through digital marketing and e-commerce for enhanced efficiency. So MSME is a very important sector, as we all know, which makes major contributions to the country's GDP as well as employment. In Telangana itself, we have almost 26 lakh MSMEs according to Ministry of MSME annual report, and more than 25 lakhs are actually micro units. So it is actually important to understand what are the factors which slow down the growth of MSMEs. And there was a study by Boston Consulting Group in 2016, which we referred, and there were some conclusions that they came out with. One was that they listed a set of factors which slow MSME growth. A couple of them were like lack of financing, policy, and other factors. But the topmost factor which was identified was lack of technology. And they summarized that the tech leaders They actually have an annual growth rate, revenue growth rate of about 28%, whereas tech laggards have only about growth rate of 13%, which is a major gap. And they also, put forth some case studies which showed how technology helped MSMEs in making, a big growth transition. So we all know how the pandemic, made MSMEs realize the value of having an online presence. And in fact, now when we conduct online awareness sessions about, becoming digitized or whatever, the question is not why we should do it anymore. The dialogue starts on, how we could actually become digitized, or how we could come onto more and more platforms and be visible online. So even before COVID started, our department was actually, we started working on this initiative called Digitizing MSMEs, in which we selected a set of IT companies from across the state, companies like Now Floats, O2O Now, Zoho, Microsoft and others. And then we approached a lot of these local industry associations. And what we started doing was conducting awareness sessions in their industrial parks in and around, and helping MSMEs to understand how important technology is, and you cannot be left behind. So there were some positive reactions, and then we started expanding this to our district levels, conducted pakwadas in 2017-18. But there was some hesitancy. We realized MSMEs, not many of them were coming on board. And we realized that cost was a very major factor for them in becoming digitized. And some of these solutions were maybe too expensive for them. So then we started looking for more solutions which would help MSMEs to, have a one-stop solution for them, where they could get all their major digital needs fulfilled. So then we, came across this platform, Global Linker. Malvika, my colleague, is here from Global Linker. And then we created this Telangana State Global Linker portal, which is actually a one-stop solution for MSMEs. They create websites, e-commerce stores, they conduct awareness sessions for MSMEs, and a lot of bunch of services which Malvika will talk about. And this was actually like a turning point for us. And today, actually, I'm happy to share that we have 14,000 plus MSMEs registered onto this platform. And many of them actually really benefited during the COVID period. We had some other associations as well with SAP India in December 2020. And through their SAP Ariba Discovery platform, MSMEs were able to again connect with global customer markets. And then we also tied up with Meesho, and they already have a big customer base across India of 11 crores people. And the benefit that they offered was that MSMEs can actually transact or be part of Meesho platform without having to pay any commission. So that is why we are actively again promoting this portal across the state. Then Just Dial was again another collaboration we had in March 22, in which again it's a listing platform, helps MSMEs become onboarded onto it, and they become discoverable across the country. So now we have today 17,600 MSMEs from Telangana who are already registered onto this platform. So with this brief overview, I would now like to invite my colleague, Mr. Nitin Nair, who is the Senior Vice President for ONDC. You've already probably heard him in the morning. But Nitin has been working with the government of Telangana closely to popularize ONDC network across the state. And he's been actively participating, visiting us many times to conduct various physical and virtual workshops, organized in collaboration with the government and Global Linker. So over to you, Nitin, now.
Thanks, Vatsala. I think I briefly spoke about what is ONDC and how and what we're trying to do, right? So I'm not going to go into the deck, but just trying to condense it all together. Right? It's typically a 1-hour presentation that I condense in about 15 minutes, right? So essentially, as an MSME, what you need to think about it, this is another market access mode, right? You would build a website, you would probably go to a website enabling platform like Shopify, or you will go to one of the existing platforms. 3 broad ways all of you come online, right? So this is probably a 4th way to come online, where you will connect by using technology to the ONDC network and start getting orders. That's the way most companies which have reasonably decent sized tech teams will do. Or you will contract out with one of the seller apps on ONDC who will onboard you by bringing in your catalog, doing the necessary configurations, and then having you online. For example, Global Linker could be the network participant who could help onboard you onto the ONDC network. Right? Once you come on board, a buyer searching on any buyer app for whatever products and services that you wish to sell will have visibility on your product services catalog, and then an order flow will happen. So think of it as a market access channel, which enables you to be discoverable by the entire universe of buyers, which continues to grow on the ONDC network. Today we have about 100 million potential customers doing about 1.5 lakh orders a day. As the buyer app ecosystem expands, there will be more and more buyer apps coming in. So that's one way to look at it. The other 2-3 ways that as an MSME you should look at it. The second is we are also doing B2B, right? Which means a lot of the presentation I spoke in the morning largely concentrated on the B2C part of the business, right? That you look at B2C buyers to come in and bespoke buyers buying individual items in small quantities. Versus we've also enabled B2B where you as a MSME can both be visible to customers who will acquire your products in large quantities, and therefore the buying experience is very different there. And you could also become a potential buyer, for example, your raw material inventory. Right? If you have raw material inventory that you use, or if you have stockists, other distribution channels you use, you can also become a buyer trying to source from the ONDC network. Right? Like as the network becomes bigger, you're not just a seller, you're also a potential buyer. Things that you buy across India, say you're a food processing unit, right? You want to buy raw fruits, right? How do you kind of look at FPOs across India, right? As an input to your business, right? Well, you continue to focus on building the food processing unit and the product that you build, but some of your sourcing can come on the network. This is the second use case. In this, we're also, we've just started exports. The first golden transaction happened earlier this month, where we've now started to power exports. So we've onboarded our first international buyer app. It's a Monetary Authority of Singapore, which is the RBI equivalent in Singapore, invested company called Proxera. Proxera is going to bring, for example, demand from Southeast Asia. Like if you are a company that has products that are of interest to buyers in Southeast Asia, right? Proxera is enabling those buyers to find you as a seller, right? So some of the other more nuanced use cases. I would conclude by saying that, over and above what I said earlier, essentially think of what UPI did to payments, ONDC is endeavoring to do to commerce. One big difference, of course, is UPI's payments via, transaction, which means there has to be a goods or a services involved. Everything eventually will be on the ONDC network. It's just the order and the sequence that may vary, right? You may see about 10-15 domains that are live, right? Sorry. So there are about 10 domains live. B2B has 2 domains. We have got financial services, which means things like credit, which is loans, things like insurance, etc. All will also be available on the network. And while there are comparison engines which are very B2C centric, there will also be things that will be slightly more B2B focused, and therefore provide you the opportunity to be again buy stuff that you don't buy online today, right? So broadly B2C, B2B, exports, and the ability for you to become a buyer also, right? That's the broad set of things that at least today we envision as things that MSMEs could benefit from. Of course, depending on your domain, is the domain live today, when is it coming, all of this may vary slightly, but I would urge you, if you're already in a domain that's live, to come on board. Ideally use one of our seller network participants, because that makes you go online quickly. Unless there are any specific challenges, you could be online in a couple of days, right? It's just about building a catalog and then just going live, right? And like I said, and if you're in a domain that's not live, please just keep track of our website. You will hear a lot of public announcements as we do our first transaction. Most domains, you will hear communication from ONDC, and as your domain comes live, please join us. So we look forward to having as many entities from CII Telangana, the MSME entities, joining ONDC network, and getting the best out of it, both as a buyer and as a seller. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Nitin. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Malvika Jaggi, who's Director Global Linker. She has been working with our Industries and Commerce Department for the last 4 years and on initiatives such as Telangana State Global Linker, Kirana Linker, and Made in Telangana Mall. Her enthusiasm and painstaking efforts have helped us in extending digital services to MSMEs across Telangana.
Thank you, Vatsala, for the warm welcome. And a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure you've had a sumptuous lunch, but I think this topic is for business owners like yourself. So, like Vatsala mentioned, this is about Telangana State Global Linker, which is a digital initiative by the Government of Telangana Industries Department. And what does this really do for you? What does it mean for you? Is the fact that think of it like the social media or the new social media for businesses. So there are people interacting about how do I get new raw material, where do I find suppliers, they're engaging with others to appoint agents, to appoint distributors, or even actually just talking about new product launches, new awards that they've won, applying for the government awards as well. So there are over 4 lakh plus MSMEs across the world on the platform, and like Vatsala mentioned, there are 14,000 from Telangana already. But the benefit that you get is that you're not restricted to network with only the Telangana MSMEs. You can build connections and business opportunities across the world. And we're not limited only to India. We have a lot of partners across Bangladesh, a lot of ASEAN countries. Now, what is it that you as a business owner can really look for from this platform? One, the reason it was made by the government of Telangana is so that there is two-way communication between the government as well as with the MSME. So there are a lot of government schemes, policies, updates that you can see. We have a partner called FIO, which is Federation of Indian Export Organizations, where you can see trade alerts as well. If you're interested in exports, you could join their marketplace, which is called Indian Business Portal, which helps you connect all the Indian sellers with foreign buyers. So there are already a lot of matchmaking opportunities that happen on the platform. Having said that, I think one of our core capability and tool that is made for businesses is the online store builder. Now, what does this do? Now, we all have been in traditional businesses and we all now understand the importance of digitizing. But how do you digitize your business? You can't just one fine day go and say, okay, I'll be on Google listed and I've digitized my business. As a buyer or as a consumer, how am I able to discover your business? So either you have a website or that website is also made into an integrated e-commerce store. It's not just information based, but I'm able to transact on that website. So both these capabilities exist on the platform, where you can actually say that this is my catalog, whether B2B, B2C, services, industrial goods, no matter which category type you are in. You can just say that this is what I deal in and create your entire catalog on the platform, absolutely free of cost, powered by the government, with integrated logistics and payment gateway providers. Now, what does this mean for you? So let's say you get an order, you've created your entire store or your e-commerce website or your digital catalog. there are many terms, but you've got your first order, you don't have to worry about how do you do the logistics. We have pre-partnered with local, domestic and international partners right from Dunzo, VFast, Varmaship, Shipmax, Shiplite, as well as international Aramex. And in the payment gateway space, you don't have to worry that, okay, now how will I get my money to my bank, right? So there's already Razorpay, there's CC Avenue, there's EasyPay by ICICI Bank, and there's PayPal, there's Paytm. So you don't have to worry about how will the money reach and how will your product or your service reach the customer. All you need to do is start promoting yourself with just a URL, right? You need to start doing, once you've created your catalog, you need to start sending it across, either in terms of just sharing it with your friends and family, doing social media activities, doing SEO, doing digital marketing, and then start using the power of digital to actually get confirmed orders. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard of the buzz around ONDC, and my friend Nitin has already explained it, but let me just tell you in a layman term what this will help you in your business. Like we've used UPI, like I might want to send money to my friend here and I'm able to do it just via using UPI on any, let's say PhonePe, Paytm, Google Pay. Similarly, ONDC is doing that for e-commerce. Now what does that mean? I am a seller on Global Linker, which means I've created my digital catalog and you are a buyer on Paytm, Flipkart, whichever buyer app is there on ONDC. The transaction is smooth and the buyer doesn't know that he is transacting from a seller on Global Linker. Now, how does that help you? You don't have to go and onboard yourself on various seller apps. You just have one dashboard. You've created your website and you've onboarded yourself onto ONDC, who has done the work of getting you buyer apps, right? And that of course gets you a lot of confirmed orders as well. So this is what I wanted to share with you about the platform. I think what you need to do next is just the fact of going on to Google, looking up Telangana State Global Linker. Given that there are so many different services and offers and range of capabilities that exist today, it will be overwhelming for you to hear all of it. But I think right from partnering with, for legal services, we have Vakil Search. For accounting, we have Tally. So it's basically a 360 approach in having you as a business not feel lonely. We know it can be very lonely as a business. You don't know where to start. There are many services existing and you don't know how to deal with them in terms of getting a pre-negotiated offer. So we've done all that for you so that you can just go back and concentrate on things that you really need to. For example, let's say you're in the B2B space and you're a manufacturer, you have 100 distributors, these distributors have about 1,000 retailers each. Even this entire supply chain is digitized on the platform today, which means that you as a manufacturer can actually set customized minimum order quantities, customized credit limit, or even discounts. Okay, so that's the power of being on the digital space. I think it's a matter of everybody now trying it out. So I urge you to start doing that. Again, if you'd like to be on ONDC as well, you could do it via Telangana State Global Linker, which is powered by the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Malvika. That was a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. N. Sudhir Babu, who is CEO Beanfield Tech Private Limited. Mr. Sudhir comes from a technology background. His company is working closely with MSMEs to help them get off ground once their product is market ready. And he's also currently working with startups from our government-supported incubators like T-Hub and V-Hub.
Hello, everybody. So before I get started, I'll just tell you a little bit about my own journey because almost 23 years back, I was a student in the US and I decided I'm going to open my first e-commerce site as well. So this was in the early days of e-commerce. Very excitedly, I ordered some jackets from India, set up my e-commerce website because I'm from a technical background. So early days, Amazon was just getting some traction at that time. The very first, among the first 5 orders I got, I was very, very excited. I noticed there was an order where I was asked to ship to Indonesia. The card was from Hong Kong, and it appeared that somebody from the US had placed the order. Collected the money, sent the order. Then I'm very happy that things were going on, business was growing, until I got my first chargeback. That's when I realized e-commerce, now things have changed quite a bit, but there's a lot of challenges for MSMEs. You may understand your product, but there is a complete breadth of things you need to consider. Fraud, how do you grow? You understand your product, but how do you do digital marketing? What actually works? Do you want to take your product outside of India? What are the challenges involved? Within India, the logistics. Outside India, what are the custom rules? All these kind of things are there. I learned quite a bit with my first e-commerce experience. Graduated, I started running data centers. So we were managing thousands and thousands of websites. We were a fairly large data center in the US. This is where, again, I got additional experience. A lot of our clients were e-commerce. They were trying to get set up, trying to manage everything. What I noticed is clients, at least the clients that I was getting, they understand their product, but everything else is foreign to them. Technology is new. They don't understand, okay, I've got this product, how do I get people to know me? Okay. When I was coming to India, one thing that struck me was China had Alibaba. We didn't have anything similar. India Mart was kind of like the closest. Okay. When ONDC was announced, it was very exciting, because what I've noticed is, as I keep traveling back and forth, India actually is now more on the forefront. It used to be that we were trying to catch up. Every time I came to India, we used to have those modems, the beep, 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 and trying to connect. Now our speeds are good. We have UPI, GPay. I'm noticing that our systems are getting more sophisticated than the ones I'm seeing in US, Canada. That we are definitely on par, but we are doing things that are very, very unique, which, when I think the currency, when all the notes were cancelled and everything, people were wondering what the hell is going on. But now, it's very rare that I actually need cash. All these things together, I got together with a few of my friends, colleagues. We were looking at what the challenges are. What are the challenges? What can we see? Any business to be successful, you need to identify a problem and you need to solve the problem. And there must be enough demand for you to solve the problem. What we noticed is most of the MSMEs, they were completely lost. For them, it was like, okay, I'm used to my stores. How do I get my product online? What is this online? Some language sometimes was a barrier. See, all of us here, we are very comfortable with English. But that's not always the case. We have fantastic products, but they don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to bring it in front of audience, whether it was in India or even globally. Okay. Not every product, we have consulted hundreds and hundreds of companies. What we decided was we set up a company which brought everything together, sort of like a very smaller global linker, where we are saying we are going to help you. You focus on your product. We are going to take care of the rest. Okay. We are going to if you take up your product, it means we believe in your product. We are going to help you where, not all products, quite frankly, are going to be successful in the global market. Okay. One of the first questions I used to ask was, how are you doing against the Chinese? This was some years back, but okay, you have a product. Okay, it's a good product. Can you compete with the Chinese? Okay. Otherwise, how do we take it to the US and how do we help you there? Lot of MSMEs, the problems that they are facing, first thing obviously is they understand the core technology, but sometimes they don't have money. If they are able to find sources of money, they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we use the money? It's not enough to just have money. You need to use it efficiently. How do I set up, who's going to take care of the technology? Who is, what about customer service? How do I handle social media? How do I handle, do I need, spend huge amounts of money on Google Ads? What actually works? How do I know, okay, if I spend money here, it's a much better solution for me than spending it elsewhere. So the common problems, lack of access to finance, limited technological adaptation, inadequate skilled workforce. When you're a small company, you can't hire the best. You wish you could, but the reality is they cost money. It's better to come in and instead of getting somebody full-time, getting in the expertise that you need from a company that is going to do these things for you, that is going to partner with you, rather than treat you as a vendor. The other one would be regulatory compliance. The fifth one, limited market access to information, to marketing, to supply chain, even understanding where the technology is going. In US and Canada, what I see they have a limited workforce. So what they do is they focus more on kind of do it yourself. You have your Shopify, you have WooCommerce, you have Wix, you have a number of technologies. But the thing is, you have to sit down and do it. Here we have a lot of people, and I often found that even people from US and Canada, they're like, you know what? Yes, they're making it simple. Yes, I know it's click, drag, drop, whatever it is. But the thing is, I still need to learn these things. And it takes time for me to learn these things. I wish somebody else would just do it for me. It doesn't matter to me. I want to focus on my business. I want somebody else to take care of all the other problems. So most of the solutions, see, with ONDC, with Global Linker, we are coming up with solutions. What is exciting for me is that India is actually going to potentially make a change. I've seen Amazon, one of the things, I don't know how many people know this, but Amazon also has Cloudtail. Do many of you know about Cloudtail? So what Amazon does is, see, you have a lot of SMMEs going in. What you're doing is you're feeding a huge amount of data to Amazon. They also have their own retail arm, Cloudtail. If the product is selling very well, they will sell it through Cloudtail, which means they will essentially, in the long run, what I was noticing was that MSMEs are going to get wiped out. Wiped out not completely, but you understand. All the most profitable products, unless you're in a very niche market, is going to be taken over by the Flipkart, which also has a retail arm, Amazon through Cloudtail. When I was looking at all this, I was wondering, okay, what is the solution for it? We can't have everybody just disappear and just, everything being focused only on one company or two companies. I think ONDC is a fantastic solution for that. It needs to get some traction, but I'm seeing that out of India, what is really exciting for me is so many solutions are coming out that's on cutting edge. And hopefully we will become the country that decides where the next Amazons and everybody is going to come from. That's pretty much it. If there's any other questions, I'll take care of it. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Joining us, we have a distinguished civil servant, a key player in shaping the technology landscape of Telangana. As the Principal Secretary of the Department of Innovation, Technology and Industries and Commerce, Government of Telangana, he has been a driving force in fostering innovation and development. Please welcome the insightful and dynamic Mr. Ranjan, IAS, to share his perspectives on the future of technology and entrepreneurship.
I feel very proud that we are together celebrating the 8th anniversary of one thing which connects all of us is that we are all well-wishers of the hub. We may be wearing different hats. I represent the government. Some of you are investors. Some are members of the startup community. But in some way or the other, we are all well-wishers of the hub. And to see an institution in which we are all invested in so much, do so well, become some kind of a national role model, international role model, it really gladdens my heart. In fact, occasions like this also makes me feel very nostalgic because as was pointed out, I have been there literally from the day one, day zero actually, of this institution, and to think back of those days, those times is something which is very, very kind of nostalgic for me. So while we have celebrated 8 years today, while we have completed 8 years now, obviously the preparatory ideas, the preparatory work began almost a year or a year and a half before that. Literally, after the formation of Telangana state, I still remember 9.5 years ago when our minister got this idea that let the government itself create a innovation space where local minds and talents can all be converged and we can do some absolutely great work there. There were not too many takers for this idea. In fact, as all of us know, in other cities, innovation ecosystems have grown big. A city like Bangalore, for example, or Gurgaon, or Pune, or Bombay, and even elsewhere. The popular narrative is that these things should be allowed to happen by themselves. This growth should happen organically. The markets will select who is the winner, who is to be kind of supported. The governments don't have any role in this. That is the popular narrative. And of course, this narrative has been in some ways fed by the IT industry. The IT industry today claims that because the government stayed away from it, they became so big and they became progress. Part of it could be true. There is lots of government support which has also gone to the IT industry. Of course, that's a different issue altogether. But that remains the dominant narrative that governments don't really have to do much in these kind of subjects. But our minister took a very contrary view. We try to promote a counter narrative, but the governments can actually do quite a lot, provided their support is very strategic and it really addresses. I still remember one sentence which he has been kind of bringing to our notice again and again. In whatever aspect he wants the government to really take the first step forward, is to be someone who can solve the pain points of the stakeholder. So his approach is always very bottom up. Understand what the pain points are, and then your job should be to find solutions to those pain points. Don't do anything beyond that. Just solve their problems, solve their obstacles. Again, Srini mentioned someone else that you did. So 9 years ago, that is how the idea came that let us bring out a good policy which explains, in our opinion, what are the pain points and what we are going to do about those pain points. So many of you may not know this, but the initial thought behind creating this facility, of course, this is a new facility. We used to have a facility in the Triple IT campus for many, many years. The idea of providing that space was that demand came from startups. In those days, there were hardly 50, 60 startups in Hyderabad. But when we had met them, one of the demands which had come from them was that in this enclave, which we all know as Hyderabad, the land rentals, the property rentals rather, are very kind of high. And for a startup to take property here for its office is next to impossible. It's true also, because you are at the beginning of a journey, you can't have that kind of revenues to pay for. There is a 70 rupees an SFT or 80 rupees an SFT. Of course, in those days it won't 70 or 80, but regardless. So this was the solution. That okay, let us ourselves build a facility where we can give space to them at a much lower cost and help them remain connected with the larger Hyderabad tech community, the knowledge institutions like ISBs, Triple IT, etc. But of course, then we realized that this is beyond, far beyond just a real estate play. Space can be given anyone, anywhere, but what happens inside the space is far more important. What kind of support you provide, what kind of mentoring you give, what kind of access to markets, what kind of connects with corporates, with the governments, and helping them build their teams, improve their technologies, every possible help which a startup will require, lots of regulatory expectations in some cases. When all that began to happen, the kind of the whole flavor about innovation spaces in our country for sure changed, and in no time we have become a role model. In fact, process that we don't get visitors, very, very distinguished visitors, very serious intent to come and study what EHUB is delivering. In fact, it's a nice coincidence that we are speaking today, because since morning I myself have interacted with two very important delegations, 40 MLAs from the state of Meghalaya came in the morning.